This is Arcane Justice, a supernatural crime thriller. The Other Detective series. Book 3, written by Heather G. Harris. Narrated by Elise Gibbs. If you'd like to hear about Heather's latest gossip, new releases and bargains, please sign up to her VIP newsletter at heathergharris.com/subscribe. Chapter 1. It is a sad truth that politicians, privilege, and perfidy are rarely found apart. While some may begin their political path with an urge to serve, that resolve is inevitably worn away with every passing day, every deal struck, every favor curried, and many who climb the mountain of public service carry corruption with them from the very beginning. Many, not all, I reminded myself, as I looked clinically at the ruined body of Lord Theodore Marlowe. I was rarely called to a scene when someone had passed away peacefully, but this was certainly the grimmest. The posh, refined room stank worse than a public urinal. Death was a great leveller, and no matter how refined he had been in life, Marlowe had still shat himself in death. "Talk me through it," I ordered Channing. Lord Theodore Marlowe, age 46, air elemental and representative of the same at the symposium. He was found dead by his cleaner at 8 a.m. today upon her entry into the premises. According to the cleaner, Marlowe was estranged from his wife, Ada Marlowe, and they have one dependent, Frankie Marlowe, who is 4 years of age. Mrs. Marlowe maintains a separate residence in the home counties and runs her own successful wind farm. Has she been notified? Not yet. Continue. Frost and McCaffrey secured the scene, and medical examiner Kate Potter is en route. McCaffrey is canvassing the local area to see if anyone saw or heard anything. He gestured loosely at Ed. His comment there implied. No need to spell out that the scene of crime officers, SOCO, were in attendance when we could clearly see Ed whistling to himself as he photographed the scene. Tell me about your actions since you arrived, I instructed. Channing wet his lips. When I arrived at the scene, I verified death as per your previous instructions. Good. Then I took some photographs of the body and the crime scene. I examined the body, which was cool to the touch. He was eviscerated, I pointed out. Having a huge cavity open like that cools the body far faster than if the body is left intact. So you can't use temperature alone as a means of estimating the time of death. What else can we check? Lividity, Channing said confidently. Because the deceased is secured to the chair, the blood is pooled primarily in the lower extremities. He gestured to the body's calves. The hue is mottled in a light purplish red, not the deep maroon you get once the lividity is fixed, so death is likely to have been within a couple of hours. Not bad. He smiled a little at the faint praise. But then I continued. Once he's peeled away from the chair, his buttocks should also be examined. Lividity would be prominent then. What else should we consider? Channing looked slightly panicked, like he was dreaming he turned up at school nude. Taking pity on him, I continued the lesson. We need to factor the catastrophic blood loss into the lividity. Marlowe lost a lot of blood, so there was less of it to pool in the limbs. With the blood loss factored in, the lividity won't become so extreme as quickly. I knelt, careful to avoid the pool of blood soaking into the carpet. I pressed a gloved finger to the victim's calf. The mottled skin blanched under the pressure, before returning to its previous shade. The lividity here isn't fixed, so that tells us the time of death is definitely less than 8 hours ago, I confirmed. Smell the air. Channing balked at the instruction. What? Take a deep inhale, I said impatiently. I really don't want to, he muttered. I got that. It smelled bad enough in here without having to intentionally inhale. A scene like this created the worst kind of smell. Everyone hated a disembowelment, not just the victim. What do you smell? I pressed. With a grimace, Channing did as instructed and inhaled deeply. He gagged, and I waited for him to sift through the stenches to identify what stood out. That's the most rancid thing I've ever smelt, he said, still gagging. Well, it's not nice, I conceded. If you're going to be sick, do it over there, far from the scene. I'm okay, he said, but I didn't quite buy it. My inexperienced rookie was green on any day of the week, but now he looked it too. When you're ready, take another breath. Maybe go for a shallower one this time, and then pass the scents. What can we learn about the scene from the smell alone? You need to learn to rely on more than just your eyes. My partner took another breath, this one markedly shallower than the one before. The scent of urine and feces is predominant. Next is the coppery smell of blood, and under that is something kind of sweet. He grimaced. And something else. Something acidic? Right. The acidity comes from the stomach juices. That coppery tang is there as soon as blood is spilled, but that faintly sweet edge develops after 3 or 4 hours. So, we're definitely more than a couple of hours post-mortem, but less than 8. How else can we nail down the time of death? Rigor mortis? Right, check his jaw. Rigor starts in the small muscles first. Jaw, eyelids, neck. Channing reached out and gently prized the jaw open. Some resistance, he murmured, almost to himself. It feels almost rubbery, stiff but not yet set. Which tells us what? We're 3 to 4 hours post-mortem. Not much more. 5 hours post and the jaw would be locked. So what's our estimated time of death? He looked at his watch. It's 8:30 a.m. now. He died between 3 and 5 hours ago, so any time from 3:30 a.m. to 5:30 a.m. You got it, I said, pleased. Emmy will confirm, but that's our ballpark. Update Spell and McCaffrey. Now, what can you tell me about the injuries? Channing leaned closer to the wounds, careful to remain out of the blood and guts pooling underneath the chair. 2 points of incision, the angles upward through the diaphragm into the chest cavity. Victim was sitting and the wounds were made at close range. The tearing here, he pointed, means the weapon wasn't withdrawn cleanly. I arched a brow. So we're not looking for a knife, he said slowly. The entry point is almost rounded. He stood and turned to face me. He had reached the same conclusion I had, and he was no more happy about it than I was. I'd say we're looking at tusks. Ogres' tusks. I kept my face carefully blank. He was bang on the money. I'd seen wounds like this before, most recently on Einar. I was trying to keep a lid on my agitation. If one of Krieg's ogres were responsible for this, and all ogres were his, then we were going to have to lock horns over it, and his were bigger. Okay, so his horns were technically tusks, but either way, this wasn't going to be good for us. Hopefully, the ogre in question had a valid contract in place. The other had a warped sense of justice, and as long as the assassin had a legal contract in place, he would have no legal responsibility for the death. Then I could focus on whoever had ordered the hit, rather than the hands, or tusks, that had done the killing. If there was a valid contract, I'd be able to wrap this case up by the close of business. If there wasn't... None of that turmoil showed in my voice as I calmly said, Good. And what about defensive wounds? Well, there are none. The cuffs on the deceased's wrists are magic-cancelling cuffs. Connection issue, so he had no access to his magic at the time of death. There are faint marks around the wrists and ankles, but no lacerations. Which tells us what? The deceased was secured to the chair when he was killed, and he didn't have the time, consciousness, or wherewithal to fight his restraints. Right. How quickly would a wound like that kill him? Channing considered the question before speaking. It depends on what the tusk hit. If it tore the aorta or nicked the heart, he'd have been unconscious in a minute, dead in 2. If it missed the major vessels but ripped the intestines, he'd have bled out more slowly. 5 to 20 minutes to collapse. Half an hour of life tops before death if he was lucky. Not lucky, Loki interjected. My Caladrius companion was right. Lasting half an hour while eviscerated was the opposite of good luck. In this particular case, I'd say he was lucky, I murmured. It looks as though it was all over fairly quickly, and he didn't suffer for too long. Judging by the volume of blood loss and the way he slumped, the tusk probably went through the diaphragm too. We're likely looking at a collapsed lung and massive internal bleeding. He'd have been out in seconds, dead within a few minutes. A small mercy. I looked at my partner. Anything else to note? Channing's head tilted as he considered. No signs of forced entry into the property. Marlowe's protective runes were nullified before the perpetrator gained access. He had a common security system too, but it was disengaged. So what does that tell us? Whoever did this was a pro. Exactly. I rubbed my bottom lip. But if we're looking at a professional hit, and we're assuming at this point an ogre carried it out, then the whole setup seems off. I was mostly thinking aloud, picturing the moment that Robbie had killed Einar with his tusks. Robbie had been moving fast and he'd used momentum and his tusks to kill the rogue ogre. Einar had been pinned up against a wall and, like all ogres, he'd been tall. Robbie hadn't had to do much more than lower his head as he charged, yet here. I shook my head. Marlowe secured low on the chair. I can't get the mechanics to line up. Maybe the ogre knelt as he killed Marlowe? Channing suggested. Maybe. Yet I couldn't imagine an ogre doing anything so deferential as kneeling in a moment like this. It just didn't jibe. Something was off. Loki let out a loud yawn and fluttered to my side. He pressed himself against my neck. I go home, he said. I tired. Anxiety sharpened. He'd barely been awake for a couple of hours. I gently lifted him from my shoulder and brought him up to my eye level. Loki, tell me what's going on with you, or I'll take you to a human vet who'll shove a thermometer up your arse. I had no idea if that was true or not, but his eyes flew wide at the threat. Not without date, the Cladrius muttered, making me smile despite my worry. I go home, he repeated. He yawned again, and with one last nuzzle against my fingers, he took off, ignoring my demand for more information. Is he all right? Channing asked, frowning after him. He looks worse every time I see him. His feathers look droopy and sad. Oh, something's definitely up with him, and I'm determined to find out what. I looked back at Marlowe. For now, let's focus on the dead. I knelt by the body and pointed to the victim's torso to show Channing the one thing he'd missed. See these marks? I pointed to 2 raised red dots. Yes, Mum, I just thought they were insect bites. I let the mom go. Well, possibly, but not likely. My best guess is that a taser was used on the victim. ME to confirm. These are tiny entry marks. The killer needed Marlowe stunned so they could cuff and kill him before he reached his magic. There's no blackened skin, so no drive stun. Enough to disorient him, but not enough to put him down. What does that tell us? The killer wanted the opportunity to talk to him, otherwise they could have sliced his throat where he lay. Instead, he was pulled from his bed and put on the chair. Exactly. I patted his shoulder. Good job. Write it all up. He gave a brisk nod, but couldn't quite hide the pleased gleam in his eyes. His first full report. The first of many. Paperwork was one of the worst things about being a cop. The novelty would wear off, but for now, I was more than happy to have him do the paperwork for me. I'd check it and sign off, but his name would be at the bottom. Mum, Channing stated. Wise, he corrected himself, with a sheepish look. Will you speak to Krieg? Of course, I said coolly. The High King of the Ogres will be one of our first ports of call, but first, I need to pass the death message. He winced. Marlowe's got a kid. Yeah, I sighed. He does. We both knew firsthand how hard it was to lose a parent, though neither of us had suffered that particular loss as young as Frankie. It would colour the rest of his life, and my heart ached for him. I didn't know enough about Theodore Marlowe to know whether he deserved the brutal ending he'd met, but for his son, I'd get to the bottom of this sordid affair and get him justice. I could give the kid that much. Chapter 2. Ada Marlowe lived several hours away from Chester, so I reluctantly arranged for a local inspector, Inspector Darling, to pass the death message in person. It wasn't long before he rang me to let me know the outcome. Normally I call fellow inspectors by their surnames, like Bland, but doing so with Darling always felt awkward. Inspector Darling, I said as I answered. What have you got for me? Wise, he began briskly. We dealt with each other a time or two, and he was one of the good ones. The widow was dry-eyed upon notification, but visibly shocked. She said they'd been separated for 2 years following some infidelity on the part of the deceased. He begged her not to divorce him while he continued his term on the symposium. Political picture and all that. She agreed to wait, but he paid maintenance to her and visited their son, Frankie, every other weekend at best. More infrequently at worst. Any other contact with the kid? Telephone calls?
None.
I grimaced. Marlowe wasn't going to win any Father of the Year awards. Any issues she knows about? Any enemies? She became distressed at that juncture of the interview and insisted on verifying the death for herself. She'll make arrangements to come to Chester to view the body, whereupon she would like to meet the lead investigator. I gave you your details. Thanks, I said dryly, making the other man chuckle lightly. Let me know if you need any further assistance, Wise. I've got to go. I've got a grade 2 myself. No problem. Thanks for your help, darling. I winced as the name slipped out sans title. No problem, sweetheart. He hung up with a laugh. Heat crept into my cheeks, and I was grateful for the dial tone. Well, that was embarrassing. He must be used to it, I reasoned, pressing my palms to my hot cheeks. Since I had my phone out, I dialed before I could second-guess myself. Inspector, Krieg greeted warmly. How are you? Do you have entrails in your hair? When he spoke, he sounded amused. Well, not yet, but the day is young. I have a dead body, and you thought of me. I'm touched. I sighed. The wounds are consistent with ogre tusks, Krieg. Ah, back to Krieg, are we now? He asked mildly. You called me Inspector? As a term of endearment. Can we get back to the dead body? By all means, he said smoothly. You were saying one of my ogres killed someone. Lord Theodore Marlowe. Can you check your books, please? At that, his tone was businesslike. Of course, Inspector. I clenched my teeth. It no longer felt like a term of endearment. I'll check our records and be back in touch. He hung up. No warm goodbyes. No promises to serenade me under moonlight. I pressed my lips together and ran a hand through my tousled brown hair. I really didn't want to fuck things up with Robbie, but I had a dead guy killed by an ogre. What was I supposed to do? If I hadn't been dating Robbie, that's what I would have done. Contacted the king of the ogres and asked the question. Now that I was dating him, should I have done it differently? Asking him about it over a platter of hummus with a glass of wine. I shook my head. The dead came first. They had to. If that put a crimp in my dating life, I'd deal with it. I scanned Ed's short report, the salient details of which were he'd found nothing. No prints, no hair or fibres, and no weapon. It was rare not to have a lead to tug, and that underlined that whoever had killed Marlowe was a pro. Ogres were frequently hired for such matters, so in reality that inference didn't take us much further along in the investigation, but it did tighten the link to Robbie and his people. I didn't love that. In lieu of a lead, I'd have to dig into the victim, in a different way from the killer. And I had what I hoped would be an excellent source. Cassandra Scholes, the Witch Symposium member. She answered after a few rings. Stacey, nice to hear from you, love. How are you? I winced. She thought this was a social call. I'm good, thanks. You? Oh, same old, same old. When were you going to tell me you're dating High King Krieg? I groaned. A few weeks ago, the mystic informer had outed Krieg and me as dating. He didn't love it because he worried about his enemies coming for me. I didn't love it because no one except us deserved to know a damn thing about our personal lives, friends and family excluded, and Cass was definitely one of them. She absolutely deserved to learn about the relationship from me, not through a news article. Sorry, it's new, I said finally. Not that new, it's in the bloody papers. Her voice shifted from exasperation to concern. Do you know what you're doing, Ace? He's a dangerous man. I huffed. I wish people would stop treating me like I'm some sort of defenseless, fluffy kitten. You're not defenseless, that's for sure. She snickered. But still an ogre. The king of them, no less. That's going to complicate your professional life. Which neatly brings me to the reason for my call. Talking of complicating professional lives, I'm about to screw yours. Theodore Marlowe is dead. Well, shit, she murmured. I could imagine her now, rubbing her brow as she frowned. Though her voice held a note of consternation, I didn't detect any great upset. Were you friends? I asked, though I was all but certain the answer to that was no. If they had been, she would have broken down into tears. Cass was tough, but she loved with her whole heart. No, I'm still a new kid on the block, trying to work out which way is up, she admitted. He's halfway through his term and knows what he's doing, which palms to grease. Has he had to grease palms recently? Cass snorted. When didn't he? But yeah, he's just got a bill passed through the initial stages. He seemed passionate about it. Which bill? A law to bring in licenses for private atmospheric manipulation. A headache started in my temples, and I wasn't in the mood for political mumbo-jumbo. Spell it out for me, Cass. It's a bill focused on the elementals. Right now, anyone who can afford an elemental's fee can buy water, fire, earth, or wind work on the open market. It's an informal arrangement. Contracts carried out by freelance elementals are negotiated privately, paid in cash or in favours. That means fast service for those who can pay, but wildly inconsistent standards and zero legal oversight. The connection wants to bring in some rules, some accountability. Stop damn cowboys from making it storm in August for fun or profit. And Marlowe was against it. No, Teddy was all for it, and we all knew why. He had a half share in an aerometric firm that'd be in a damn good position to snag any government-sanctioned contracts. I kept my expression neutral. Surely most air elementals would be against such a move. Oh, absolutely. The licensing will reduce their profits, increase their taxes and overheads, and subject them to additional scrutiny. I pinched the bridge of my nose. So, by voting the way he did, he essentially screwed over his own people. Yeah, wasn't a popular move. The elementals don't want additional oversight. But I guess the call of his own pocket was too tempting. He betrayed his constituents and voted in line with his personal interests. Oh, I hate politicians, I groused. Hey, current company excluded, I added hastily. All right, I better go and do some damage control. Speak to Jamie Trowbridge. Who's that? Teddy's second on his symposium. He'll be stepping into the breach. He's a good guy, though. I suspect he'll try to reverse Teddy's vote. Can he do that? In politics, anyone can do anything with enough capital. It was a depressing sentiment. Talk to me about Jamie Trowbridge. She balked. You can't think he's got anything to do with this. Well, I've no idea. You know as well as I do the lengths people will go to for power. Murder's the least of it. Well, Jamie wouldn't do that. He's one of the good guys. She sounded short, affronted. I'd upset her. Her voice was brittle when she said, I've got to go, Stacey. Speak soon. Because I didn't want to end things like that, I hastily said, Definitely. Maybe a wine night with Stevie. Sounds good, she said. And it sounded like she meant it. It's been too long, Ace. It has. Cass? Yeah? Keep me in the loop. Okay. You got it? She hung up. Well, she'd given me the information I needed, all right. Marlowe had screwed over his own people, and in doing so, the suspect pool had opened up wide. Chapter 3. McCaffrey stood at attention in front of my desk in my pokey office, where my new fridge hummed as it cooled numerous essential cans of Dr. Pepper. Her natural red hair was tied back in a ponytail, rather than in her usual bun, and she looked the wrong side of tired. McCaffrey, what have you got for me? I asked. I canvassed the area thoroughly around Lord Marlowe's residence, but unfortunately no one saw anyone enter or exit the property. Of the nearest neighbours, a satyr took a sleeping draught and the other, a common realmer, sleeps with earplugs in. Neither heard a thing. A number of the residents on the street were out of their properties at the time of the initial canvass, so I'll return later this evening. I checked the time. We were close to 2 p.m. already. Hope you had some refs? I asked with concern. We couldn't have our staff operating on empty, especially with the long hours we frequently pulled. Fueling the body was a must, though I was fueled primarily by Dr. Pepper. No, ma'am, McCaffrey confirmed, looking like a pixie could push her over. All right, grab some food and take an hour. After that, I want you to see Jiho and get him to dig into Marlowe. I want to know everything about the victim, down to whether he was a boxers or briefs man. You got it. Any news about our new digs? The DSU has closed the deal, and any day now we should get the green light to move into number 1 Bridge Street. McCaffrey grinned, the smile reaching her blue eyes. Still can't believe we scored such a cool property. We'll see how cool it is once we get in, I said cynically. Old buildings always have their foibles. Not to mention uneven flooring. A lot of the old houses in Chester looked like someone half drunk had done the flooring. Perhaps they had. That's half the fun. They have charm, McCaffrey said. I bet it's going to be fancier than my new home. Steeped in history versus new build. Right, you're moving soon, aren't you? Yeah, tomorrow. I've got a day's holiday to do the move. I hope it all goes okay for you. With it being a new build, hopefully it'll be plain sailing. I'd only had one house move, from my mum's out to my rented flat. I still remembered the literal hell of carting boxes repeatedly up the stairs. Though Roop, Julian and Grant had helped. Thanks, boss. Here's hoping, she said cheerfully. McCaffrey looked around. Where's your bird? I like the little fella. He's got sass. He went back home. Needed some rest. And didn't that just stick in my craw? Something was off with my avian friend, but he refused to tell me anything about it, no matter how much I pressed. In my downtime, I'd done some research on Caladri, hoping to get some insight, but so far I'd found little to nothing, mostly because there was hardly any information out there on the magical birds. McCaffrey studied me, then reached into her pocket and pulled out a packet of jelly babies. Want one? I really did, so I took a red one and enjoyed the sugar hit. Thanks. Sure thing, boss. I'll let you know what Jiho finds. She stood and exited my office, leaving the door open to reflect the brass's open door policy. Shortly afterwards, Laura came in with a report in hand. She flashed me a wide grin. Channing's first report. Our baby's all grown up. Well, not quite, I muttered as I took it. I scanned the document and had to admit, I was impressed. He dotted every I and crossed every T. I signed it off and held it out to our admin assistant. Thanks, Laura. File it and copy it to the ME's office and to Thackeray too, please. He'll want to know about this. He's off today, she noted. All the same, Thackeray lived and breathed the job, to his wife's frustration. I knew he checked his email even when he was off. The man didn't know what a work-life balance was. Not that I could throw stones. I took cold files home for fun. It had started with my dad's files, but when I got nowhere fast, I started taking others home, trying to box them off. I knew what it was like to need closure and have none. I chewed on my lip as I once again thought of Jingo's so-called evidence he brought round to my apartment. I didn't know what I'd been expecting, but it hadn't been a copy of a crime scene photo I'd seen many times before. With one sole addition, a necklace clutched in Dad's hand. A necklace that had made its way into evidence, and a necklace that had been very carefully airbrushed or magicked out of the original photograph. Or very carefully added in by Jingo. I didn't trust the man as far as I could throw him. He could have fabricated this whole thing to make me feel like I owed him. I put nothing past him. I'd done extensive research on the pendant hanging from the chain. It was a black circular talisman with 3 golden lines. The bottommost was the longest, the middle line shorter, and the top not much more than a hyphen. Together they gave the impression of a half-drawn triangle, and damned if I could find a single thing about it on the whole connection database. Was it a real clue, or was it an attempt by Jingo to draw my eyes elsewhere? I wanted to distrust it, to dismiss it, yet I couldn't. Deliberately misplaced evidence felt all too right for the connection, the oft-times corrupt organization I work for. Knowing that corruption still lurked was the reason I hadn't shown a soul the image. Because if it was real, well, there was a reason someone had removed it from the photograph, and I was going to get to the bottom of it. And if Jingo was leading me on a goose chase, then I was going to make it my life's mission to make his life a living hell until I could justifiably end it. My email pinged. It was a message from Kate. She had some preliminary findings for me, so I left my office and collared Channing. "With me," I said brusquely. "We're going to see the ME." I waited until he'd climbed into the car to say, "Good work on the report. Clean, relevant, to the point." "I'll save the poetry for Frost," he joked lightly. "Don't mix business and pleasure," I warned him. "They don't make good bedfellows." He grimaced. "I know you're right, but she's very lovely." "She is. She can be your very lovely friend." He sighed, but didn't speak until we pulled up outside the ME's office. "Did the ME give any hints about what she found in her email?" "No, just that she'd done some preliminary work." I pushed open the mortuary door and met Sharon's steely gaze. "She's expecting us," I said firmly. The green-skinned dryad pushed back her glasses and glared at me. "One moment." She picked up her phone and dialed, waiting, presumably, until Kate picked up the line. "I have Inspector Wise and Detective Channing for you." She paused. "Of course. Thank you." Sharon put the phone back in its cradle. She stood, showing off a light cream suit that seemed more wedding than funeral. "Follow me." I swallowed my objections. If Sharon wanted to show me the way, she could damn well do so. Maybe she needed to get her step count in. She eyed us both carefully. "Where's the bird?" "At the circus," I lied flatly, because it was none of her damned business where Loki was. She pressed her lips so tightly together that they almost disappeared. I resisted the urge to tell her it was a vast improvement. She held open the door for us, and we slid into Kate's domain. It was too corpsey to call an office, yet had too much tech to merely call it a morgue. Kate was at a standing desk, typing away, but she turned and gave us a brilliant smile as we walked in. "Stacy, Detective Channing, come on in. That'll be all, thank you, Sharon." Sharon sniffed and left, caught shoes clicking on the tiles as she stomped away. She had a passive-aggressive walk. I'd rather tell people how I felt than use disdainful sniffs and prim heels to communicate my feelings. Channing cleared his throat. "Call me Elliot," he offered. Kate smiled. "Thank you, Elliot, and of course, you must call me Kate. This isn't a social gathering," I said flatly. "Can we get to the corpse?" "She's grumpy because an ogre killed him," Channing murmured, in a conspiratorial aside to the ME. "Yes," Kate agreed. "Well, that does put some extra pressure on her. We'll have to see what we can do to help." "I'm right here." Kate winked. "Oh, so you are. Come on then. Let's get you back into your happy place. Let's talk death." Kate had Lord Marlowe laid out on a metal gurney. He had a small modesty sheet over his groin, but the rest of him was laid bare. She'd done some restoration work. After weighing all the organs, she put his entrails back where they belonged and performed some neat sutures to tidy up the body. It still looked like an unholy mess, but markedly less so. His tidied up body made me think of the map of scars I carried. My scars didn't look so different from his, except I'd been lucky enough to survive them. Various lines of thick, puckered skin decorated my whole body. Less neat, less artfully stitched, and far more inconvenient to explain on first dates. "Fast work," I commented. "Some pressure on me for this one too," she explained. "Politically, with Lord Marlowe being a symposium member, we're going to want to achieve some results, fast. And even without that pressure, the wife is coming to identify the body shortly, and I wanted him as presentable as possible." "You've done a great job," Channing offered. "If you draw the sheet up, you'd hardly know he died screaming." "Yes," Kate said faintly. "Thanks for that, Elliot." "What have you got for us?" I asked, impatiently interrupting the niceties. "Well, it was as you noted in your report. Good work, by the way, Channing. If we can cut through the Mutual Appreciation Society and get to the point," I grumped. Kate grinned at me, unrepentant and unfazed. "You got it, Stacy. As you suggested, Marlowe's diaphragm and lungs were pierced. There was a massive hemorrhage with aortic involvement. Death came quickly. The murder weapon?" Kate grimaced. Well, as Elliot said in your report, ogre's tusks. It's very distinctive from other types of gouges. I'd known it, but it still sucked to have it confirmed. Time of death was likely between 4 and 5 a.m., Kate continued. No defensive wounds, nothing under the fingernails. Marks on the ankles and wrists are consistent with being restrained, but there are no abrasions, suggesting the restraints weren't worn for a prolonged period. I sent the blood to Dave in toxicology, but I don't think you'll get any hits there. I've run a histology test, and there's evidence in his muscle tone that he was tasered. And you noted the entry wounds on his torso. I agree with your assessment that a short burst was used to disorient him. The discharge was delivered from a distance, using prongs. No direct contact application, and no burns or damage from the barbs are evident. All of this I'd suspected, and while it was good to have confirmation, I really needed something more. Something new. Nothing else for me to run with, I pressed. I didn't say that. Kate's eyes gleamed, and she led us over to an area with some petri dishes and a microscope. Take a look, she suggested. I did so, not quite sure what her point was. The slide showed some dead cells. I said as much. Yes, Kate said excitedly, but not newly dead cells. The cells here have been in the grave for a week or more. The nuclei are all but gone. We're looking at widespread karyolysis. All right, I'm being dense here. You just said the time of death was 4 to 5 a.m. Right. But you have cells that have been dead longer than that. Exactly. Vampire cells, Channing suggested. Great idea, Kate said warmly. Although we call them the living dead, their cells are still in working order until they get staked. Their heads are cut off or they're burned. Even more, their cells are actually working overtime to give them that youthful glow. Ghoul? I suggested. Could be, Kate conceded. Though they too are living. They simply consume dead flesh, so if one of them had feasted on a week-old corpse, they could have left traces. It could be, she murmured again. Then she shook her head. No signs of nibbling on this corpse, though, so I can't work out how those cells were present in Marlowe's sternum. So we could be looking for 2 suspects, Channing asked. An ogre and a ghoul? Could be, Kate said again, her tone unconvinced. She bit her lip. Could also be someone is playing games with the evidence. You think the killer planted dead cells there to muddy the waters? I asked sharply. Maybe, she said. All I know is it doesn't make sense. Unless Marlowe has somehow died twice, something weird's going on here. The gouges, were they straight? I asked. Yes. She studied me. Why? I shook my head, not quite sure. Marlowe was at a really odd height for an ogre to use his tusks on. Why not just use a mace to cave his head in? That's their MO too. Using tusks, it's personal. You get blood all over. Something about the setup isn't jibing for me. Now she was frowning too. You're right. I should have caught that. It is an odd height for the killer to have used tusks. Like me, she had no explanation for the oddity. Time to clutch at straws. Aura-wise, I asked carefully, you got anything for me? Kate shook her head. Nothing but pain and the shock of it. Fear. Plenty of fear. I winced. Reading that aura must have been horrible. I reached out and touched her hand lightly. Sorry, Kate. I'm used to it. She shrugged like it wasn't a big deal, but the shadows in her eyes told a different story. Doing the job she did, and being sensitive the way she was, had to be hard. Day in, day out. That shit wears on you unless you find a bright spot in your life. Hey, I said impulsively. You ever go out with the sexy merman? Her cheeks heated. I told you, we're just friends. Uh-huh. So? Did you? She smiled. For dinner, yes, but just as friends, she repeated. Who are you trying to convince? I teased, bumping her hip lightly. Definitely me, she laughed. Troy's out of my league. Way out. He is not. You're beautiful, smart, and insanely kind. If anything, you're out of his league. You're sweet. She paused, but utterly delusional. Now you better head out. Mrs. Marlowe is due soon. Okay, thanks for your time, Kate. Appreciate you fitting us in so quickly. Anytime. We headed out, but Channing waited until we were in the car to say explosively, I'm sorry, you're telling me mermaids are real? I couldn't have stopped the sudden grin that tore across my face if I'd tried. Oh, yeah, that. The connection doesn't formally recognize the existence of mermaids, so you don't get taught about them at the academy. Why the hell don't we recognize them as real? Why does the connection do anything? Politics. The mermaid snubbed the connection at the time of its formation, said it would never last and it was a ridiculous pursuit. Since they refused to join, we refused to admit they were real. He gaped at me. That's absolutely absurd. The dragons didn't join, nor the ogres, and we admit they're real. They're not getting snubbed. Well, they're deadly. Try telling one of them they don't exist and they'd raze us to the ground. Are you kidding? I wish I were. The connection is savvy about who they bully. Ironically, the Mer have the IR too. And what really gets the wizard's robes in a twist is the fact that they don't need to go to the common to charge their magical batteries. So, even though they're largely humanoid, they fall on the creature side of the fence. I grinned. They love to pose as wizards though, so they often draw the other symbol on their foreheads while they're strolling around the other. They draw it on. With eyeliner, I confirmed. He slid me a sidelong glance. Is this an initiation prank? Are you taking the piss out of me, boss? I laughed. I swear, it's true. The really funny thing is, it's just makeup, so on the rare occasions they do it, common realmers can actually see it. They just dismiss it as weird cosplay. Thank goodness for the surge in the fantasy fandom. Channing shook his head. Honestly thought I got a solid grasp on who was what and where. You're doing good, Channing. But I've been in the other realm for most of my life, and I'm fully aware that I still don't know half of what there is to know about the other. The other denizens love their secrets. Remember that and you'll be okay. Always be ready for anything. That's pretty broad advice, he complained. And it's completely true. Now, come on. It's time for us to go speak to a ghoul. He shuddered. They really do eat the dead. Oh yeah, and trust me, you don't want to see it. That shit will give you nightmares. For weeks. Can't wait, he said faintly. Looking so green, I half expected him to photosynthesize. I grinned. I was starting to enjoy this partnering thing. Chapter 4. It was nearing 5 p.m., and I was grateful to be approaching Overly Old Cemetery in the full sun of summer, rather than the gloomy dank of winter. The warm light splashing down felt at odds with the purpose of the place. Channing and I walked through the gates, and we took the winding path towards the rather obnoxiously ornate grave of Henry Raikes, where I'd asked to meet my sometimes confidential informant. C.I. Lance Biggins. The drone of traffic buzzed softly in my ears, with the occasional warble of a nearby bird superseding it. I instinctively looked for Loki, but he wasn't here. He was still at home, resting. I was looking forward to checking on him. I had enough on my plate right now without worrying about my feathered friend. I was done pussyfooting around. Wasn't my style. I was going to push him tonight, I decided. I needed to know what was wrong with him so that I could help. If he was sick, I'd take him to Amadelia and force her to heal him, bird or not. I'd empty my meager savings if I needed to. That damn Caladrius wasn't dying on my watch. Biggins stepped out of the dappled forest, halting my downward spiral. The dark-haired ghoul moved with a shambling lurch that reminded me all too much of the juddering movements of his zombie cousins. His clothing, as always, left much to be desired. He was dressed in what was once a high-end tracksuit, but was now worn, stained, and giving off a foul odour that was less about his species and more about his poor hygiene practices. Breathe through your mouth, I murmured to Channing hastily, as a small gagging noise emanated from my partner. Ghouls have to consume dead flesh to survive, which frankly, is better than requiring the living kind. They exist on a tipping point. The fresher the death, the better the flesh is for them. In the UK's soil, cool, moist and oxygen poor, most bodies keep their flesh for a year or two at most before they desiccate. But if ghouls leave a corpse too long, they risk finding nothing but the equivalent of human jerky. Luckily, they don't have to eat often. As for Biggins, I could tell he had fed not too long ago, since he looked almost human. His flesh was grey, and yes, thanks to his diet, he smelled terrible. But at a glance, he could pass as nothing more than a man with terrible hygiene. "Biggins!" I called to him. "How are you doing?" "I'm all right, mate. Ticking over. You know how it goes." The Cockney accent came out thick and broad. "Everything tickety-boo with you, sweetheart?" "I've told you not to call me that," I groused. "Don't mean nothing by it, love." I sighed and let it go. "Did you hear about Lord Marlowe's recent death?" "Can't say as I have. Who was he?" "An air elemental and a symposium member." Biggins snorted. "Ain't exactly on first name terms with the nobility, me. For some reason, my invites for tea at the manor seem to go astray." "Right. Well, we found some dead flesh on the body. All dead flesh, not fresh flesh." "Say that 5 times quick." He laughed. I levelled him with a look. He cleared his throat. "Ah, you're thinking one of my lot did a bit of nibbling, are you?" "There were no signs of the flesh being consumed," I admitted. He gave a loose jerk of his shoulder that continued for a little too long. "Well then, darling, not sure what I can do for you." "Ask some questions. Someone wanted him dead. Wanted to make a scene of it. Send a message, I think. I need you to tap into the criminal underbelly. See if anyone's bragging." "I'll put me ear to the ground, but that kind of listening don't come cheap," he warned. I made a show of sighing. Yeah. I dug into my pocket and pulled out a few notes. He took them, and they disappeared instantly into a pocket I couldn't see. A hidden one sewn in a seam somewhere. "I'll give you a call, matey, when I hear what's what." "Appreciate that. Same again if you get me something I can use." Biggins gave me a broad grin, showing teeth that hadn't been brushed in a decade or more. "What's his deal?" he asked, jerking ahead at Channing. "Are you the strong silent type, is he?" "You're his first ghoul." "Ah, pop your cherry, did I? Good thing I was gentle." He winked at Channing. "Us ghouls are a potent bunch, I'll give you that. Useful, though. No one pays us dossers no mind. We hear a lot. Some of it's even worth listening to." He turned back to me. "Be in touch," he promised, as he melted into the trees once more. Once the ghoul was out of sight, Channing let out a sharp breath. "Oh, bloody hell. They stink." "Yeah, but don't comment on it within earshot. They're touchy about their aroma." "He admitted they were potent." "Yeah, but it's like how a ginger can call another ginger a ginger, but the rest of us should use the word redhead." "Right, no commenting on their particular scent. Got it." I checked the time. "You head off home," I suggested. "Clock off. I'm going to visit my dad's grave while I'm here." Channing's eyes softened. "Oh, sure thing, boss. You sure you don't want me to wait? Give you a lift home?" "No, thanks, Channing. I'm good with the walk home. Helps me think." "Sure, okay. Well, see you tomorrow, Wise." I watched him amble out of the cemetery, making sure he got to his car safely. Ghouls weren't the only things lurking around here. And then, I went to visit Dad. A slate headstone free of lichen marked his grave. Marcus Wise, devoted husband and father. No mention was made of the occupation that had ultimately killed him. Mum wouldn't have it. I gathered my intention and raised it so that if anyone crept up on me, I could blast them off their feet before they could say shitstorm. Even here. Especially here. I couldn't relax. Not totally. Graveyards had a way of poking at the bruised places inside me. And today each one of them felt tender. "Hey, Dad," I said, as I sat on the grass beside his final resting place. "Sorry it's been a while. It's hard coming here, but I was in the area, so it seemed rude not to pop by. Even to my own ears, that sounded unbelievably lame. The truth was, I put this off for weeks because every visit cracked something open in me that I wasn't ready or able to deal with. Mum's good, keeping busy hosting us all as often as she can. You know how she is. An empty house is her worst nightmare. It's why Roop's still there. I'm not sure how long for, though, because he and Ava seem tight. And she seems nice. I had reservations at first. I judged her because she is so obviously concerned with her looks. I thought she must be vapid, but there's more to her than meets the eye, even if what meets the eye is something quite stunning. She has a backbone. I didn't expect that. Stuck with Roop through some pretty grim times. He was getting framed for murder and she didn't flinch. I thought she would. But she stuck, and that's something. It matters. Talking filled the silence and kept my mind from circling the same dark places it always did when I sat here. I idly plucked a weed growing over him and tossed it aside. Julian and Grant have begun the process of adoption. That's pretty damn exciting. I didn't realize how hard it is, though. Lots of hoops. Fingers crossed they jump through them all. I see the way Grant looks at kids with such a wistful, hopeful look. You can see him hoping that one day one of his children will be on the swings instead of a stranger's. I wet my lips and cleared my throat for the worst confession to come. And I'm seeing someone, actually. An ogre. I know you probably wouldn't approve. You weren't the biggest fan of ogres. But Robbie is special. And the more I learn of him, the more I begin to think we know very little about ogres in general. Like most other realmers, they keep things private. Secret. God forbid this realm ever has any damn transparency. I like him. A lot. So, well, there's that. My chest tightened at the thought of Dad's raised eyebrow, his dry disapproval, and the stupid, impossible wish that he could have met Robbie and seen what I saw. Robbie was many things, but at the core of it all, underneath the politics and BS, he was a good man. Blowing out of breath, I voiced the real reason I was here. You must have known about Jude Jingo even back in the day. He's the worst type of criminal, an organized one. He brought me a picture from your crime scene with you clutching some sort of medallion. I've scoured those photos 1,000,000 times and I've never seen that before. I don't know if it's real. Jingo refused to confirm who he got it from or where he found it. I'm not sure what his skin in the game is. I think he wants my trust, which will never happen, but damned if I know what he's playing at. I shook my head. I don't know what it means, the necklace, the symbol on it, but if it is real, and that's a huge if, then someone went to quite some trouble to steal it from the evidence locker and wipe the pendant out of the crime scene photographs. My voice wavered, despite my best efforts. After all this time, his case still tore me up like no other. I suppose that made sense. The case wasn't just his, but mine. It had destroyed my family as I'd known it. Dad dying had changed everything. Changed the course of my life. Before that, I'd wanted to be a lawyer, like Roop. Couldn't imagine it now, stuck behind a desk, arguing over garden boundaries and poorly done cavity wall insulation. Now my arguments were with criminals, and they were far more important. Mostly because a misstep in my job could land me in a grave, like the one I sat next to. A light summer wind surged, blowing my hair back. I tucked it behind my ears and continued. I've made some discreet inquiries about the medallion, but perhaps it's time to make some indiscreet ones. Anyway, I'm still on it. I haven't forgotten you, Dad. I won't ever forget you. One day I'll get you the justice you deserve. One way or another. I promise. I'd said the words often enough. It was the kind of vow that lived under my ribs and never let me sleep easy. It itched away at me, the unfulfilled oath, the unanswered questions. I stood, kissed 2 fingers, and touched them to the gravestone. Come back sooner next time, I promised, loosely. Rest easy, Dad. I turned and walked away from my father's grave. He might be gone, but the indelible mark he'd made on my soul was one that I'd carry for the rest of my life. Our loved ones may be absent, but they never truly leave us, no matter how achingly alone we can feel. They live on in our hearts and memories. Gone, sorely missed, yet never forgotten. Chapter 5. I enjoyed the walk home right up until an ogre loomed out of the shadows. And not my favourite ogre either. I was just a street away from home, but the ogre's stance made it clear I wasn't going to make it there without talking to her. Frankly, this confrontation was long overdue. The moment the mystic informer had blabbed about my relationship with Robbie to all and sundry, I knew this moment was inevitable. Sooner or later, an ogre representative would be sent to scare me away. I was human, and an inspector to boot. While I might have occasional self-esteem issues, I wasn't going to let anyone or anything tell me I wasn't good enough for their king, even if I did happen to agree with them. The ogre was dressed in black combat trousers, a black t-shirt, and a mean attitude. She had a mace which she rested casually on the pavement. Her blonde hair was pulled back into a ponytail, and she wore a full face of makeup. The only giveaway that she was an ogre, beyond the mace and the muscle-bound 6'5" stature, was that her right arm, the one holding the mace, was significantly bigger than the left. Her expression was set to not happy. I recognized her from one of the occasions I'd attended Robbie's den. She'd not been happy to see me then, either. "Yes?" I said impatiently. "Can I help you?" "I'm not here for your help," she sneered. I shrugged, and with an air of pure nonchalance, I began to walk around her. As I did so, I drew up my intention, picturing a wall of solid air around me that would stop anything from reaching me, and then I released it with a tiny flick of my index finger. I was level with her, so as I walked past her, I kept my eyes trained on the car windows just beside me. I saw her heft the mace, and the exact moment she intended to strike. The second her mace hit my air shield, I softened it, letting her weapon sink into the air around me, and then I firmed it up again, locking her mace into place. It hovered uselessly in the air, a foot from me. I turned to face my attacker. "It's not nice to attack people when their backs are turned," I said mildly. "Well, it's not nice to attack people in general, really. But let's save that lesson for another day. You strike me as a one lesson a day woman. What's your name?" "Fuck you." She compounded the curse by hacking and spitting a glob of sputum at my feet. She was a real class act. "Well, Miss Fuck You, you're in a bit of a pickle. You see, you may not have realised, but I'm an inspector of the connection, and I get terribly ratty when people attack me on my way home." Because I was a level 5 wizard with an affinity for air, I could do something many others struggle with: hold the air shield in place and send a blast of air roaring right towards an opponent. To let her know who she was dealing with, I did exactly that. It was satisfying to watch her fly off her feet and land hard on the pavement a few feet away. She let out an oof as air whistled out of her body. I waited patiently for her to get to her feet. Rather than stagger up, she did a neat flip, got to her feet instantly, and promptly drew a dagger. I sighed. "Do you really want to lose all of your weapons today? I mean, I can always do with a new knife, but we're doing a big push for people to give up their knives at the moment, so it would be hypocritical of me to add to my collection." I gave a careless shrug. "I suppose I can hand it in for you." "You sanctimonious bitch," the ogre snarled. "You need to watch your language, Miss Yu. People might get the wrong idea." I turned my tone conspiratorial. "Fuck. May I call you Fuck?" She let out a garbled noise of pure rage and ran at me. She bounced off the air shield and landed on her ass. "You're not too smart, are you, Fuck?" "Ah!" She stood, chest heaving, eyes incandescent with rage. "You think you're so fucking clever, don't you?" "I do. The clue's in my name, you see. Wise." I looked at her with mock sympathy, But your parents screwed you over with yours, didn't they? I'm gonna kill you, stupid bitch. You're not good enough for him. No need to ask who the him was. If you're trying to kill me, I have to say you're doing a terrible job. If you want to run away and try again another day, we can both call your retreat regrouping. It's all in the framing. I winked. I fucking hate you. You do seem to, which is interesting, fuck, because this is our first proper conversation. Didn't your parents ever teach you not to judge a book by its cover? Drop your air shield, bitch, and I'll help rearrange your cover. I grinned. I don't think so. Another time, perhaps. I turned and walked away, keeping the air shield locked around me and her mace, which drew forward as I walked. Hey, give me my mace back, she hollered. Finders keepers, I called back. Catch you later, fuck. The ogre roared again in rage, but stomped off to a large black Nissan truck. She wrenched the door open, and I kept walking home. I heard the moment the truck's engine caught, and listened as the vehicle moved away from me. Tension slid from my shoulders. It had been a coin toss whether she tried to mow me down with the truck, but apparently she thought better of it. I'd faced a lot with my air shield, but a 2-ton truck wasn't on the list. Maybe I would have been fine. Maybe I wouldn't have been. A mystery for another day. When I reached the relative safety of my ruined building, I grasped the mace by its handle and dropped the air shield. The weight of the weapon was staggering. I cheated, using a pocket of air to help me lift it. I jogged up the stairs, and the old lady who lived opposite my flat, Grace Abernathy, was exiting her flat as I prepared to enter. She eyed the mace. Halloween, I said casually. It's a bit early, isn't it? I shot her a look of faux horror. It's never too soon to start preparing for the best holiday of the year. Well, that's Christmas, dear. You're wrong, Mrs. Abernathy, but I won't hold it against you. She smiled. As long as you don't hold that thing against me. She pointed to the mace. We're fine. Just plastic, I lied. See? I used the IR to lift it effortlessly into the air, as if it weighed nothing. Gosh, it's amazing what they can do these days, isn't it? It looks so real. Mrs. Abernathy was dressed up, her face fully made up, and a pretty scarf tied around her neck. No matter the weather, she always wore a scarf. This one was pink and purple, in a beautiful marbled pattern. Doing something nice? I asked. Meeting friends for dinner. Oh, how lovely. Anywhere nice? Opera Grill. Very nice. Food's supposed to be great there. Let me know what you think. I will. She paused, eyeing me meaningfully. And how's that buff young man of yours? I haven't seen him around in the last week or two. I smiled stiffly. Trying to get our schedules to match is like getting the stars to align, I confessed. If he's worth it, you force them, Mrs. Abernathy advised. She patted me on the hand and started carefully down the stairs. Oh, and dear, your bird was warbling a great deal today. Seemed terribly sad. Perhaps leave the radio on for him next time you have to leave him home. Fear pierced my heart. Yeah, I'll do that, I managed, before whirling to the door and fumbling with my keys. I unlocked the door. Loki, I called. Where are you, bud? I didn't hear a response, so I dropped the mace to the floor, shoved the door shut, and hollered, Loki! I looked frantically around my open-plan living space. My dad's files were still scattered on the dining room table, and the window was slightly ajar so Loki could leave if he wanted, but there was no sign of the bird himself. My anxiety shot up as I saw a small tray of cut-up ham still on the side, uneaten. That never happened. Loki was always eating, whether he was hungry or not. He said eating was his hobby, and given the amount of joy he got from it was hard to argue with that. Loki! I called again. Well, surely he wouldn't have left. Maybe he hadn't managed to get home after the crime scene. My stomach lurched. He'd said he was okay to make it home, and I believed him, but maybe he hadn't had the energy. Shit. I should have driven him home myself. Ah, pig dog, came the faint response from my feathered friend. Relief surged through me. Loki? He trilled softly, and I followed the sound to my bedroom. He was lying on the pillow on my side of the bed. Loki! Panic elbowed relief out of the way like a shopper in a sale. His little chest was barely moving. That's it, I'm calling Amber. He didn't protest, just closed his eyes again. I hauled out my phone and rang the crone. Yes, she answered sharply. You're still in the area, right? I'm still in Chester right now, as it happens. Oh, thank goodness, my bird is sick. I need your help. Your bird? My Caladrius, please, Amber. She sighed. You'd think as a crone I'd be less at people's beck and call, but no. Give me your address, Wise. I rattled it off and she made a note of it. Bastian and I will be around outside and the mystic... Chapter 6. She wasn't kidding. Barely 5 minutes had passed when a windswept witch appeared on my doorstep, her hulking bodyguard 2 steps behind her. As always. Show me to him, Amber ordered briskly. I led the way to my bedroom. Bastian barreled in, checking the room in the ensuite before he gestured to Amber that it was all clear. Bastian propped the door to the bedroom open so he could see Amber working from the living space, and then he went out to prowl around there. Any intruders would have to go through him, and since I didn't have anti-ogre runes painted on the flat, it would be handy to leave him to deal with Fuck if she was stupid enough to return. Amber eyed the bird, then sat on my bed, and withdrew various potions from her ever-present tote bag. She pulled on some purple gloves and began to painstakingly paint teeny tiny runes on Loki's feathered chest. A firm knock sounded at the door, and Bastian went to see who it was. If Fuck was back for more trouble, I'd happily let him push her out the goddamn window. There was a time for accosting an innocent inspector, and this wasn't that. Krieg, Bastian called back, but made no move to let the king of the ogres in. Relief swamped me. Robbie was a bird whisperer. Maybe he could help us. Let him in, I confirmed. Then I turned to Amber. Will it work? I asked. Painting runes on feathers rather than skin? It usually has to be skin, doesn't it? It works, Amber replied, still drawing on the symbols carefully. I've healed birds before. She set her brush down, ran her magic through the runes, and frowned. She said. Is that a good or a bad I pressed impatiently. Curious. It appears the bird has been trying to bond with you, but the bond isn't taking. What? I gaped. A Caladrius bond was rare and incredibly special. It was why Jingo had caged Loki for as long as he had, hoping to force the bond by sheer proximity. And Loki was trying to bond with me, but failing? Why the hell was it failing? And why did that make him so damned sick? Can't he stop trying to bond with me? I asked. Would that save him? Amber frowned. I'm not sure. All I can see is that his magic is constantly reaching for you, and when it's not connecting as it should, it drains away. Has he been overly tired? Yes, he's been exhausted. He's a magical creature. He's pouring his magic away. As it stands, she said bluntly, he's dying. To save him, all we need to do is get you to accept the bond. Once the bond takes, it'll become reciprocal. He'll take strength from you, and you from him. He should be fine once the bond is cemented, but I have no idea why the bond isn't taking. Her forehead creased. Another bond in the way, perhaps, she said, more to herself than anyone else. My thoughts turned to Robbie. I might have a mate bond forming with Krieg. Yes, you do, Amber said absently. But that is not yet complete either, so it's not that. She looked critically at me. You do move at a glacial pace, Inspector. I folded my arms and glared. Amber looked amused at my affront. It's not the mate bond that's interfering. It's something else. I don't know what. I have an idea, Robbie rumbled from behind me. Leave the room, crone. We need some privacy. Evidently you do not, she sassed, or your mate bond would have formed properly by now. Robbie gave Amber a flat, unfriendly look, which she blithely ignored. She sauntered out, a small smile playing on her lips. He shut the bedroom door behind her and moved closer to me. "You need to bond with Loki or he'll die," Robbie said grimly. "Well, that's what Amber said. I'm not trying not to bond with Loki." I wrung my hands. If the damn bird had said something sooner... "Later," he said firmly. "You need to lower your shields." He dropped his voice to a mere whisper. "Your mental ones, Stacy. Your sub-wizard ones. Your mind is sealed tighter than a demon's contract. You need to let your walls down, and then you need to use your sub-powers on Loki to speak to him mind to mind. That's why the bond isn't working. Your mind is sealed so tightly that there's nothing for him to latch onto. It's like trying to cling to glass. He keeps sliding off." I lit my lips, anxiety curling in my gut. Thoughts of my father were fresh in my mind from the visit to his grave, and I knew what he'd advise. "Let the bird die, Ace. Just a bird. Don't risk yourself. Risk exposure. Risk us." But his advice would have been short-sighted and wrong. Loki wasn't just a bird. He wasn't just anything. He was funny and kind, fierce and loyal, and I'd come to love his snarky presence in my life. I'd be damned if I let him slip away when I could help him by using my illegally unregistered magic. I picked up the small white bird, cradling him in my hands, and lowered my mental shields. I prepared myself for a beat, and then I pushed my mind into his. Warmth. A soft nest. The scent of damp moss and feathers, brushed with sunlight. The weight of his mother's wing around him. His heartbeat steady and vast. A rhythm that promised safety. Her voice a whisper against the wind. "Don't look down, little one. Always look to the light." Then, emptiness. The shells beside him. Silent and cold. He waited for them to move. To crack. To answer. None did. The world narrowed to 2 heartbeats. His and hers. Until one day there was only one. Loneliness was his constant companion. And what a terrible one it made. A rush of air on trembling wings. The first flight. Joy fierce enough to frighten him. Sky and light tangled together. And for a moment, he believed the wind loved him. But the sky darkened. Larger wings. The sound of pursuit. A cry tore from his throat as he dived through branches, feathers ripped by claws that never caught him. But oh, how they tried. Cold metal. A cage. The air stale and thick with fear. Magic pulsing beneath the floor. A laugh. Human. Cruel. The space too small to stretch, too tight to dream. He learned about silence then. "Don't sing," he told himself. "They like it when you sing." Darkness reigned, the days bleeding into each other without end. The despair that he would never again see the light. Never stretch his wings. Hunger. Such a vast hunger. Rude Jingo didn't feed him for days, sometimes weeks, to force him to bond. But he refused. Stubborn until the end, until death if necessary. He wouldn't ever save this monster. Red, splashing blood, fear, and then a brunette with hard eyes who took him home. She fed him his pig dog. She fed him as much as he could eat, and she gave him light and a window crack so he might always fly. More than that, she gave him trust and purpose, and he knew she would be his. The memories flickered, fragile as feathers, brushing against my mind and weaving their way into my soul. My eyes burned hot. How little it had taken for this small soul to love. And it was love. It whispered through the whole of my being. His adoration, his gratitude, his judgment that I was worthy of saving should the need arise. Tears slipped unchecked down my cheeks as I held him to me. I wasn't sure I was worthy of the bond, the gift. Me with hard eyes that had seen too much, and hands always stained with blood.
You must accept it,
Robbie said softly.
In your heart.
I spoke into the depth of my Caladrius companion's mind. I accept, I said without hesitation. I've got you, Loki. You're home. You're safe. There's plenty of light and always food and flight. I'll keep you safe. The promise was whispered, but no less fierce for it. His mind willingly latched onto mine, hugging me back as tightly as a child who'd been separated from his mama but then was found again. Pig dog? He said wonderingly. Yes, I'm here now. Everything is going to be okay. Whether I was worthy of it or not, the bond was done now, and could not be undone. I hugged him back emphatically, and something between us was sealed. Bound fast, never to be torn asunder. Chapter 7. Well, Amber said with satisfaction, though her gaze was speculative. I don't know what you did or how you did it, but the bond is certainly locked in place. He'll need some rest, but he'll be back to his old self in no time at all. My shoulders slumped. Thank goodness. What do I owe you? Her eyes were sharp. Information. I pressed my lips together. I won't share details of an ongoing investigation with you. The crone shot a look at her lover. We have to work with the one connection officer with morals. Bastian looked amused. There are a few of us, I said dryly. Just hard to stamp out the bad apples. Like the heads of a hydra, Amber said, tapping her lip. In any event, it's not an active investigation I want information on, but a cold one. She walked over and tapped the file spread across my dining room table. This one, to be precise. I shut the door to the bedroom to let Loki rest after the bonding excitement. What do you want to know? I asked tightly, folding my arms. That's my father's case. So I see, Amber said. But Bastian noticed this. She picked up the new edition, the picture of the pendant in Dad's hand.
Fuck,
Robbie said instantly. Amber's green eyes sharpened on him. Indeed. What? I said impatiently, heart leaping. They knew the significance of the pendant. Clue me in. Now. For a moment, I thought Robbie wouldn't answer.
Domini,
Robbie growled.
That's their mark.
Indeed, Amber repeated, sounding satisfied this time. And the Domini are... Bastian met my eyes.
An organization that collects power and wealth, like another might collect stamps. Well, it's worse than that,
Robbie interjected.
They believe in pulling strings, but insidiously. They recruit members through ambition, fear, or intimidation. They don't mind which. Rarely will they accept no as an answer.
Rarely? I focused on the word.
The Queen of the Werewolves, Lucy Barrett, said no to them, no to joining their ranks, yet so far she is alive.
Robbie's voice told me there was more. And who else? He grimaced.
I've been invited, but I've declined.
He hesitated, then continued.
I'm not certain, but my refusal does seem to have coincided with the recent rise into the death challenges. It appears that if I won't join the Domini ranks willingly, then they're happy to put another ogre king in place who will.
I pinched the bridge of my nose. Robbie had mentioned the uptick in challenges following Einar's death, but the thought that it might be a shadowy organization behind that rather than civil unrest made a chill run down my spine. I didn't like the idea of a target being painted on Robbie's back. Far from it. I looked at the photograph in Amber's hand, the pendant clutched in Dad's fingers. Had he ripped it from his attacker's neck? One last attempt to point to a clue, even in his dying moments? Was this organization responsible for his death? If they're so powerful and underhanded, why have I never heard of the Domini before? I asked. Amber shrugged. They tend to kill anyone who finds out about them, and members are tightly wrapped in oaths. If they speak of the Domini, they earn themselves a very prompt oath death. Damn it, there wasn't any option of recruiting a CI from within the ranks. They're high up in most organizations, Amber continued, and they're definitely within the connection. They operate in cells, with most members only knowing of one or two other members. She sighed. After seeing the picture, I hoped you had more information than me, not less. I shook my head. No, this is the first I've heard of them, but it won't be the last. I tapped the photo. They had something to do with my dad's death, and I'm going to find out what. I hesitated. Though it must also be said that Jew Jingo gave me the photo, so it's not outside of the realm of possibility that he manufactured the image completely. Why would he do that? The witch asked, frowning. He's got a certain interest in me, I said, shifting uncomfortably. Perhaps he's trying to make sure I feel like I owe him, like I should give his pursuit a chance. Will you? Bastian asked, one eyebrow raised. I tried to ignore Robbie's sharpened gaze at the question. Not a chance. All I'm saying is this evidence might well be manufactured. Damn, Amber breathed. That's not what we wanted to hear. Why are you so interested in them? Hunting them down is my new goal in life, Amber explained. They were running the Black Coven, stuffed full of evil witches. We put a stop to that, but it would be naive to think that that was the end of their interference in our matters. They're everywhere, like a damn plague. The evil version of whack-a-mole. I rubbed a finger across my bottom lip. If he manufactured the evidence, then Jingo must know who they are. Or the evidence is real, Amber pointed out. He could be part of them, Bastian grunted. Be careful, Wise. I grimaced. What I need is to speak to a member of this Dominie. Amber and Bastian exchanged glances. What? I asked. Spill. She met one. My father, Sean. I blew out a breath. Fuck me. That clusterfuck was Dominie. I looked at her. Your father was in Coven custody for a time, but he got handed over to us, didn't he? Yes, he's in Wraithmore prison now. Fuck. Easy to get in to see the King of England to get in there. Okay. I rubbed my forehead. This gives me a starting point. I'll see what I can find out. Keep us in the loop, Inspector, Amber ordered as she stood, shouldering her tote bag. That's the price for helping your bird. Agreed. Amber paused, fiddling with the necklace around her neck, and for a moment her eyes glowed. When the light dimmed from her eyes, she grimaced, then reached into her tote bag and pulled out a vial of potion. My oral potion, she said grumpily. Store it in the fridge, but you'll need it soon. We don't have time for you to go to Common for a recharge. The other realm additional length potion recharged your magic for you in one huge gulp. It would save me hours in the Common. I took the vial, gaping slightly. The potion cost multiple 5 figures, and she was giving it to me just like that. Thank you, Amber, I said, genuinely taken aback. She nodded gruffly. Don't waste it. And Wise, Bastian said. Tread carefully. Very, very carefully. He looked pointedly at Robbie, who nodded. My eyes narrowed at the two men. You better not be implying I need Krieg to save me. Bastian shook his head, looking serious. Wise, you don't just need Krieg. You need a whole damn team. Lucky for me, I had one. Chapter 8. Bastian and Amber excused themselves, and Loki was out for the count, leaving Robbie and me alone. My mind was still whirling, but duty was at the forefront, as always. And that meant Robbie and I had to have an uncomfortable conversation before we could get on to more personal topics. Business first, I said crisply. Talk to me about Lord Theodore Marlowe. Robbie met my eyes with stormy silver. He's not on our books. If an ogre killed him, it wasn't a legal contract killing. It wasn't ratified. No due process. God damn it, I muttered, a headache starting at the base of my skull. It would have been far easier for me if Marlowe's death had been contracted. Without a contract, I was back to looking at Robbie's people, and that didn't feel good when I was dating their king. I rubbed a tired hand over my face and wished I could curl up with Loki and avoid the world for a few days. Avoid this for a few days. Robbie and I were going to argue, And I wasn't so secure in our budding relationship that I was confident we would be okay afterwards. I hated the uncertainty, and I hated that our work lives were encroaching on our personal ones. I exhaled. Had to be done. Time to seize the bull by the horns, or more accurately, the ogre by the tusks. The ME confirmed that ogre tusks created the wounds. I began.
Yes, I read the report,
he said evenly. I glared. What do you mean you read the report? So much for confidentiality.
Exactly that. You can get anything for the right price. You know that.
Well, Kate would never.
Not Kate,
he interrupted.
The leak came from my source at the connection.
I groaned. The source that everyone will now assume is me.
Perhaps, but we know it's not you.
My temper flashed hot and red. I was a straight arrow, had worked hard to cultivate that reputation, and now it was in jeopardy because of who I was dating. Damn it, Robbie. That is my career on the line. He stood up, temper curling in his mercury eyes too.
And my people are being framed.
That cooled my temper as swiftly as it had risen. What do you mean, framed? His breath exhaled in a harsh whoosh.
You're not going to love this, Inspector.
I braced myself. So far, any time he'd said that to me, I hadn't loved what followed. I gave him a go-on gesture. He grimaced.
An ogre was killed last week. An unsanctioned death. Not in-house.
I stared at him. One of your people was killed last week, not an in-house matter, and you're just now telling me about it? I couldn't deny the sting of hurt that caused, and he clearly saw it, for he reached towards me. I swatted his hand away and stood, temper warring with the dull ache of hurt that he hadn't trusted me with this. Though the mating bond between us hadn't crystallized yet, I hadn't expected him to keep something like this from me. We spoke every day. The omission had been deliberate on his part, and that hurt. I needed a moment to collect myself, so I walked to the kitchen. I flicked the kettle on, and the ghost switched it off. Not now, I snapped, putting it on again. A beat later, one of the kitchen cupboards opened, and a packet of dairy milk chocolate floated out. A peace offering. I snagged the huge sharing bar from the air, unwrapped it, and broke off a line. I rewrapped the remaining treat and then bit into the smooth, chocolatey goodness while the kettle boiled.
Stacey.
Robbie's voice behind me was soft. Give me a minute, I said brittly, not looking back, not looking at him. I busied myself with making myself a cup of tea, trying to ignore the way my heart ached. I made a tea for me and a black coffee for him, because it would have been rude not to, and Mum hadn't raised me to be rude. I passed him the cup, which he took without comment. It looked small in his hands. I always admired a man's hands, and his were no exception. He had strong, powerful hands. Hands that killed, as was par for the course. And I was a goddamn murder cop. This was a mess. A mistake. So why did it feel right? I finished the much-needed line of chocolate and sat on my sofa. Robbie sat on a chair opposite, giving me space, which I appreciated and resented in equal measure. I took a sip of the scalding liquid before I spoke. I'm a homicide detective, Robbie, and you didn't tell me that one of your people got murdered.
It was out your jurisdiction, he said patiently. It was back in the region of my old den, in the home counties.
I don't give a shit if it was in Timbuktu, I ground out. You tell me about it.
I didn't report it to the connection at all, Stacey. Telling you about it would have put you in an invidious position.
You tell me about it, I said, firmly again. And we work out together how to move things forward. If we're going to be mates, then you need to act like it. You need to share your life with me. Your highs and your lows. Not just what you think I want to hear. Don't keep shit from me. You called me every day last week. You talked about politics in the den and various other things, but not once did you say, hey, one of my people was murdered. You're a professional murder cop. You got any ideas?
It wasn't a case I could report to the connection,
he repeated. Damn it, Robbie, I didn't say you had to report it, not officially, but you should have reported it to me. I could have helped you.
I didn't need help, he said. I knew who killed him. And why.
He shrugged. Tell me, I demanded, temper whipping through me. Robbie sighed, leaning back into the small chair that looked like it might break under his weight.
He was killed in a black tourney. I've expressly forbidden all ogres to take part in them. That has proven unpopular. The black tourney is seen as a test of strength and virility for some of the younger ogres. Thrain Olafsson wanted to show off, but in doing so he directly disrespected my authority.
Face still blank, he continued.
His parents are loyal to me, and they were scandalized not only by Thrain attending the black tourney against my orders, but by him doing so and dying. It's a fucking mess.
His face softened a fraction, but it was nice to see Robbie starting to bleed through, even though he looked weary.
Out of respect for them, I'm keeping it as quiet as I can, and passing his death off as if he died in the line of duty. Better for us all that way.
How old was he?
18. Young and dumb and thought he knew it all.
God damn. What a mess. What a waste. I'm sorry for your loss, I said, because I could see in his eyes that the mask was dropping.
Thank you.
He took a sip of his coffee.
Well, here's where it gets weird.
Weird?
Before I could collect the body, his head was removed.
What the hell?
And despite my best efforts, I haven't recovered the head as of yet.
It all clicked into place with a thunk. The dead tissue Kate found.
Yes, I think it was Thrain's.
Before I could say anything, he held up a hand.
I've already arranged to send a sample of his flesh to Dr. Potter so she can confirm a DNA match. Thrain's body hasn't been burned yet. His parents are holding off in the hope that we can recover his head so he can be burned whole.
It was unbelievable. You were telling me someone used Thrain's decapitated head to kill Marlowe?
Yes,
he said softly.
I believe so. The ME will confirm it. Someone is trying to set us up.
You should have told me all of this a week ago when it happened.
Perhaps I should have,
he conceded.
But I didn't know why someone would take the head, what it would be used for, and his family are upset that he broke my order. They would suffer shame if it was widely known, so I didn't want to involve the connection.
I'm not just a connection, Robbie, I said, exasperated. I'm your mate. He stilled.
That's the first time you've acknowledged it out loud, Inspector.
Well, I sighed. Seems like today is a day for accepting bonds. I met his stormy eyes. And I accept you, Robbie. There's something between us, something unlike anything I've ever experienced before. And I don't want to run from it. Don't think I could if I tried. He stood and walked over before kneeling in front of me. He took my hand in his giant one, and if we hadn't been fighting, it would have been romantic.
I'm sorry,
he murmured.
I made a mistake keeping it from you. I thought I was doing the right thing rather than telling you and having to ask you to keep it off the record. I didn't want to place you in a difficult position.
My hand was so warm in his large one, and my skin tingled pleasantly from the touch. I appreciate that, but I am a big girl. I get to make my own choices. But I need all the information to do so. I don't need to know everything about your life, Robbie. But I need to know more. You come here and you see me, but there's still so much I don't know about you. He studied me, still kneeling at my feet.
All my life,
he said softly,
I have been different. Half ogre, half piper, too human for one, too creature for the other. I hold my cards tightly to my chest because when I've shared them with others, they've been mocked.
I won't ever do that, I promised fiercely. He smiled.
I know. I'll try harder to share with you, but it's difficult. It doesn't come naturally to me.
Nor does it to me. I accept that sometimes there might be confidential things you can't share with me, and at times I may have the same issue with you, but all we can do is try our best not to block each other out. Be honest if there's something you can't tell me, but don't lie, don't omit, and I'll do the same. Can you do that for me?
That, Inspector, I can do.
Get up then, you big lug. I pulled him off the floor and tugged him onto the sofa next to me. I think that was our first fight, I said, breaking the fragile silence that had formed. He looked at me, but his eyes were still reserved, wary. He'd hurt me, and he knew it.
That wasn't so bad.
No, but now it's time for us to kiss and make up. A slow smile drew across his face.
Actually, I think I like this fighting thing.
I hit him lightly, a laugh escaping me. I think I prefer the making up part. He moved towards me, slow and certain. And I'd be lying if I said the anticipation of his touch wasn't vibrating through me. Not as good as an actual vibrator, but close. The air between us was charged, and before I could say another word, he tumbled me back onto the sofa. I groaned as he used his weight to pin me down, just enough to make me feel utterly desired. Sexy. His mouth found mine in a kiss that stole what air I had left, all heat and apology and want, tangled together. His fingers skimmed up under my shirt, towards my lace-covered breasts. Then he froze, like a gargoyle in the sun. His hand trembled against my side. His gaze, which had been molten a moment ago, cooled into something else. Concern.
Stacy,
he rasped, low and uncertain.
Your scars,
He swallowed, eyes flicking down to where his hand rested, careful as if he'd just realized he might break me.
I don't want to inadvertently remind you of anything.
I cupped his cheek, forcing him to meet my eyes. I had demanded honesty from Robbie, the highs and the lows, and he deserved nothing less from me. But as it would for him, it would take time for me to reveal it all. We had time, but I could still give him something. I wasn't raped, wasn't hurt that way.
You were hurt in other ways.
His voice was dark. Do they bother you? The scars. I could still recall the way Sam had recoiled when he found them during a hot and heavy makeout session. You wouldn't be the first to...
I could kill Radcliffe,
he said conversationally. And I wasn't sure whether it was a statement or an offer. Please don't, I said, just in case. Robbie reached up with thick fingers and with surprising dexterity, undid the buttons of my shirt, opening it and laying me bare to his eyes.
In ogre culture, he said, our scars are marks of pride, of strength. We do not use healing potions. Every cut upon our skin becomes a mark of our trials and our continued survival.
He leaned down and kissed a ragged scar across my ribs.
No,
he said, whispering against my skin.
Your scars don't bother me. They enthrall me. What a strong mate I have, to have been through so much and still be so fierce.
He lowered his head again, and he kissed along a scar puckered across my collarbone. Robbie's body temperature soared higher than mine, and every kiss scorched along my skin in the best way possible. He was holding me so gently, so reverently, yet it only served to remind me of a darker past, when I wanted to be swallowed by the present. Robbie, I'm not made of glass. You won't break me. Don't treat me like I'm fragile.
Not fragile, he murmured, but precious.
Still, something in his expression shifted. He bent his head again and kissed me, and this time he let his passion burn hungrily. He kissed me fiercely, possessively, and I moaned low as he stoked the fire within me. You promised to pull some "Oh my gods" from me once, I murmured.
I did,
he said with a wolfish smile, reaching for the top snap of my waistband. And he proceeded to do exactly that. Chapter 9. Later that night, Robbie and I found our way to bed and collapsed into thoroughly satisfied sleep. No sex yet, so technically it was 698 days and counting. But the earth-shattering orgasm had taken the edge off, and I sat like a log, bundled up in his arms. I woke to the unwelcome blare of my alarm and stretched out to reach for Robbie, before remembering he left in the pre-dawn darkness. I forgave him, though, as he kissed me goodbye so nicely, allowing me to tumble right back to sleep. I looked around for Loki instead, and was pleasantly surprised to see that he must already be up and about too. I showered and dressed, then went to find my Caladrius. He was in the kitchen, hopping about on the counter, looking impatient. Pig dog, feed me. Relief swamped me so strongly I barely managed to keep it from my face. You feeling better then, you greedy little bird? Not bird. Caladrius. Same thing. He made a derisive sound. Like calling unicorn a horse. He blew a raspberry and the last hard lump of my anxiety melted away. He was okay. He had energy enough to sass me. He really was going to be okay. Warmth and quiet affection slid through me, and because I was bad at showing it, I pushed that feeling down our nascent bond to him. He flew to me, landed on my shoulder, and buried his little head against my neck. His joy that I cared was so raw. He was so fucking grateful to be loved. The tears instantly filled my eyes. Speech was stolen from me by the sudden thickness in my throat, and I reached up to stroke his soft feathers. They felt fuller, more vibrant, healthier. We stayed like that, both giving and receiving comfort, until a very distinct pang of hunger travelled down our bond. I laughed. Hungry, bud? Starving. Then let's feed my little beast. You want to try tuna for a change? I asked. Fish? Yeah. He gave the sideways hop he did when uncertain. Try it. If you don't like it, I'll give you ham anyway. He bobbed his head in a nod and hopped off my shoulder to sit on the countertop. I opened a can of tuna and forked some onto a side plate for him. He attacked it ravenously, trilling happily between bites. Yep, he liked tuna all right. On the kitchen counter was a piece of folded paper. I picked it up and read the note. I hadn't seen Robbie's handwriting before, and I'd imagined he was the type to write in neat block capitals or an illegible scrawl. Instead, his writing was a work of art, all beautiful squiggles and scrawls that stopped just short of being calligraphy. The note said, Dinner later. We need to talk about the ogre's mace by your door. Robbie. I winced. Yes. In all the kerfuffle, I clean forgotten to mention my visit with Miss Fuck You. Well, it could wait. How you doing? I asked Loki. He extended a wing and ducked his head under it, hiding. None of that, I said gently. Why on earth didn't you tell me you were trying to bond with me? His little shoulders sagged. Pig dog didn't want bond. I didn't realize it was an option, I explained honestly. I'd heard that Caladri bonds were rare and precious. I'm not sure I'm worthy of it. Loki said, and he stuck his little pink tongue out at me. If you say so, I conceded, because I'd had enough of arguing. Bond good for Loki too, he admitted, hopping from side to side sheepishly. How? I asked. This, he explained. I felt the tiniest tug on my magic, and as I watched my bird, he quite literally disappeared from view. Loki, where have you gone? He reappeared instantly, hopping smugly, little chest puffed out. Neat trick, I said, as my heart rate slowed back to normal. Did you teleport somewhere or just disappear from view? Invisible, Loki said, and he did the trick again. A moment later, he reappeared. This could be useful. Very useful. I wonder what else he could do. Was this why Jingo wanted to bond with him? The bird would make an excellent spy. How long can you stay invisible for? I asked curiously. He trilled uncertainly. He didn't know. All right, we'll test that out, but not now. Loki, you were at death's door. You need to take it easy. Stay here today and rest up. He made a derisive noise. No. I smiled despite myself. Well, I'm glad the bond hasn't changed that. I don't know what I would have done if you'd suddenly become subservient. Loki extended his neck, Ah, aye, boss.
If you say so, bud. Come on then, birdie boss. Let's move. It still took effort to leave the window open for Loki when we left the apartment. The little guy needed to be able to come and go, though, so I pushed down my own discomfort and left it open to minimize his. I walked to the station, preferring to get my steps in and warm up my body and mind. Loki flitted above me, singing happily as we moved. It was a huge weight off my mind to see the little fella looking so much better. I'd no doubt he pushed himself too far, too quickly, so I keep a close eye on the white bird. He might not be out of the woods yet. The streets of Chester were bustling, but people's heads were down. They were walking to work, not out strolling for pleasure. This was rush hour for commuters, before the retirees and holidaymakers leisurely swanned around the streets. As I approached the police station, the discordant sound of shouting and chanting greeted me. What the hell? I kicked up my speed a notch, and as I rounded the corner, the noise hit me. A wall of hate, dressed up in chants. No, no, ogres, you should go. Monsters walk free when they should flee. Humans, not creatures. I didn't need to see the symbol of the anti-cre spray painted on the placards to know who was protesting or outside the station, in full view of the common realmers. This was madness. I hustled over to the group. Your presence here threatens the verdict, I said firmly. You're within your rights to protest peacefully. But any slogans or signs that depict the other realm must be removed instantly. Course you say that, a man with long flowing hair said, beard scraggly. How does it feel sleeping with the enemy, you bestial bitch? Arsehole. I will not justify your vitriol with a response. You have 5 minutes to remove references to the other from your chants and signage, or you'll be arrested for threatening to break the verdict. The verdict was a piece of magic that helped keep the common realmers ignorant of the other. But even the verdict couldn't hide our presence if these idiots kept mouthing off. The protester mumbled, and I heard a fair few ogres whore and ogres prostitute comments before they began to remove the signs that referenced the magical creatures. You should be ashamed of yourself. The bearded guy continued to rail at me. Your parents, wizards through and through, raised you right and you're slumming it with a creature. A creature who goes around murdering innocent elementals like Lord Marlowe. Now then, wasn't that interesting? Only a few knew of Marlowe's death, and while it wasn't out of the realm of possibility that his family had sent out an other-wide email, it struck me as profoundly interesting that they were here protesting before any media coverage had reported on the death. Beardy continued, You're a fucking criminal, Inspector. Just like your bedfellow. He was all but spitting in my face. He was wrong, though. I wasn't fucking anyone, and Krieg's moral code might vary from mine, but he was no villain. No, these people were the villains, spewing hatred because they didn't like anything or anyone slightly different from them. How sad their lives must be that they lived, breathed, and bathed in hatred, preaching separation and division, and slowly rotting the world with their prejudice. Above him, Loki switched to stealth mode and took a flyby shit. The white splatter landed and matted into the protester's long hair. Hard to feel anything but satisfaction at Loki's morning constitutional, which increased when the man didn't even notice the shit in his hair. Might he wear it unknowingly all day? The group was small, no more than 10 at a quick count, but they varied in age and gender. 6 men, 4 women. 2 of the men had buzz cuts and tattoos, and one looked like a professor with a neat goatee, a tweed coat, and little fussy glasses. Then there was a long-haired bearded guy and 2 other mucky mates who looked like they thought it was still the 70s, dressed in tie-dye and bell-bottoms. No matter their respective socio-economic backdrops, they were united in hate, which struck me as sad. People should bond over love, nature's beauty, or books, not bitterness, bigotry, and bile. Cop cover-up, a female protester snarled at me. Dressed in a sharp navy suit with her blonde hair and a neat chignon, she looked like a doctor or a lawyer, not a woman consumed by hate. I'd seen her type often enough to know that the outer package mattered little. So many hid bigotry and anger under a nice veneer. But I could see through it now. See it glinting in her eyes and in the twist of her mouth.
She thought Robert Krieg was a creature to be tagged and controlled at best, to be put down at worst. The thought sucker punched me. To imagine Robbie dead, his eyes lifeless and unseeing even for a second, made my heart stutter to a stop. How quickly he was becoming essential to my being. If anything happened to him. I had to swallow down a fit of temper that roared up in me as I watched this woman spit vitriol at me. "Ogre fucking whore," she snarled. "Hiding the truth, you monster fucker." "You think he's a monster? Look in a mirror." I raised my voice so they could all hear me. "The law protects your right to speak. I protect the world from what happens when people like you act. Step a toe out of line, any of you, and you'll be in lockup awaiting a nice visit with your lawyer. Consider this your only warning." Then I pushed past them and into the office. Somehow, even though I couldn't see him, I knew Loki had come into the building with me. Invisibility mode still activated. Dr. Roberts looked up as I walked in.
"Wise?" he greeted. "What the hell is that all about?"
he asked. He looked tired, on his way out after a long shift. "Animal rights protesters," I said casually, hoping any references to creatures could be passed off as some sort of weird, extremist animal rights group.
"They seem to be against creatures, though,"
Roberts said, frowning. I shrugged. "Takes all kinds."
"Ain't that the truth?"
He eyed me.
"Heard about your new unit, all hush-hush. What exactly is Unit 13 going to be doing?"
"Like you said, hush-hush." He grunted.
"Some spy shit, I reckon."
I grinned. "Do I look like a spy to you?"
"You look like something,"
he muttered, and walked out. That was a slight step up from monster fucker, though not by much. This wasn't the best start to a day I'd ever had. Surely it could only be up from here. Chapter 10. I paraded on with the rest of the officers, listening to the debriefing before heading to my office. Channing hovered in the hallway and gave Loki a quick wave. He'd given up stealth mode on the flight to my office, but I wasn't sure whether he'd done so because he wanted Channing to see him or because he was tired. "You've got a visitor," my partner explained. "Mrs. Marlowe." I nodded. "Thanks, Channing." I turned to Loki. "Keep out of sight and keep quiet." Channing blinked as Loki flickered out of view. "Huh," he said. "Now that could come in handy." I thought of the protester outside covered in bird crap and smiled. I knocked once on my door. Ada Marlowe was seated across from my desk, with her son taking the other chair. Ada Marlowe had the translucent hair of an air elemental, and it hung loose around her shoulders. Her eyes were clear and unburdened by grief. There was some sorrow there, I thought, but not the raw grief of loss you often saw in a spouse. The boy, too old to be called a toddler, had sandy hair and his mother's share of grief swimming in those big blue eyes. Channing stood awkwardly while I bowed to Mrs. Marlowe, a hand to my heart. I didn't say it was my honor to meet her, because the circumstances were far from ideal. She silently parroted my gesture, and I walked around the desk and sat in my chair. I looked at Frankie Marlowe, age 4, with red eyes and trembling lips, and concluded he didn't need to hear a single word of our discussion. "Channing," I said lightly, "why don't you take Frankie to the cafeteria for a snack? They do a great toasted tea cake," I said conspiratorially to the boy. His lips tipped up. "Oh, I like those." "Great. Channing will get you one." "You're going to talk about Daddy?" "We are," I admitted. The boy fixed me with sad eyes. "Daddy's gone now." "I'm sorry." "Yes, he is. Forever." I nodded. "He's dead." "He is. I'm sorry. Mummy said he won't come back again." My heart gave a pang. Young as he was, he didn't fully understand the import of the words he was saying. His mum had clearly told him those phrases, and though he was parroting them, he was too young to truly understand what death was. "No." He won't, I said gently. His slim shoulders slumped, and he pushed himself off the chair to follow Channing out. The moment he walked out, a strong breeze whipped around the office, and Ada Marlowe's hair rose, as if she were touching a Van de Graaff generator. I cleared my throat. Mrs. Marlowe, if you would. I gestured to the air swirling around me, sending the papers on my desk spinning into the air. She flushed. I'm sorry. My emotions are high. My control is usually impeccable. She took a steadying breath, and a cool breeze stopped, dropping the papers onto my desk in a fluttered, messy pile. These are less than ideal circumstances, I said kindly. Yes. She laughed bitterly. You could say that. My husband is dead, although we have been separated for some years now. Do you know of anyone who would have wanted to hurt Theodore? She snorted. Too many to name. Teddy's recent vote pissed off a lot of people. I was getting it in the neck too. The last time we spoke, I told him to stop being an idiot and to vote for our people. I hung up on him. Her voice wobbled. For the first time since I walked in, there was real, raw emotion in her eyes. So I gently redirected her. Tell me about the vote. She told me about the proposed bill, and how Teddy had voted against the interests of the people he had a duty to represent. Teddy and I own a very profitable wind farm, she explained. It was one of the few areas of business excluded by the bill. We can continue with business as usual, but it's his other firm that will really profit from the bill. It's an aerometric firm called Zephyr Metrics. Teddy was obviously doing some succession planning, knowing his term was ending soon. He got into bed with two other air elementals, Richard Ashworth and Crispin Pembroke. Crispin has family money and Richard's the grafter. He's the one driving the project and pushing for the licensing. If it gets licensed, then their company will be the only one to have jumped through all of the hoops, and they'll be ready to take huge government contracts. Licensing would explode their business and their profit, while everyone else is left scrambling to catch up. Are there any elementals I need to know about who were particularly loud in their fury? She shook her head. None that I can think of. There was a general air of betrayal, and a small group was looking at trying to get him removed from his symposium position immediately. Who? I don't know. As you can imagine, being his wife, even if only on paper these days, means people don't speak freely around me about such things. She rubbed tired eyes. Teddy was the love of my life once, until he showed his true colours. And what were they? His true colours? They were power-hungry, lecherous with a side of misogyny. He was always king of the backhanded compliment. Liked to make others feel small, to make himself feel big. But the affair was the final straw. Oh, truly. I'm grateful for it now. It exposed him for the man he was. And I left. Took Frankie and went to live back down south where my family is. Frankie will be raised by me and my family now. Not by him. She closed her eyes. That's not to say Teddy didn't have his good points. He did. He could be very magnanimous, generous to a fault, and he was good at seeming interested in what you said. Always quick with a smile. It was only later that I learned about the punch that could follow it. Not physical, she added hastily. Emotional. He never hit me, but he knew how to lay me low. Not all domestic abuse is physically violent, I said gently. No, she said. I know. I'm glad I found the courage to get away when I did. I'm sorry Frankie won't have his dad growing up, but I can't say I'm sorry Teddy's gone. Teddy and I fought a lot. I didn't want him around Frankie. Didn't want Teddy to mold Frankie into a mini version of himself. Teddy believed in power, in those who had it and those who didn't. He wanted to have it, and I truly don't think he cared who he hurt on the way to get it. And I want Frankie to aim for happiness, not power. If that was right, then I'd find more people with issues with Teddy. More people he'd trodden on to get ahead. Besides upset voters, is there anyone else who'd want to hurt Teddy? She shook her head. No. I'm sorry. I'm sure he had enemies, but our lives diverged when Frankie was 1, just before he took office. I haven't kept up with his shenanigans. I didn't want to. You were separated for a while. Was he seeing anyone? If he was, he didn't tell me. We didn't share that level of honesty any longer. Are you seeing anyone? I asked slightly. She hesitated. Yes, actually. The CEO of my company, Tyler Carter.
Did Teddy know about the relationship?
No. No one does. We've kept things discreet. I nodded, but I knew that as subtle as we all tried to be, there were always tells. Hints we dropped without realizing. Someone in the company knew about them. I bet my last paycheck on it. I'm going to need to speak with Mr. Carter. She winced. Oh, I suppose you will. All right, I'll facilitate it. He travelled up with me, moral support, but he went to meet some potential investors while I came here. We're looking to expand, she explained. Everyone wants good energy now, sustainable energy, and we can offer that. And unlike our common competitors, we can guarantee every day will be windy.
It definitely gives you a competitive edge.
That it does. This time when she smiled, I could see the razor edge to it.
Ada Marlowe was far from soft.
And because she wasn't, I asked, who stands to inherit?
No doubt Teddy was paid well as a symposium member.
I honestly don't know. I cut him out of my will, and I wouldn't be surprised if he did the same to me. Though I do hope he included Frankie. You'll have to ask his lawyer.
And who is that?
GV Law, if he's using the same people he used to. He might have changed. She shrugged. Thank you, that's helpful. She looked at me, eyes narrow and shrewd. If the protest is outside and the mystic informer are to be believed, then you're dating an ogre. She held her hand up before I could protest. I don't give 2 hoots about who you shag, Inspector. You get your rocks off however you need to. But the ME said the wounds were caused by ogre tusks. Does that represent a conflict of interest for you? Because no matter how bad a husband he was, I do want justice for him. For Frankie. I nodded once, keeping my face a calm mask. I'll do my best to get justice for him, Mrs. Marlowe, one way or another. And if there's a conflict, there won't be, I said firmly. Lady Justice is blind, impartial, unbiased. She doesn't care about your wealth or your politics, only that the truth is served. There's no conflict in seeking it. There is only truth and lies. I will find out who killed your husband, and then I will give them my judgment. She stood, satisfied.
Wake up, because if we did...
Chapter 11. I showed Mrs. Marlowe to the mess hall. Calling it a cafeteria was overly generous, but it was a gathering space with tables, chairs, and a toaster. There were always basic supplies on hand, funded by a collection we all contributed to, keeping us in tea and coffee. It was there that Ada found her son, washing down his tea cake with a glass of orange juice, while happily drawing on some paper. Channing sat opposite the boy, while Detective Frost sat next to him. Frost was drawing flowers on the paper, and Frankie was tracing over them. The other pictures strewn across the mess hall table had various states of scrawl across them. "Oh, Frankie," Mrs. Marlowe said, cooing over the scribbles. "These are just wonderful. This is a rainbow," he said, pointing to a doodle which, to be fair to him, did have a decent arch. Then he pointed to a dark ball of scribbles, sharp and edgy. "And here's Daddy, dead." "Oh," she faltered. "Well, that's nice." He smiled beauteously up to her. "And here's one of him in heaven." He pointed to another sketch which looked, to my untrained eye, exactly like 90% of the rest of the sketches. "Very nice," Mrs. Marlowe replied, smile strained. Well, we've taken up the lovely inspector's time for long enough, haven't we? Let's go and see if we can't find Tyler. For ice cream? He asked optimistically. It's a little early for ice cream. Please? He batted huge eyes at his mum. We'll see, she hedged. Come on now, Frankie. Say thank you to the nice policeman. Policemen help keep us safe, he said enthusiastically. They're people who help us. Frost smiled. That's right. Thank you. He gave Frost an enthusiastic hug goodbye, which she warmly reciprocated. And then we all watched them go. Cute kid, Frost said. Looks like he had a shit dad, though, I commented. Frost shrugged. His mum will be enough for him. I nodded, thinking of my own mum, who'd struggled fiercely to raise us all after Dad died. Yeah, she will be. Laura strode over to us. Today the pencil skirt she wore was black. The shirt was white, and her choker was black lace with a small pearl drop pendant. She was wringing her hands as she approached, balanced neatly on small, kitten heels. The DSU wants to see you, Stacey, when he's on the warpath. I sighed. When was he not? Okay, thanks. I'll go see him. I pulled out a £5 note from my pocket and passed it to Channing. For whoever's tea cake we stole. It was mine, Frost said. It's okay. I could probably do without the extra calories anyway. She patted her non-existent stomach. Take the money, get yourself another tea cake. Thanks for looking after the kid. You want me to come with you, boss? Channing asked. No, it's okay. I'm a big girl. I can take my lumps. Loki, you stay with Channing. I don't want Faraday seeing you and taking issue with you. I'm visible. Loki protested. Bird, don't be stubborn. You're going to wear yourself out. Stay here. Channing, keep an eye on Loki. I fixed my bird with a glare. No more pooping on people. Channing, I want you to dig up what you find on the other partners for Marlowe's aerometric firm, Zephyr Metrics. The company was getting ready to go big. Maybe one of the partners wanted half, rather than a third of the profits. Frost looked dubious at my comment, so I continued. Greed is a surprisingly common motivator for murder, so let's dig in. And Frost, you free to assist? Absolutely, I just wrapped up a traffic violation this morning. Great, I'm pulling you all in on this one, subject to caseloads. Lord Marlowe's death is going to make waves, and Thackeray doesn't like waves. He's more of a mill pond guy, Channing agreed. Frost, dig into Ada, and her new beau, Tyler Carter. You got it, Mom. I left them to it, and went upstairs to where the brass's offices were, physically and metaphorically above us all. I rapped firmly on Thackeray's door, and let myself in when he gruffly called, Enter. I walked into the office, and kept my face blank as I saw that not only was DSU Thackeray there, but so was DCS Faraday. Sirs? I greeted them. Sit down, Wise, Faraday ordered. This was his rodeo, then. I sat. There's pressure on this one, Wise, as you can imagine. Lord Marlowe is a symposium member. We can't let this kind of thing stand. Justice needs to be swift, and it needs to be brutal. Understood. I waited a beat. Well, it also needs to be right. Faraday's lips pinched. We're not asking you to sell your soul or do anything you wouldn't normally do. What we're saying is, you pull every resource at your fingertips to close this in a timely fashion. Yes, sir. I've already told my team that it'll be an all hands to the tiller on this one. Excellent. We're not unaware, Faraday continued carefully, of your continued romantic entanglement with Robbie Krieg. It's not a secret, I said, as mildly as I could manage. It also has no bearing on this case. Faraday's eyebrows shot up. No bearing? An ogre killed Marlowe. Well, that has yet to be proven conclusively, I said broadly. The ME, Dr. Potter, is running additional tests. For what? Thackeray asked. There's some suggestion that the ogre marks were deliberately simulated to point the finger at the creature community. It is notable that the anti-cre are currently protesting outside the office. So? So how do they know of Marlowe's death and the ogre connection, which has yet to be proven and has not yet been released to the public? Faraday studied me. You think the anti-cre are involved? I think there's a good chance they might be. 2 of the men outside gave off ex-military vibes. One of them could have done this, in and out, taser, snap-on cuffs. Yeah, it had the smoothness of a seasoned professional. I am, of course, running down other avenues. Business partners, the separated wife and the new boyfriend. But the fact that the anti-cre are here when it's been less than 24 hours since the murder and no report has been made in the Mystic Informer. How did they know about the death? The ogre angle. Thackeray harumphed.
Leaks, regrettably, happen. Their attendance is not the smoking gun you need it to be.
No, indeed. I nodded, which is why none of them are in the interview room, yet. But if the ogre marks were simulated, then we have to look at who would benefit from framing the ogre community. The anti-cre have been quiet lately, ever since Emery Prime Elite decimated their ranks. Maybe they want the limelight again. Maybe they need to recruit to fill the hole. Why would the anti-cre want to kill Teddy? He was an elemental, Faraday pointed out, and I didn't miss the familiarity of calling the deceased by his first name. That I'll need to dig into, but his death made a splash, that's for sure. As had his guts on his bedroom floor.
All right,
Thackeray said.
Everything else is on the back burner. We want the full attention of every member of Unit 13 on this. Get your team to wrap up their existing cases or set them aside.
Justice might be blind, but murder is someone important, and everyone else got to wait. It didn't sit well with me, but I nodded all the same. Yes, sir.
And talking of Unit 13,
Thackeray said gruffly,
we've closed the deal with the vampire who owns 1 Bridge Street. Our lease commences tomorrow. We'll worry about moving the unit when this case is closed.
Noted. Permission to requisition G-Ho's time and expertise for the Marlowe case also? He wasn't permanently attached to Unit 13 yet, but I fully intended to change that. Faraday nodded, hands clasped loosely behind his back.
Granted. Find the killer, Wise. Quickly.
I stood. I'm on it.
See that you all are.
And Wise, Faraday called as I reached for the door.
Lethal force on this one. We've had a quorum. The symposium is eager to send a message. You've got a green light for any kill orders you think are merited, and any collateral damage that is deemed acceptable.
This was a bit of my job I hated the most. Collateral damage was never acceptable in my eyes. I kept my face expressionless, but nodded stiffly. Yes, sir. I had killed when needed. Would do so again. But only when I was sure. Not even Faraday or Thackeray would speed my hand until then. I'd find the killer, but I'd do it right. And then I'd mete out the justice required of me. And I'd deal with the nightmares that followed. Chapter 12. I picked up Loki from Channing and asked my partner to send a spell notification to all of Unit 13 and bring them up to date on the case. McAfee was off today moving house, and Elvira and Bland were in an interview with a domestic abuser who'd killed his long-suffering wife over the fact she'd made him apple pie instead of crumble. While I waited for them to tie that up, I went to visit Ji-Ho. Loki fluttered along beside me in incognito mode, though I could still hear the soft flutter of his wings if I focused on it. Ji-Ho was alone in the tech office, with ever-present K-pop playing out of his phone's tinny speakers. But where the music was normally blaring, today it was so quiet, you could hear a mouse fart over it. Ji-Ho sat stiffly at his desk, shoes on and utterly still, as he studied some footage on the numerous screens spread around him like a futuristic dome. The smell of coffee was fresh and heavy in the air, but half-drunk cups also littered the normally neat office. I could tell Loki had perched on one of the office chairs, because it swiveled slightly as he landed. Hey, I greeted Ji-Ho softly. How's it going? He turned in his chair and smiled weakly. Surely, Locke, he croaked. How's things? I asked you first. I murmured. I studied the man. Hey, you look like shit. You want to talk about it? He grimaced. The kidnapping, the nightmares, or the all-consuming anxiety it's left me with. I sat in the chair opposite him. Yes. Which one do you want to talk about? None of them. In an explosive move, he stood up and shot over to the coffee machine where he started on yet another cup. You want one? He offered, not looking at me. I was more of a tea girl, but agreed. Sure. He began to make me a coffee, and I could at least appreciate the smell, even if the taste wasn't for me. Milk? Sugar? He asked abruptly. No, I'm good. Coffee tasted like shit no matter what you added to it. Its sole value was the handy caffeine it could pump through my veins. He passed me the cup of coffee with robotic movements. I took a sip of the dark, bitter liquid to show willing. Then I set it down. You're not sleeping well, I started. No, Are you asking as my boss? No, I said. As a friend. He flashed me a brilliant grin, reminiscent of his old one. Cool. He stalked back to his desk and sat on his swivel chair. He turned to face me, his leg bouncing up and down, nerves firing with anxiety and caffeine. I keep seeing that moment, he admitted suddenly. Awake and asleep, flashbacks and nightmares. The moment when that fucking undead thing opened the van door like it was using a can opener on a tin. The grinding sound of the metal. I wake up thinking I hear it again and wonder if he's coming for me. He's not, I murmured, though I well understood the fear. He's dead, forever dead, his body turned into ashes that nothing can resurrect. Yeah, logically, I know it. My hindbrain, though, is still fucking terrified. My heart pounds, my chest gets so tight I can't breathe. And then it's like I'm in the fucking coffin and I can't breathe, I'm going to die, buried in the earth like every nightmare made real. And it is real. Fuck. His hand shook as he lifted his mug of coffee to his lips. It was rare to hear Ji-ho swear. I could see him, frazzled and hurting. And my heart hurt because I've been there too. You need to talk to someone, I said firmly. I'm talking to you, Shirley Locke. You are, and that's a great first step. One you should be proud of. But you need to speak to a professional. No, he snapped. No, he said, a shade gentler. Men in my family don't talk about their feelings. Just not done. Culturally, you know? I knew. I also knew that 3/4 of suicides were men because they weren't encouraged to talk about, recognize, and deal with their emotions, as if they had none. Men care. Men feel. And pretending otherwise is absurd at best, deadly at worst. Then let's not call it talking about your feelings, I suggested. Let's call it what it is, making sure you're not stuck inside that moment forever. You wouldn't ignore a bullet wound, would you? Ji-ho gave a short, humorless laugh. Depends where it hit me. You're bleeding on the inside, I said, keeping my tone soft but steady. Doesn't make it any less dangerous. In fact, internal bleeding is downright deadly. He scrubbed a hand down his face. The shadows under his eyes looked painted on. It's just every time I close my eyes, it's there. I smell the rust. I feel that thing's hand on me. I hear the sound. He shuddered, biting off the rest of the sentence. I nodded. That's trauma, doing laps in your brain. It's not weakness, Ji-ho. It's wiring. Your mind's trying to process what happened and it's stuck on repeat. A therapist can help you unstick it. Talking to a therapist doesn't mean you're broken. It means you're brave enough to stop running from a ghost and face your problems head on. He stared at me for a long moment. You sound like you've rehearsed that. No, not rehearsed. I took a deep breath. I've lived it, I admitted. Different monster. Same nightmares. I kept telling myself I was fine, but I wasn't. I started sneaking down to the kitchen and drinking this shit at 3 a.m. I tapped the hot mug abandoned next to me, just so I wouldn't have to close my eyes. I would always associate coffee with that time, that trauma. Tainted forever by the darkest days of my life. It would never again be a drink I could enjoy. I continued. I thought I could get through it alone, but I couldn't. A psychologist could talk you through your trauma, because that's what it was, Jiho. It was pure fucking trauma. You went through something so dark and horrific that any sane person would have fallen to pieces. You wouldn't, he said. He looked at me like I was the second coming of Christ. I did, I insisted, finding it harder to complete the sentence than I'd ever thought possible. After I was kidnapped. His jaw was on the floor. You were kidnapped? Different monster. Same nightmare, I repeated. I was kidnapped when I was 14, and I fell to pieces for the longest time, Jiho. I was Humpty Dumpty, and I needed professional help to put myself back together, to not flinch at every car coming up behind me, to not sweat whenever my clothes constrained me, to not panic every time I closed my eyes. I had to check every window, every lock, even though that wasn't how they got me. Even now, I hesitated every time I lifted the sash window for Loki. But I still did it because I refused to let my demons rule me. His eyes shone, and he crossed the distance to hug me tightly. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry you went through that, Stacy. And so damned young, too. There's no good age for an experience like that, I murmured, accepting his embrace and hugging him back just as fiercely, letting myself take comfort as well as give it. He had a fresh scent, clean and earthy, with a hint of lemongrass. It's okay not to be okay, I whispered to him. Jiho nodded against my shoulder, and then he sucked in a huge breath and started to cry. He had been my colleague once, just someone I came to for tech queries and CCTV sharpening. He'd always been warm and friendly, and I couldn't pinpoint the moment when he'd slid from colleague to friend. Maybe it was now, in this moment of shared misery. But I was at the end of the tunnel, where he was at the beginning. I hoped I could offer some guidance through it, but step one was to speak to a professional psychologist, which I definitely was not. I held Jiho until his tears ran dry. He swiped at his cheeks, embarrassed. Time helps, I said honestly. The human memory is crazily good at blunting the edges of trauma for you. He nodded. But until you're ready to speak to someone, when it gets too much, you call me, no matter the time. My dad had made me the same offer in the beginning. No matter the time, no matter if he was on shift, if I rang, he took my call. And it helped. I gave Jiho one last squeeze and let him go. All right, let's get down to work. I have a dead guy I need your help with. Sure, Jiho said. He sat back at his desk and turned to look at me, and I saw a glint of his old determination there. What do you need? Keeping busy helped too. I want you to access the CCTV outside of the office. We had protesters. I'm all but certain they're anti-cre, but I want you to ID them and shoot the details to Laura so she can create files for them. They popped up too fast. One of them knows something or knows someone who does. Purpose straightened his spine. You got it, Shirley Locke. I'll ping you when I find anything interesting. I squeezed his shoulder. Good man. Chapter 13. It felt like I'd spent the day spinning my wheels, collecting information but getting nowhere fast. The business associates, Richard Ashworth and Crispin Pembroke, both had solid alibis. Richard had been out to dinner with 6 friends, and afterwards they returned to his property to play board games until 5 a.m. Grown adults playing board games until dawn. Seemed bizarre to me, but each to their own. I'd given Channing the job of taking statements from all the friends to make sure there hadn't been a window of opportunity for Ashworth to slip away. But even so, I didn't feel it. His eyes had held genuine bafflement and upset. He hadn't loved Teddy, but he liked him well enough, and had been certain their business would be a profitable one. Teddy's death was an inconvenience, not an asset. Meanwhile, Pembroke had taken his new girlfriend out to a sex club, where they'd remained until 2 a.m. Afterwards, they got a taxi to Pembroke's house. He had CCTV footage which he had willingly surrendered without a warrant. Frost was going through it now and speaking with the taxi company, but it also felt like a bust. My door opened with a bang, and Elvira flounced in. She looked edgy, wired. "Sit," I barked. She sat and smiled at my bird. "Hey, Loki, how's it hanging?" His head tilted to the side. No hang," he said. Fly." She grinned. "Right. What can I do for you, Garcia?" I interjected, before Elvira could explain the vernacular to the Caladrius. "You know I was dealing with the domestic abuse murder." I nodded. "Well, he had an accident. He fell down the stairs and broke his neck." She paused. "He died. It's a real fucking tragedy." I pinched the bridge of my nose. "Elvira, did you at least get a kill order from Thackeray first?" "It was an accident," she repeated. "Did he accidentally run into your fist?" She nodded. "Do you know what? He did. It was weird. And then he accidentally fell down the stairs. He bounced down a lot of steps." I sighed. "Family?" "None. His dad killed his mum and took his own life in a delightful murder-suicide. Franco was planning to follow in his father's footsteps, only he chickened out at the suicide part. He explained to me, very patiently, that Caroline had deserved to die and that her death was entirely her fault, because she made him the wrong dessert." Her bafflement, her fury rode her. "And you took issue with that," I said levelly. "You're damn right I did." She surged to her feet. "He was a fucking arsehole, a waste of space and oxygen, and sending him to Wraithmore would have been a drain on our taxpayers. He wasn't going to be rehabilitated. There was no saving his soul. He was damned, and I sent him for his final judgment. And Bland?" She sat ramrod straight. "Bland was involved. He'd already clocked off when our friend did the slinky impression, and wasn't there. I said I'd do the paperwork." I studied Elvira. Her dark eyes lined with eyeliner, dark hair falling in envious bouncy waves. She had a figure to die for, and she'd yet to work out that Bland would happily worship at her altar whenever she wanted. "The body? In the trunk of my car." "Of course it is. Take it to the ME and see it disposed of properly." The ME had an incinerator in her basement for this sort of other emergency. "Go," I said curtly. "Dispose of the body yourself, then clock off and unwind. I'll see you in the office tomorrow at 8 a.m. Sharp. And the paperwork? I'll do it. Get." Relief colored her features. "Thanks, boss." "Ugh, don't call me that, Garcia. Just go." "Arsehole. Dead. Loki squawked approvingly at Elvira. Good work. Elle saluted me cheekily, winked at Loki, and left me to type out the email to Thackeray asking for a retrospective kill order. Then I'll have to see G-Ho about wiping our internal CCTV. The common police didn't understand our particular brand of justice, and the last thing I needed was for Elvira to be fired for killing a suspect. No doubt if Elvira had bothered to ask Thackeray for a kill order, he would have granted it. He liked to keep Wraithmore's budget down. It meant more money for the connection. I wondered if I'd been in the job too long when I felt Elvira's call was the right one. Maybe my heart truly was dead. Then I thought of Robbie, and that cold organ swelled to life. No, not dead. Not yet, at any rate. Hardened, definitely. Would that change if I formally bonded with Robbie? Would anything change? I added learn about ogre bonds to my mental to-do list. I told Robbie I was game, and I was. But I needed to go in with eyes wide open. My stomach gurgled, and I checked the time. It was just before 7 p.m. On impulse, I pulled my phone out and dialed Robbie. "Inspector," he answered warmly. "How are you?" "It's been a day. I'm heading to my mum's for dinner. You want to meet me there?" "Are you still at the office?" "Yeah." "I'll swing by and pick you up in 10. I smiled. "Thanks. I'd appreciate that." "See you soon, Stacy." He hung up. I texted Mum to give her the heads up that I was bringing Robbie with me, and I received a party emoji back. Mum liked Robbie. I had some non-work clothes squirreled away in my office, so I grabbed them and went to the toilets to change. As I stepped out of the cubicle in jeans, a t-shirt and a jacket, Laura was there, looking upset. "What's up?" I asked. She forced a smile. "Oh, it's nothing. It's a silly thing to be upset about." "What is it?" I asked. "HR keeps sending me letters addressed to Mr. L. Bloomings." I frowned. "I'll speak to them. It can't be hard to fix." "You'd think," she sighed, "but the HR team is still living in the Stone Age." I patted her shoulder. "Don't worry, we'll get it sorted. Just a little snag." "Thanks, Stacey." I looked at Laura, her shoulders still rounded despite my reassurances. "We're hoping to gain access to the new place sometime tomorrow. You want to make us all some new office biscuits?" Laura beamed. She loved to bake. She wasn't all that skilled at it, but she enjoyed it, so the rest of us choked down her offerings. She couldn't go that wrong with simple biscuits, could she? "Sure, I'll decorate them with little icing houses or something." "Perfect. We can double it up for McCaffrey's housewarming." "Great idea, boss." She bounced out of the toilets. A woman on a mission. I took a few minutes to straighten myself out. I had no makeup with me, but I did have some perfume, so I gave myself a little spritz. My hair looked wild and untamed, but what was new about that? Loki settled on my shoulder and we headed out of the office. The protesters were gone, and Robbie was waiting for me, idling at the curb. I climbed into the passenger side. "Hey." I smiled and leaned over to give him a peck on the cheek. "Good evening," he replied with a half smile of his own. He looked in the rearview mirror at Loki, who was settling in his usual spot on the headrest. "How's it going, little guy?" I good." Loki puffed out his chest. I strong. Look." He tugged on my magic and made himself invisible. A moment later, he reappeared. "Nice. I powerful Caladrius now. "You sure are." Robbie started the car, and we rolled off. "Tell me about your case, Inspector. Have you heard from the ME?" I grimaced, only to say that the initial sample she took from Teddy was destroyed in analysis, but she managed to get another. She's hoping to have answers for us in the morning. "Good. And talk to me about the mace." "Ah, the mace. I was hoping to put that off until I had a can of Dr. Pepper in my hand. Oh, no biggie. An ogre swung by to tell me I'm not good enough for you. I kept her mace as a parting gift." "And what was her name?" I grinned. She said her name was Fuck You, but I have my doubts. She got incensed when I kept calling her that. He looked at me for a moment, and then he signaled, pulled over, and doubled over laughing. His guffaws filled the car in the nicest way, bringing a smile to my lips and more warmth to my heart. Yeah, maybe there was still some life there. "You all right there, Robbie?" I asked, grinning as he continued to howl with uncontrolled laughter. It was truly remarkable to see him let go like that. The man took Poker Face to a whole new level, so I loved that he was sharing the moment with me fully. Eventually, he got a grip and wiped at his eyes. "I don't know why the hell I ever worried if you could handle my people." I appreciated the vote of confidence. She tough," Loki chirped. "She sure is," Robbie agreed. "We're very proud of her, aren't we?" Proud as fuck," Loki said, puffing out his little chest. My bonded." "My mate," Robbie murmured, eyes soft as he looked at me and said those words. I'd be lying if I denied that it sent a bolt of pure lust right through me. His mate. There was something so basic, so feral about the term. I liked it. And if I were to be his mate, he would be mine. And I was very on board with that idea. Keeping a man like Robbie as my own, life would never be boring. I started to lean forward to kiss him, but my stomach gurgled loudly. "Hungry?" he asked, with a smile still lingering on his too handsome face. "Starving," I admitted. "Let's get you fed then." Chuckling, Robbie turned the engine over, and pointed us towards Mum's house and, more importantly, food. Chapter 14. Mum opened the door with a wide smile, which grew as she noted my lack of connection uniform. "Stacy!" She pulled me into a hug, then turned to my boyfriend. "Your Excellence?" She gave him a little bow.
"Just Robbie is fine, Mrs. Wise,"
he repeated for what felt like the 100th time. "Right," Mum said awkwardly. "Sure, I don't want to be disrespectful."
"You're not."
He smiled easily. "Go and sit down," I told Robbie. "I'll help Mum serve." I dragged Mum into the kitchen and shut the door for extra privacy. "Mum," I hissed, dropping my voice as low as I could, so I was fairly sure Robbie wouldn't overhear. "His dad died when he was a teenager, and his mum died when he was born. He has no family, none, no uncles, no cousins, nothing. He comes here because he likes the idea of family, even if he's just an observer, so just stop shoving his title at him. You're not being respectful, you're being rude, underlining that he doesn't belong here." "Oh," she said, wringing her hands. "I didn't mean to do that. Poor Robbie. He's really got no one." "He's got me," I said fiercely. Mum smiled again. "So he does." She ran an appraising eye down me. "Still no sex, though, huh?" "Mum, you're so embarrassing." I grabbed one of the huge trays of pasta bake and carted it into the dining room. Rupert's girlfriend, Ava Gray, was absent, as was Grant, Julian's husband. On the plus side, that meant we had plenty of space around the table for once. Mum followed me in with several loaves of baked garlic bread. I suspected she put more in when I said I was bringing Robbie. An ogre's metabolism was no joke. "Where is everyone?" I asked the room at large, as I shoveled several spoonfuls of pasta onto my plate, before doing the same for Robbie.
"G-Man's on shift," Rupert said. "Ava's at her dad's today."
He eyed me and then Robbie. He grimaced.
"Still no shagging, huh?"
He pulled out a 20 and chucked it at Julian, who pocketed it with a snigger. Teenage me reacted without hesitation. I grabbed a slice of garlic bread and flung it at Roop's sniggering face. Annoyingly, he caught it and took a bite.
"Yum, thanks for passing me the garlic bread. Ace,"
he taunted. "May you choke on it," I muttered darkly. Mum sighed. "Just because your girlfriend isn't here to judge your behaviour, Rupert, is no reason to descend into adolescent idiocy. And Stacy, you know better. Besides, you don't have a ring on your finger yet, Stacy, so don't scare Robbie away until it's set in stone. Until then, reveal the crazy in small segments." Robbie was sitting back in his chair, grinning.
"I don't scare easily."
"I don't suppose you do," she said, "but I'm using it to make my children behave at the table, so don't call me out on it." He barked a laugh.
"Sure, whatever works."
"My thoughts exactly. Now, please pass me the garlic bread, Robbie." The rest of dinner passed with a surprising degree of civility, and after the plates were cleared, Mum decided to risk it all by bringing out Scrabble. It was a 4-player game, so I kindly volunteered to team up with Robbie. "I'll take him," I said.
"I bet you will,"
Rupert sniggered. I kicked him under the table.
"She has a love for the word Joe,"
Julian warned Robbie. "What's not to love?" I objected. "It's a Scottish word for love or sweetheart, and it often makes excellent use of some 2-letter-tight spots."
"Yeah,"
Jules complained, "but do you need to use it every game?" "I don't use it every game," I shot back. Then I mumbled under my breath, "I don't always get a J."
"But if you do," Roop said, rolling his eyes, "then it's Joe for sure."
"It has the same certainty as you spelling sex, snug, or fart in a game." I shrugged. "We all have our foibles. Yours are just more annoying than mine." Mum shot the two of us flat, unfriendly looks. "Pack it in, the two of you. I know you think you're being funny, but you're giving me PTSD flashbacks." She shuddered. "I was delighted when the two of you moved out of your teenage years. Let's leave them in the past, where they deserve to remain."
"You'll miss it," Rupert said sulkily, "when I move out."
The room stilled. "I dare say I will," Mum murmured, eyes fixed on her Scrabble tiles, But I'll deal with it, and no doubt I'll spend a lot more time walking around buck naked. Mum, Rupert objected, covering his eyes with his hands, as if he were in danger of seeing her 65-year-old butt right then and there. Nice move, I said approvingly to Mum as she put Joe on the board. She smiled and patted my hand. Thank you, dear. Mum's turn over. Rupert leaned back in his chair and flashed me a smug grin. Your turn, Ace. What are you going to do now that Mum's used your favourite word? You have to come up with something original, old girl. Old girl? I repeated, incredulous. First, we're not in the 1940s. And secondly, you're only 4 years younger than me, moron. Age is just a number, Rupert said loftily. Wisdom, though. That's where I've got you beat. I snorted. You think wisdom is spelling fart on a triple word score? I showed Robbie my proposed word, and he shrugged and nodded in agreement. I began to get the feeling he'd never played the game before. I put my tiles down on the double word score and swiveled the board to Julian. Immature buffoonery, Julian agreed with a sniff, adding quiz to the board with a kind of smarmy triumph that suggested a 20-point lead was imminent. Robbie leaned closer to me, his breath warm against my ear. I think your family's adorable. That's one word for them, I replied. Other options include feral, chaotic, and should be committed. Root poked at his tiles with a frown. Ugh, I have terrible letters. Only a bad workman blames his tools, Mum reminded him. Ha! As if you can talk. You actually made Joe, Mum. You've joined the dark side. A mother must occasionally side with her daughter, she said serenely, especially when her sons are being idiots. She placed another word down and turned the board to me. Hey, said Julian, I'm being sensible. Don't tar me with Rupert's brush. He'll probably give me chlamydia. We all snickered at that. Your turn, Ace, Robbie murmured. I glanced down at my letters. Q-O-U-T-A-E-N. Perfect. I slid quoted neatly across the board, connecting to Julian's quiz. Rupert blinked. That's not a word. It is, I said, preening. It's Scottish, means to reckon or to think. I paused. It's actually no surprise you don't know the meaning. He rolled his eyes at my quip. You can't keep using Scottish words just because you binge-watched Outlander, he complained. Well, I can, and I will. Julian counted my score, then groaned. It's 38 points. I hate you. You love me, I corrected, only in a familial, unavoidable way. He grumped. Mum cleared her throat. Speaking of unavoidable family matters, she began, Christmas is in 4 months and it's never too early to plan. I want you all to come here this year. Other halves too, she said, pointedly, smiling at Robbie. I'd love to come, Robbie said easily. That's what she said, Roop laughed, shoving Julian with his arm. Am I right? Dude, don't say that. He's dating our sister. Roop's grin turned sickly. Solid point. Christmas dinner, Mum repeated loudly. Here, put it in all of your diaries now. Murder is the only reason I'll accept for a non-attendance, she said, looking pointedly at me. I expected it to feel weird that Mum was making plans on my behalf with Robbie, but the truth was, I couldn't imagine Christmas without him. An indulgent smile on his face as he watched us all bicker like we were 12. I leaned against him and smiled as he wrapped an arm around me. Planning a future with Robbie just felt right. I might not have said the words yet, didn't even want to solidify them in my head, yet I felt them, and I was done denying it. Chapter 15. Walk me up? I asked, as Robbie eased his car to a stop outside my flat. The engine purred low before he switched it off, the sudden quiet filling the small space between us. Streetlights painted his ridiculously handsome jawline in gold and shadow, and for a second, I forgot to breathe. He was divine. What on earth was he doing with me? He turned to me, silver eyes gleaming with mischief.
Of course I'll walk you up, Stacy, but the question is, do you want a sleepover?
The teasing lilt in his voice sent a rush of warmth up my neck. My fingers toyed with the seatbelt before I found the courage to meet his gaze. Well, if I said yes, would you like me to stay? He didn't answer immediately. Instead, his hand found mine, rough palm against my skin, his thumb tracing a slow, deliberate path across my knuckles.
I would,
he said, his voice a low rumble that settled somewhere deep in my chest. Then stay. I pushed open the car door and smirked back at him wickedly. And come. Robbie's mouth curved up. Promise and hunger rolled into one sultry expression that made my pulse jump. He rounded the car, grabbed a duffel bag from the boot, and fell into step beside me as we climbed the stairs. The air between us hummed with tension, the kind that could spark into something else. My God, I really wanted it to spark into something else. I remembered all too well the feeling of his fingers on my skin, and I found myself craving it again.
That's encouraging,
he murmured, close enough that his breath brushed the back of my neck.
I have things I want to do with you.
My keys slipped slightly in my fingers, betraying the flutter in my chest. I turned, half a step higher on the landing, meeting his gaze head on. Oh? I asked, the word coming out breathier than I'd intended, and threaded with something perilously close to anticipation. His smile deepened, slow and dangerous.
Oh, yes.
The lock clicked open, and I stumbled in with zero femme fatale energy. All my poise and decorum were gone. All that remained was an urgent need. When Robbie was inside the flat too, I pushed the door shut, muffling the sounds of the street. Then I pounced. For once, I pushed him against the wall. Desperate hands ghosted over the lines of hard muscles that did something so visceral to me. I stood on my tiptoes and pressed my lips to his, desperate and hot. He groaned against my lips. I grabbed his t-shirt and pulled at the hem, trying to get off of him, but it was impossible to pull it off his 7-foot-tall frame from my far smaller height. With a low chuckle, he gently moved me away, just a little, then pulled the t-shirt off, revealing muscles that could crush walnuts, grate cheese, and perform other culinary delights. I traced the lines of his abdomen with my fingers. Fuck, you're hot, I told him.
I'm glad you think so, he replied, but if you'll indulge me, there's something I've been needing to do.
Oh, yeah? He prowled into my kitchen, opened the fridge and pulled out a can of Dr. Pepper.
You didn't have a can today at dinner, he noted.
No, I admitted. Mum had only just put one in the fridge. It was too warm. He picked up the can and brought it over to me. Eyes flashing with a teasing light, he pressed the can to the fevered skin of my neck.
This one's cold.
I gasped at the feel of the cold condensation battling the heat of my skin. It is.
I want to know what it tastes like,
he growled, voice low. I blinked. Oh, well, go ahead. Open it and have a sip.
I'm not drinking from a can, Stacy,
he said patiently, waiting for me to catch on.
I'm drinking from you.
From me? My pulse skipped. The challenge in his voice was unmistakable. I never backed down from a challenge.
Take a sip,
he growled.
I want to drink it from your lips.
It was a good thing he wanted me to have a drink, because my mouth was suddenly dry, and other parts were very wet. I lifted the can and opened it. The crack sounded like a shot in the quiet room. Then, with his eyes on me, I took a sip of the dark, fizzing liquid. The sweet, spice flavor lingered on my tongue. Robbie watched me the entire time. Too intently, too hungrily. He was going to consume me, and I was so ready for it. He stepped in, one hand cupping my jaw, the other curling around my waist. His voice dropped to a murmur.
Now, Inspector, share nicely.
He pressed his full lips to mine, and I moaned. The kiss was slow and deliberate, tasting of cherry and curiosity, of something dark and far more addictive. His lips brushed mine once, then deepened the contact, coaxing rather than claiming. The faint fizz of carbonation sparked between us, and he hummed low in his throat, a pleased, surprised sound that sent a thrill down my spine. When he finally pulled back, his silver eyes were dark, his smile predatory. "Sweet," he rumbled. "Delicious and dangerously addictive." "Me or the drink?" I asked, breathless. "Both. Definitely both." He held the cold can to my lips again, and I sipped obligingly. As I held the fizzing liquid in my mouth, he pressed his lips to mine and invaded, stealing the drink from me. The sound of him swallowing the liquid down was obscenely sexy. Man, I was in so much trouble. I had it so bad for this man. "Delicious," he repeated. "I can see why you like it." He looked at me. "You're wearing too many clothes, Inspector." He helped me out of my jacket and tossed it on the back of the sofa. Then he peeled my t-shirt off me and chucked it somewhere. I didn't care where it went, just that I could finally feel his skin against mine. We exchanged a hungry kiss, and I wanted more. More than ready. I've been dreaming of this moment since I met this man, with his predatory air and eyes that soared to the heart of me. "Bed," he murmured as he maneuvered us expertly into my bedroom. We left the half-empty can of Dr. Pepper forgotten on the counter, fizzing softly into the quiet. "Dispatch to Wise," my radio blared from its charging station. "Oh, shit," I muttered as I climbed out of the bed, leaving Robbie the heater alone as I padded naked into the other room to answer. "This is Wise." "We've got a DB. Same MO as your current case," Louise informed evenly. No hint of emotion there. I could all but hear the yawn in her voice, which told me she was towards the arse end of a very long shift. "Where?" I asked. She told me the address, and I wrote it down. "Alert Channing," I decided, despite the ungodly hour. "Who's on scene?" "DS Roberts and DC Atkinson." "All right, thanks. Wake up Frost and get her to take over from Atkinson. Then pull Ed or Sam onto this one." "Already on it," Louise promised. I set the radio down and shook off my tiredness by drinking the remains of the can of Dr. Pepper on the kitchen counter. It was warm, a little flat, but still had the caffeine I needed. I snuck back into my bedroom to dress for the day and was surprised to see Robbie already up, pulling on clothes from his duffel bag. "You caught one?" he asked, the question mostly rhetorical. "Yeah." "No problem, I'll drive you to the scene." "Thanks," I said gratefully. Nothing in Chester was ever that far, and I was only a 5-minute walk from the station if I needed to requisition a vehicle. Still, Robbie taking me would save me a bunch of time. I loved that he accepted my work and the pre-6 a.m. calls. Not only did he not bitch about it, but he also offered to take me to where I needed to be, saving me from a walk at this ungodly hour. With his help, I could be on the scene by 6 a.m. "Hey," I said, frowning. "I don't feel any different." He paused as he pulled on his trousers. "Are you complaining you're not sore enough?" I laughed. No, not that. I'm definitely walking funny today. I meant the mate bond. I can't feel you like I can Loki." "Sorry, I should have clarified." He smiled. "Ogre bonds are different from most others. It's not sex that cements them. We need a special ceremony with some blood exchanged on Den soil." "Oh." I had assumed that once we'd done the horizontal mambo, we'd be bonded, bada bing, bada boom. Instead, we budded, but there was no boom. I mean, I boomed. Lots. But the lack of bond was surprisingly disappointing. He finished pulling on his trousers and padded over to me, still shirtless and barefoot. He leaned down and kissed me with such intensity that it took my breath away. "What was that for?" I asked as he drew away. He shot me a brilliant smile. "You thought you were going to bond with me if you had sex with me. And you had sex with me anyway." I heard the implication he understood, but didn't voice. I loved him. "I'm not ready to say the words," I blurted. "You don't need to. Actions speak louder than words, Inspector." He pulled on a t-shirt that might as well have been painted onto his abs. "I'll feed Loki while you shower." I loved that he didn't pressure me in the slightest. I watched the curve of his jeans against his deliciously tight arse, and couldn't believe I got so lucky. I quickly showered and dressed, but when I entered the living room, Robbie pressed a finger to his lips and jerked his head toward the sofa. where Loki was still fast asleep. Robbie had quietly chopped up some ham and left it on the side for Loki to discover when he awoke, and he'd opened the window for Loki too. Food and freedom. He got it too. The two of us snuck out together. "Best not to wake Loki," I said as we jogged down the stairs. "He's still recovering. He says he's fine, but I worry all the same." "I hear you. He's been through a lot." We opened the door into the street, and I squinted against the dawning light. The tree opposite my flat looked black, and it took me a moment to work out why. It was full of crows. What the hell? Robbie looked at me, then followed my line of sight. "My murder," he said, a shade sheepishly. "Let me feed them. I'll just be a moment." He pulled a bag of unshelled peanuts from his duffel bag and approached the birds with their midnight wings. They cawed excitedly, fluttering around him, nuzzling him and jockeying for a position on his shoulders. "I'm glad to see you too," he said aloud. Then he scattered a good amount of nuts on the ground. Instantly the birds flocked to the earth, fighting and cawing over the monkey nuts. He poured more out until the bag was empty, and all of the crows were on the floor instead of on him. Then he turned to me, a soft smile in his eyes. "Come on," he said, slinging his bag into the car. "Let's get you to your dead body." Drawing myself away from the spectacle of the still cawing crows, I slid into the car and did up my seatbelt. Then I repeated myself. "What the hell, Robbie?" He grimaced. "You know I have my own little murder of crows. At night they act as guards for me. Everyone knows that my family line can speak to birds, thanks to a piper who somehow gifted one of my ancestors with magical powers. So I don't have to hide my ability to pipe birds. My murder were pissed off when I told them we were moving from my den in the home counties to up here. A good few came up with me, but most stayed behind, hoping I'd change my mind. Looks like they finally accepted that wasn't going to happen." "You've missed them," I said. "More than I realized. Having them back." He smiled. "I'm glad to see them all." His shoulders were loose, and I wondered if he was even honest with himself about how pleased he was. He had no family, no friends, but he had his crows, and he'd given them up to come to Chester. For me. That feeling I still struggled to label welled up so hard it stole my breath. "Where am I driving you to, Inspector?" he asked lightly. I told him the address, and watched with concern as his knuckles tightened on the steering wheel. Turning white. Shit. "You know someone at that address?" I asked, dread curling in my stomach. "Yeah." He let out a slow breath. "I do. My uncle." Chapter 16. My heart stuttered. "Your uncle? I thought you didn't have family left alive." "I don't, not really. Alistair was my mother's brother, but he hated that she'd taken up with an ogre, refused to come to their bonding ceremony, refused to visit with me. When Mum died, he blamed Dad. My father never came out and said as much, but I always got the feeling that my uncle was anti-cre." I shook my head. "Oh, Robbie, I'm so sorry." "Yeah." He swallowed hard. "When I was a teenager, my piping powers were fluctuating. I fucked up and piped someone in front of an audience." "What happened?" Robbie started the engine and turned his attention to the road. "My dad killed them all." I closed my eyes and blew out a deep breath. Fuck, this was heavy. Still, I appreciated his willingness to share with me like I'd asked. I had no doubt my father would have done exactly the same to keep me hidden. Keep me safe. His father was dead and gone, so I let it go. And then? Then he took me to Alistair and told him to train me or he'd do the same to him. We had a 2-week holiday with Uncle Al. His tone was sardonic, making it clear that such familiarity had never been offered. After he was sure I knew enough not to fuck up again, he kicked us out. We've never spoken since. He may have been my mother's brother, but he was never family. I'm sorry. Thanks. The address is his. He had moved away from the home counties after our little 2-week tete-a-tete. Dad kept track of him in case he ever became a threat. When Dad died, I kept up the same habit. Drummond currently works at Chester Zoo as a keeper,
piping the ordinary animals when needed. His common co-worker thinks he's some sort of genius animal whisperer. He's written books on animal behavior. He is, or was, a smart man.
No, he wasn't, I said sharply. If he disowned you, then he was a fool. He slid his eyes to me and smiled.
Thank you for that.
We don't know it's him. The DB could be someone else. A friend? An intruder? Robbie nodded but kept his hands clenched on the wheel, and neither of us spoke again until we pulled up outside. Ed arrived at the same moment, parking beside us.
All right, Stacey?
He asked. After a quick glance around to make sure no common realmers were in earshot, he greeted Robbie.
Your Excellence?
Not too bad, I replied.
You? I'm all right.
He paused.
I stayed up way too late watching Welsh bog snorkeling.
Despite myself, I grinned.
Seriously, there's like this peat trench filled with water, murky as hell, and they have to swim it as fast as possible, but without using any swimming strokes.
Hold up, how are they supposed to swim then?
They have to propel themselves with nothing but flippers on their feet. Honestly, it looks like something thrashing around with a shark.
He grinned.
It's hilarious. Some of them even wear fancy dresses. 5 stars. Totally recommend.
I snorted. I'll pass. You got some booties and gloves I can snag? I left my briefcase at home. Sneaking out like a thief in the dead of night meant I hadn't grabbed my usual kit. At least Dad's old pocket watch still sat where it always did. I missed the weight of it. Too much to go without.
Always.
He passed me some shoe covers and a set to Robbie too. Then passed us both some purple nitrile gloves. I took them and shoved my hair back in a rough ponytail. Let's go, I said. It's D.S. Roberts and D.C. Atkinson on scene.
Well, they're not going to love this.
Ed hooked a thumb at Robbie, indicating he was the this in question. I'll deal with that, I said confidently, as we approached the property. Civilians on a crime scene were a massive no-no, but Robbie was far from a civilian, even if they didn't know it. The address was a terraced house nestled among others of the same ilk, their red brick facade streaked with years of rain and dirt. A thin strip of scrubby front garden separated each from the pavement. The patch provided just enough space for a wheelie bin, a straggling rose bush, and not much else. Outside number 24, police tape fluttered in the mild morning breeze, stretching from the wrought iron gate to the chipped door frame, like the warning it was. Bad things have happened here. Stay back. D.C. Atkinson stood sentry in his uniform, expression blank but posture rigid. It was still too early yet for rubbernecking neighbours, but they'd be waking soon, and then we'd see their lace curtains twitch as they stared at the scene with a mixture of nerves, schadenfreude, and relief it wasn't their house taped up. The morning light picked out the condensation on the windows, the faded paint on the sills, and the marks where the door had been forced open. The lock was busted, the wood splintered. The door had been kicked in. Risky, as the noise of such an action had surely woken the victim. The killer would have had to move fast. I walked forward and nodded at Atkinson. "Mom," he greeted nervously, eyeing the ogre next to me. "He's a civilian consultant," I said firmly. "He's coming in with me." "Roberts won't like it." "Roberts doesn't have to like it. This is a Unit 13 matter. DC Frost will be relieving you shortly." Atkinson's jaw tightened. He didn't like being pulled off an active case, but knew better than to bitch about it to a superior officer. I pushed the door open, Robbie and Ed in tow, and entered the small hallway with its worn lino and half-forgotten dusty umbrella stand. The air was heavy with the mingled scents of damp brick, and something metallic and foul, the unmistakable tang of blood and death. "Roberts," I called. "In the bedroom," he hollered back. I took the tight stairs upwards, ignoring the downstairs area for now. The stairs creaked as I made my way up, and I wondered whether they'd groaned like that for the killer. Wondered if the deceased had heard his murderer coming. Had he been jolted from sleep as the killer kicked down the door, heart pounding at the unexpected noise, only to have his fear compounded by the creak of the stairs? I walked up the stairs quickly, counting the seconds it took to reach the bedroom. 5 seconds, moving at a jog. Even if our victim had been disturbed by the door being kicked in, he would likely still have been lying in bed, coming to after being pulled from sleep by an odd sound. And that's if he were a light sleeper. He could have heard nothing at all. I turned to the bed, where D.S. Roberts was taking photos. The victim was in bed, hadn't even got out of it. The bed was drenched in blood. And I recognized him. The victim was one of the protesters from outside the office yesterday, the neatly dressed man with the trimmed goatee. The fussy little glasses were sprawled open on the bedside table, as if he'd been fumbling to put them on as his intruder came in. Robbie made a low sound behind me, just the tiniest noise. But then I knew. The protester was his uncle. "Who are you?" Roberts demanded, frowning at the hulking ogre. "He consults with Unit 13. I interjected before things could get ugly. "This case is one of ours. We'll be taking it from here. We're already working on another case. Same MO. Just like Atkinson, Roberts hated giving up a case. But he nodded reluctantly, knowing I was already on it. Had a head start. "Fine, you want me to finish up here?" "No, you're good. You and Atkinson can leave as soon as I have my DC on the door. Before you go, though, talk me through what you've already found." Roberts scratched the back of his neck. "Signs of forced entry. Front door was kicked in and the lock splintered. Bull for this type of neighborhood, doesn't normally see trouble. That's what screwed the pooch. A shift worker, a neighbor, one Tom Gribbins, called it in. He'd returned home at approximately 5:30 a.m. and was getting undressed for bed. As he closed his curtains, he saw someone kick down the door of number 24 and called it in. On attendance at 5:45 a.m., we found the resident, Mr. Drummond, newly deceased. No other damage downstairs, no sign of a struggle. Victim's wallet and phone were still on the bedside table, so not a burglary gone wrong. And Mr. Gribbins?" Roberts had a sour look on his face. "Looks like he did his good deed and went straight to sleep. I've noted his telephone number for later questioning." He flipped to a page in his notebook and frowned down at the corpse again. "No defensive wounds that I can see. He was either asleep when it happened or knew whoever did it. Massive trauma to the torso, ribs crushed, chest cavity practically collapsed inwards. I'm thinking some sort of blunt instrument, though it would have to be pretty bloody heavy. No signs of a weapon on the property, so whatever it was, the killer took it with them." I leaned in for a closer look at the gaping injuries to the victim's sternum and stomach. Roberts wasn't wrong about the ribs. They were caved in, but not in the way a baseball bat or hammer would do it. I saw the gouges and knew what they meant. An ogre. Or, more specifically, poor Thrain Olafsson's head. The killer, or killers, had really fucked up here. The victim had been lying in bed when the head was used to kill him. A real ogre would have had to bend double to make the same wounds. Sloppy. Arrogant. Stupid. I peered closer at the deceased. Strangely, around some of the gouges, the skin looked pale and puckered. I hadn't seen anything like that before. "Thanks, Roberts." He grunted and left. I waited until I'd heard several creaks, before speaking in a low voice to Robbie. "It's him." He nodded. "Yes. Alistair Drummond." "I'm sorry, Robbie."
"He wasn't anything to me,"
he said.
"But I'll be seeing justice for him all the same."
The words were soft, but the warning in them was unmistakable. He'd see the killers dead. Luckily, that aligned nicely with my marching orders. "I'm greenlit for a kill order on this," I confirmed quietly to him. "Trust me to do my job, and you'll get your justice."
"I trust you, Inspector."
He closed the distance between us, and though I didn't want any public displays of affection at work, I let him pull me into a cuddle. The hug wasn't for me. It was for him. Alistair might have been estranged, but he had been the last link to Robbie's mum. And now that link was severed. Whatever Drummond was to Robbie, that still hurt, still stung. And I got it. So I let myself be held. Chapter 17. Kate arrived before Channing, but after Frost. So by the time Channing arrived, hair still damp from a shower, the scene had been secured by those wholly other.
"Where do you need me?"
he asked. I checked the time. 6:45 a.m. Was early, but not obnoxiously so. Give it 15 and then go door knocking. See if anyone saw or heard anything during the night. Tried to rouse the shift worker, Gribbins. Kate piped up. I've done a quick on-scene examination, and based on witness evidence, the time of death was between 5:30 a.m. and 5:45 a.m. I can corroborate that time frame. Mr. Drummond has not been dead for long. Death came to him quickly. He bled out within a minute or two. Aortic dissection? I asked. She nodded. Precisely. What's up with the white tone to the skin around the gouges? I asked. The ME peered closely at the wounds. Frostbite, she said after a beat. It appears that the weapon was extremely cold. Same MO as Marlowe, right? Same weapon? And by weapon, we both meant a dismembered ogre's head. Yes, I'd say so, but this body didn't have magic-cancelling cuffs on, and no taser marks that I can see on a quick visual inspection, but I'll double-check the same during autopsy. It appears he was attacked hard and fast, and had no time to access his magic. The connection system tells us he's a low-level piper, level 2 only, so he'd have needed to touch his attacker to control him, and it looks like the killer knew it. She turned to face me and Robbie. I've got news about Marlowe's case. I got a positive result last night. The sample you gave is the same as the DNA I swabbed from Marlowe. I grimaced. So someone used Thrain Olafsson's head to kill. I looked at Drummond, and probably not just once, but twice. Yes, indeed. And I'd say they kept the poor ogre's head in the freezer in the interim. No doubt I'll find some of Mr. Olafsson's DNA in Mr. Drummond's injury, and the cell structure will show it's been frozen, but I'll check and confirm for completeness. If you can, then we can prove a living ogre didn't do this, I said with satisfaction. Put those accusations to bed. Exactly. I have to say, this is a first for me. And me. But in their haste to frame an ogre for the deaths, they gave us more to work with and screwed themselves over even more. With the bodies positioned on the bed, it would have been incredibly difficult, almost impossible, for a real ogre to have killed Drummond with their tusks. I agree, Kate hummed. The angle is extremely awkward. I'll make sure the same is noted in the report. Thanks, Kate. I turned to Robbie. I know you said Thrain was killed at a black tawny, but where in the country was he when the head was taken from the body? At an abandoned club in Berkshire, a place called Cupid's. Okay, I said, jotting a note in my PNB, which, despite my superior's best efforts, had not been replaced by the spell app. And how was the security there? No ogres are to accept any further contracts with the Black Tawnies, if that's what you're getting at. I raised an eyebrow. No, I said mildly. I meant CCTV-wise. Ah. He gave me a sheepish glance. I'm sorry, no CCTV footage was found. Sorry I'm late, McCaffrey said as she strode into the bedroom. Her warm red hair was tied back in an austere bun, and, as usual, she wore just a brush of mascara. Had a problem with Miss Marple. The show? Kate asked, glancing up from the bed where the victim lay, her gloved hands hovering uncertainly over a blood-stained sheet. Her cat, I explained, stepping aside so McCaffrey could get a look at the body. I moved house yesterday, McCaffrey explained to Kate, wrinkling her nose at the metallic tang of blood and the stench of excrement. And Miss Marple escaped. You're supposed to keep them in their new house for a couple of weeks so they realize their current locale is their new home. Oh, said Kate, pushing her glasses back up her nose. I didn't know that. I'm a dog person. McCaffrey winked. I won't hold it against you. Kate grinned faintly. Cheers. Did you find Miss Marple? Oh, yes, McCaffrey said, bending to examine the cavity in the body. That wasn't the problem. What was the problem? I asked half-heartedly, jotting down a few of my own notes while she examined the body. She returned. With a squirrel. Kate froze, half bent over the evidence kit. A dead one? No, McCaffrey said darkly. A very much alive one, which she proceeded to drop in my brand new home office. Kate's eyes widened behind her clear frame glasses. What did you do? Screamed like a girl and ran out, McCaffrey admitted, straightening up and brushing imaginary fur from her trousers. Anyway, I found some extra courage and snuck back in to open the window so it could climb out, but now it's eating at me. What if it doesn't go? What if it builds a nest in my office and has many squirrel babies? What if my office becomes a squirrel nursery? I haven't even used it once myself yet, she complained. Bloody cats. Kate yawned widely. and as I glanced at her, a little blush tinged her cheeks. "Late night?" I asked. The red in her cheeks deepened. "You may not have been wrong about Troy's interest." "All right, way to go, Kate." "Nothing happened, nothing much happened," she amended. "But we stayed up late talking, which I now regret." McCaffrey shook her head. "You can't regret it, Doc. Life's too short for that." She gestured at the body. "Case in point." She studied the lifeless form on the bed. "Another ogre attack." "Purported ogre attack," Robbie corrected with a growl. "It appears the injuries were done using a decapitated head, stolen from a recently deceased ogre," I explained. McCaffrey clicked her tongue. "Well, that's grim." She looked at Robbie. "Who have you pissed off recently, Your Excellence?" "Too many to name," he replied mildly. "All right," McCaffrey said. "Someone's trying to frame the ogres. Why?" "The victim is identified as Alistair Drummond," I confirmed. "And I met him briefly yesterday." Robbie's head snapped up to look at me. "I didn't speak to him," I continued, "but he was part of the anti-cre protest outside of the office." Robbie's face remained carefully blank. "The anti-cre suffered catastrophic losses when they came up against the dragons recently. Their numbers must be at an all-time low." McCaffrey's eyebrows shot up. "You think they killed Marlowe and Drummond as a recruitment tactic? They need to stir up anti-creature sentiment. What better way than having an ogre brutally murder a prestigious member of society, an important symposium member? And this guy? Marlowe didn't get newspaper coverage, not yet anyway, but serial killers always get attention. They need more deaths, more outrage." I smiled. "And I'm going to pull it out from right under them." I had a contact number for the Mystic Informer, and I felt a newspaper article coming on. Not one they wanted, but one I wanted. I'd paint the anti-cre as inept and pathetic, and make it clear we know how they killed both men. Hopefully I'd piss them off enough that they'd come gunning for me. When they did, the trap would spring. I was almost looking forward to it, but first I had groundwork to lay. I pulled out my phone and dialed Ji-Ho. "Morning, Shirley Locke," Ji-Ho answered, though his voice sounded tired and subdued, as if coffee hadn't yet made a dent. "Morning," I said, shifting to lean against the wall. "Bad night?" "Not the best," he admitted after a pause, the clack of a keyboard faint in the background. "You should have called," I said, though we both knew why he hadn't. "Maybe another time," came the wry reply. Then, more businesslike, "How can I help?" "I need the info you dug up on the protesters yesterday. Any particular red flags?" "Two of them were ex-military, both dishonorably discharged," he said. Paper rustled, the faint hum of his computer fan filling the silence between us. "They both have decent rap sheets. No one else had a criminal record." "All right," I said, straightening. "I'll look into them first. Names? Bruce Hunter and Ambrose Beeks." "Thanks, Ji-Ho. Send me the files." "Uploading to Spell now," he promised. And the line clicked dead. I slipped the phone back into my pocket. "You think his own friends did this to him?" Robbie murmured. "The other protesters?" I nodded. "They tipped their hand. Showing up too early like that. It set alarm bells ringing right away. They're cocky, think they're leading us on a merry goose chase." "You're better than them." "Forensics have come a long way. Kate's the one who cracked this case, not me. She found the dead tissue. A less meticulous ME wouldn't have." "You're the one who's going to find out which of them did it, and you're going to bring them down." I enjoyed the sureness in his voice. "I am," I agreed. I scanned the files Ji-Ho had uploaded to Spell, and then I tapped out my orders to Unit 13. Round them all up, and bring them in for interview. Time to rattle some cages. Chapter 18. I laid it on thick with the Mystic Informer, and they had promised an incendiary article would be in print by midday. Time enough for me to use it with my suspects, especially as TMI had promised to email me an advance copy. My phone pinged with a message from Ji-Ho. "I dug deeper into our protesters, found some interesting background. You'll want to know before you sweat them." I wanted to follow up with Ji-Ho, but my stomach was growling, so I headed to the mess to grab some refs first, which for me meant a cup of tea and a hobnob to be chased with the Dr. P because I wasn't a madman. As promised, Laura had baked a significant volume of biscuits, all carefully decorated with little houses, in honor of Unit 13's impending move, and McCaffrey's concluded one. Roberts was in the mess with Atkinson when I walked in. I made a brew and snagged a biscuit.
Did Laura make them?
Atkinson asked me, eyeing the baked goods with suspicion. She did, I confirmed. Atkinson winced.
Then I'll pass.
You will not, I said firmly. She made them for all of us. She gave up her evening to bake, so the least you can do is eat them. He sighed and grabbed a biscuit. He bit into it, but it didn't break. Don't get into a cup of tea to soften it, I advised, demonstrating. I held the definitely gone past golden biscuit in my tea, and when it softened, I ate it. See?
And we're humouring her why?
Atkinson asked grumpily. Roberts reached out and cuffed his partner over the head.
Because Laura is a kind human being whose life is hard enough without you ingrates making it harder. Eat a damn bicky and thank her for it.
Sometimes, magic or no, Roberts and I were 100% on the same wavelength.
Oh, she's a terrible baker,
Atkinson groused. Everyone is terrible when they start a new hobby, I pointed out.
But how do you think they get better?
I asked patronizingly, like I was talking to a 5-year-old. He sighed.
Practice.
You got it. Now, don't be an arsehole and eat the damn biscuit.
Yes, Mum.
He'd taken it as an order. I was fine with that. I grabbed a few more sweet treats to make a dent in the display so Laura wouldn't feel bad, and then I made my way to Jiho's office. I was pleased to hear K-pop music playing from a few offices away. His neighbours might be less so, but it was a small step towards normalcy. I knew, without Jiho explaining, that he turned the music down yesterday so he couldn't be approached unawares. Because of that, I knocked on the door jamb loudly before walking in. I come bearing gifts. Jiho had rearranged his desk so that his back was to the wall, and he was looking out at the entrance as he worked. The problem was that his massive set of monitors pretty much blocked his entire view of the door, regardless of their position. He'd shoved his wheelie chair to the side, so he could see who his guest was. He grinned when he saw the hard bickies I carried on a small side plate.
Biscuits, nice. Thanks, Stacy.
They're Laura's, I said in explanation and tacit warning.
Say no more,
he replied, and instantly dunked the brick-like thing into his steaming coffee.
You here to talk data?
Always. Run it down for me. What did you find?
Well, we've got a married couple, Barnaby Kerr and Angela Kerr.
He pulled out their pictures. It was, surprisingly, Beardy and the smart woman. I would not have paired those two together. But it took all kinds, yin and yang and all that. Jiho continued.
I knew they were married when I did my first intel scrub. It's in the files I sent to Spell, but I did more digging on the dude. Barnaby Kerr is the son of... Wait for this. Barnaby Kerr. And the reason I thought you needed a heads up is that Barnaby Kerr Sr. is currently jockeying for position as the wizard member of the symposium, and, by all accounts, he's likely to secure it.
I frowned. I thought Stone was a wizard member of the symposium.
Oh, he is, but he's been missing for long enough that they can start the process of removing him from office in absentia and appointing someone else.
And Kerr Sr. wants to be that person.
Yeah.
I rubbed a hand over my face. And his son is anti-cre.
Apple doesn't fall far from the tree,
Jiho said, voicing my fear aloud as he bobbed to the music. I thought of my own father who'd worn the same uniform I now wore. No, it doesn't. Thanks, Jiho.
Tread carefully, Shirley Locke. When Senior hears you have Junior in interview, he's going to pull strings.
I'm no puppet, I shot back, but I appreciate the heads up.
The brass are going to be all over this,
he warned me. Channing popped his head around the door. Oh, biscuits. He reached for a spare one still on the small side plate. Laura's, I explained. His hand hesitated, but in the end, he completed the grab.
Can I have a coffee? He asked Jiho. Sure thing, Seaman.
Jiho stood out from his desk, fired up his coffee machine with all its bells and whistles, and reached for a large mug that said, I masturbate to data, and had a picture of an Excel spreadsheet. Different cup, Jiho, I said dryly. We're about to go into interview.
Oh, right.
He grinned.
I was just going for the biggest one, you know.
Size isn't everything, I murmured. Though I couldn't help but think about Robbie in that moment because it might not be everything, but definitely made things really enjoyable. 0 days celibate. I wondered if I should still bother to count. Channing took a sip of his coffee, now in a plain blue mug, and then dunked his biscuit. Mom, I came to find you because the interviewees have started to arrive. I smiled. Then let's run them across the tapes. Chapter 19. The interrogation room smelled faintly of coffee, stale sweat, and cheap aftershave. 4 chairs, 1 metal desk, and a revolving door of people who all claimed they didn't know a thing. Channing and I had been at it for 2 hours, and my patience was wearing thin. Worse, my skin had begun to itch, a sure sign that my magical reserves were running low. As the interviews progressed, it took everything in me not to scratch and claw at my skin, as the itch intensified, firmly insisting that I drop everything and head to a portal to recharge in the common. Luckily, the crone had given me a vial of her oral potion. Unfortunately, it was chilling in my fridge at home while my skin itched like I had fleas. As Amber had said, we didn't have time for me to go to the portal, so I powered on through the interviews, willfully ignoring my crawling skin, and daydreaming of downing that vial in one. Most of the interviewees were angry but predictable. Same slogans, same self-righteous soundbites that they'd spat at me outside of the office. We have a right to protest. This is harassment. Creatures sympathize a bitch. The last one was my favourite. I had a full bladder and a throbbing headache. Both were screaming for attention. Channing handled the paperwork, tapping away on spell like he was playing with a fidget toy. That's 6 down, he muttered. 4 to go. 4 left to enlighten us with the exact same statement, I groused, stretching my neck until it cracked. They prepared and they colluded, I said, drumming my fingers on the cold metal desk. Line things up nice and neat. They're all alibying each other too, and that means none of their alibis are worth a damn. I pushed away from the desk and stood. Let's take 15, freshen up, and then bring in Beaks. You got it. I left the interview to go to the toilet and let myself have a few good scratches of places hidden by clothes. Then, when nature had been seen to, I went to my office to pull a can of Dr. Pepper from the little fridge Robbie had installed for me. I blushed a little as I sipped from the can. I'd always loved Dr. P, but the kiss last night had elevated that love to a whole new level. I hope we didn't break up, because if we did, it would likely ruin Dr. Pepper for me, and that alone was reason to stay with Robbie forever. I washed down 2 paracetamol pills with some Dr. P. Not as good as a headache potion, but far cheaper, and they didn't need to be refrigerated either. I continued to long for the oral potion in my fridge at home. It would stop the itching in a moment and refuel my magic batteries with every swallow. It was hard to resist the urge to run home and down it, but my working day was far from done. I just had to be careful with my magic now. Too much magic use and the other would drop-kick me out of the realm with one hell of a headache. Not something I wanted to occur while I questioned suspects. My phone beeped, and I took it out to check the message. It was from Robbie. The terse message simply said, "Call me." I narrowed my eyes at the brusque tone, but I called all the same. "Everything okay?" I asked when he answered, envisaging him telling me about more headless bodies. "Yeah, fine, just a little den issue I need to discuss with you." A den issue? He demanded I call him because someone had run out of milk or something. Well, in that case, you should remember I'm not one of your subjects. You can't just demand, do something and expect me to do it. I ignored, for the sake of my own argument, the fact that I had done exactly that. "Sorry," he said tiredly. "I wasn't thinking. Next time I'll make it clear it's a request, not an order." "Damn right you will," I said, slightly mollified. "All right, what do you need? What's the den issue? I'm an interview, so you've got 5 minutes to run it down for me." "I love it when you talk cop to me," he said, and I could hear the grin. "One of my ogres has called for our new den to be blessed now that everyone has moved into the Cheshire residence." "Okay," I said, my tone making it clear that I had no idea what a blessing entailed. "It means everyone local has to attend the den for a meal and the blessing ceremony. It's not something I can refuse or put off. Once it is called for,
It's happening.
All right, I said, still unsure where he was going with this.
I've already told them all that you are in my shadow, so that means technically you need to be there too. You're under my protection, so you're recognized as being part of the den.
So what you're telling me is that you need me to come to dinner tonight with all of your local ogres?
Yes.
What time?
Around 7 p.m. would be ideal, but I'll delay the start until you arrive, even if that ends up being midnight.
I grimaced. It was difficult juggling an active serial killer case with social obligations. Previously, I'd never had much need to do so. My family knew if there was a live case, I'd be working until the small hours to close it. Having to stop work to do something so seemingly trivial as going to dinner with Robbie's ogres rankled a little. But it wasn't trivial to him, to any of them, and I'd asked to be let in. Here was Robbie rolling out the red carpet. I cricked my neck. I'd make it work. No problem, I said easily. I'll try to clock off on time.
I know how hard that was for you to say, and I appreciate it, Stacey. Message me when you're ready, and I'll get Mactel to pick you up. I have to remain at the hearth until the blessing is complete.
He wasn't happy about that. All right, is there a dress code?
No, just make sure you wear some weapons.
He hung up before I could ask if he was joking. I finished my can of Dr. P and headed back to the interview room. With a date with Robbie's whole den looming, I had no time to dawdle. Chapter 20. Beeks swaggered in like the room owed him rent. Ex-military, dishonorably discharged, tattoos that looked more like a sick manifesto than body art. The beheaded centaur on his arm certainly rang alarm bells. Maybe beheading was his thing. He sat, crossed said tattooed arms, and waited defiantly. Channing switched on the recorder. I wasn't going to waste time on a pissing contest with this ingrate. Ambrose Beeks, I began. You were at a rally outside the police station. Calling it a rally was generous, but I thought I'd start by appealing to his ego. Inflate it until I was ready to pop it like the dangerously overinflated balloon it was.
Wasn't a rally?
He grunted, his eyes saying stupid bitch without needing words.
It was a protest.
Right, a protest that ended with one of your members dead.
No one died at the protest.
Who's dead? He asked innocently, as if he didn't know full well. But there wasn't a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He was playing dumb, or maybe he was just plain dumb. Either way, he already knew Drummond was dead. Your pal, Alistair Drummond. He sniffed.
Oh, dead, is he? That's a shame. But he wasn't a pal of mine. He was a damned animal lover. Bleeding art. All fussy about the environment. Always getting us to turn off lights when we weren't using them, and stopping us from using plastic plates. Making us wash up. He shook his head, and his tone made it clear that he considered washing up the equivalent of wiping his bum after taking a shit. It was necessary but distasteful. I bet he made you take canvas bags to the shop too, I said flatly. He thumped the table. He fucking did.
Is that why you killed him? All right, not my smoothest segue ever, but the pills hadn't smoothed out the headache yet, and I was done chit-chatting. His eyes narrowed, and he sat back with a show of studied nonchalance.
Didn't touch a hair on his head.
It wasn't his head that got hurt, I pointed out. I opened the manila folder on the desk and turned it so he could see the horrific image of Alistair Drummond's body, splayed and ruined in his bed. The cream sheets soaked crimson. Beeks didn't bat an eyelash.
He was related to an ogre,
he said instead, a shade gleefully.
That's who you need to look at. His little tusked nephew.
Ah, that was their plan, was it? Pin on the mysterious ogre relative. I bet they had no idea his little tusked nephew was Robbie Krieg, king of the ogres, because if they did, they would have shit their pants and left Drummond well alone. How do you know an ogre made these wounds? I asked. He faltered.
Well, it's obvious,
he finally said. I smiled. It is when you know who or what killed him, I agreed easily.
I'm military,
Beeks grunted.
I know wounds.
Ex-military, I corrected. And you were part of a common army, so you wouldn't have seen ogres rampage as part of your service. He leaned forward, nostrils flared, eyes dark, Bitch, you don't know what I've seen. You're right, I don't. So tell me, what was the name of Drummond's purported ogre relative? His eyes were still narrowed in anger, jarring with the nonchalant shrug he offered. Dunno, but he told us he had one once. Couldn't hold his liquor. Said he had an ogre nephew, but that they'd never got on, obviously. That he was ashamed his sister had parted her thighs for a monster. His smile now was vicious. Like you, I suppose, Inspector. Shut your mouth. Channing snapped from his position by the recorder. Or I'll shut it for you. Show some damn respect. Threats of police brutality? Beak sneered. Watch yourself, little man, because I'll be walking out here without a blemish or you'll be kicked off the force. He leaned forward. I have friends in high places. Barnaby Kerr Sr., I presume, I interjected, giving Channing a little warning glance, purely to pander to Beak's ego. Beak smiled maliciously. He's going to bust you down to traffic for opening your whore legs. Just you wait and see. My whore legs are no concern of yours, I said mildly, unruffled. And where were you when Alistair Drummond was getting his insides ripped out? I was with Junior and Angie. They like a little menage a trois. He shot me a salacious wink, and I knew it was total bullshit just to cover their asses. That meant they had something to hide, and I was going to nail them to the wall. I smiled, but there was nothing friendly in the expression. Yeah, is that right? And you called me a whore? His grin slid off his face. Don't you be rude about Angie. She's everything you're not. Bitter and bigoted. His teeth ground together audibly. Let it be shown for the record that Mr. Beaks is grinding his teeth, Channing said, tone cheerful. It almost made me slip up and smile. Fuck you, he snarled. No thanks, Channing shot back. If you're sleeping around, then there's a high chance you have a sexually transmitted infection, so I'll pass. Beaks's face went even redder. Where were you when Marlowe was murdered? I pressed. With the Kerrs, he ground out. You don't even have to ask when the murder was. Ask which day. I arched an eyebrow. I already know which day. It was in the news. No, it wasn't. But you know what is in the news? Let me read you the piece that the Mystic Informer is running. You're going to love it. You're all famous. I cleared my throat theatrically and began. It is with great sadness that we announce the death of Theodore Marlowe, a much beloved member of the air elemental community who served on the symposium. He was found murdered early on Wednesday morning. His killers made a weak attempt to make it appear as if he was murdered by an ogre. Similarly, Mr. Alistair Drummond, a piper and a known anti-cre sympathizer, was found murdered in the early hours of Friday morning. He too was killed in such a way as to attempt to lay blame at the ogre's door. We spoke with the lead investigator, Inspector Wise, who had this to say. The sad deaths of Marlowe and Drummond were carried out by a person or persons currently unknown in a pathetic attempt to frame the ogre community for the same. The murderer was cowardly on both occasions, striking in the dark and utilizing tasers and magic-cancelling cuffs to incapacitate their victims prior to delivering grisly deaths. The deaths were clearly designed to whip up ire against the ogre community, but luckily the pure incompetence of the killers is such that the attempt has fallen flat. Meanwhile, members of the local anti-cre chapter are being questioned in relation to the deaths. It is only a matter of time before the killers are identified, apprehended, and justice carried out. When asked what sort of justice the killer would receive, Wise confirmed it would be the permanent kind. Let us remember that prejudice and fear serve only those who would see us broken and divided. As a community, we are only as strong as our weakest member. If we turn on each other, then we are truly lost. Reported by the Mystic Informer, standing for unity across all races and realms. I looked up at Beak's red face. That's a nice touch, isn't it, that sign-off? Weak-willed, pathetic bullshit, he snarled. The other realm is dog-eat-dog. If you forget it, you deserve to get eaten. Like you ate Drummond. I didn't eat him. No. Did you reserve that treat for Angela Kerr? He didn't like that, and his fists clenched. I had nothing to do with Drummond's death. I was with the Kerrs at the time. I smiled. Well, we both know that's not true. His nostrils flared. I want my damn lawyer. I bet you do. Interview terminated until such time as Mr. Beeks has legal representation. Channing switched off the recording equipment. You're free to go, Mr. Beeks. Present yourself in council tomorrow at 9 a.m. DC Channing, escort Mr. Beeks out of the building. Beeks stood, shoved away from the table, and stormed out, rage licking his guts. I watched him go with satisfaction. Anger induces people to make mistakes. I would be ready to take full advantage of it when Beeks fucked up. And he would. I was counting on it. Chapter 21. As I watched Channing escort Beeks through the office, I rang Elvira. He's coming out to you. A beat later, she replied, We've got him. Humour laced her tone. He's fuming. What did you say to him? Read him the Mystic Informer's article. He didn't love it. And this time the article was real. She chuckled. Don't lose him, I ordered. Make sure you or McCaffrey are on him at all times. Not my first rodeo, she replied. We got it, boss. She hung up and I pocketed my phone. Channing returned. Beeks is hiding something. He is, I agreed with a smile. He might not have done it, but he definitely knows who did. Yet he has the rage, the anger. He's still on the list, high on the list. He could have done it. He considers himself superior to others. He'd like to be what we are, judge, jury, and executioner. It burns his ass that a girl has that role over him. I flipped to the next file. Send in Bruce Hunter. Let's see what he has to say for himself. Hunter was quiet and contained. I ran through the same line I'd taken with Beeks, but I didn't get a rise. He was ice to Beeks's fire. But that iciness moved him right up my suspect list, as it had taken ice to break into a symposium member's house, tie Marlowe to a chair, and gut him. Help me find who killed your friend, I entreated. He snorted. Drummond was no friend of mine. You think I'm stupid? You'll pin it on the first ex-soldier you find. You lot love an easy target. Only if they're guilty, I said lightly. And right now you're auditioning beautifully. I paused. No lawyer, Hunter. Don't need one, he said baldly, giving me a smile I didn't believe for a second. I'm innocent. Yeah. Did you know where Alistair lived? He looked at me for a beat. No comment. All right, how about this? Your military record says you're skilled at subtle ingress. You know what that means? It means you're real good at getting in places you aren't welcome. You can pick locks, Hunter, and someone picked Marlowe's locks. That was you, wasn't it? No comment. He replied again, though a smug smirk tugged at his lips. You haven't got the stones to say anything to us other than no comment, Hunter? No comment. I smiled. If that's how you want to play it, that's fine. Interview terminated. Channing, show Mr. Hunter the way out. Yes, ma'am. When Hunter was out of the room, I tagged Bland, who was waiting, ready to follow Hunter. I waited until Bland had eyes on his target, and then rang off. When Channing returned, I asked him. Impressions? Thinks he's untouchable, a hard ass, arrogant, doesn't think he needs a lawyer to tell him to spit out no comment. Absolutely, I agreed. And we can work with all those things. Send in the Kerrs. Let's start with the missus. I don't think the prim and perfect Mrs. Kerr is going to love being Beeks' alibi. I wonder who suggested it. I guess they couldn't come up with a nice and innocent explanation for all of them being together at 5 a.m, so they had to use a scandalous excuse instead. But what does that tell us? If they're lying about being together sexually, it's because Beeks needed an alibi. I grinned at my partner, who was becoming less green by the day. You got it. Let's see if Mrs. Kerr does indeed like two men at once, and if not, well, then we've got something to play with. Mrs. Kerr was accompanied by a lawyer. Maybe she was smarter than the others, or maybe she had more cash. With his slick pinstripe suit and his equally slick hair, the man who rolled in with her certainly wasn't a court-appointed lawyer. That much was certain. Mrs. Kerr, I greeted her expansively. How good it is to see you again. She glared back and sat down in the chair opposite me, and the lawyer settled in next to her. Cop bitch, she sneered. You people frame us every time something goes wrong. Angela, the lawyer said mildly,
Please. He turned to me. Apologies for my client's language. She's overwrought. She'll be more overwrought by the time we're done here, counsel. I leaned back in my chair, letting the silence stretch. People always fill the silence. It's human nature. The paracetamol kicked in, and I had my patience back. So I sat and waited. Predictably, she cracked first. She folded her arms across her chest. I don't know why I'm here. We didn't kill him. Drummond was one of us. He was our voice. Good, I said evenly. Then you'll want to help us find who did kill him. Oh, you'll twist everything I say, she spat. Ogre-loving whore. Mrs. Kerr. The lawyer interrupted firmly. Remember your instructions. She grimaced but simmered down. The lawyer reached into a briefcase and pulled out a sheet of paper. Here's my client's prepared statement. I scanned it and looked up, letting a smirk pull at my lips. 2 men at the same time, I noted. Which holes did they use, Ange? Pussy and arse, or did they... Mrs. Kerr shot to her feet, eyes blazing, lips curled over her teeth. Oh, she didn't like that one bit. The solicitor took his client's arm gently and tugged her back down to sitting. He levelled a flat, unfriendly look at me. So much for becoming fast friends. Shame. Inspector, your comments are unnecessary and incendiary. You know what's unnecessary, counsel? I asked, as I leaned forward across the table, opening the folder and spreading the photos of Drummond's wrecked body across the metal surface. Killing your buddy to frame his ogre nephew. Killing your friend because you knew he had an ogre relative to pin it on. That's incendiary. Despite herself, Mrs. Kerr looked down at the photographs, eyes widening in shock at the sight that greeted her. Oh my God, she said, and clapped a hand to her mouth, shoulders heaving uncontrollably. Channing hastily shoved the wastebasket at her, and she threw up into it. The lawyer gathered the pictures, shoved them back into the file, and flipped the manila cover closed. There was no need to subject her to those photographs, he said tightly. My client was not responsible for Mr. Drummond's death, and she is understandably distressed by the events of the last 24 hours. You have her statement. She has nothing more to add at this time. Unless you have any charges for my client. He paused for the barest beat for me to confirm or deny. I stared, stonily instead. Then we're done here, he said, standing. Once again he took her by the arm, as if to lead her out gently. She was still pale, but she was regaining her hoity-toity spirit moment by moment. As I watched, she shoved her pretty nose back into the air, shoulders thrust back. She'd found her footing, but the photos had truly horrified her. She hadn't been present at the murder sites then, but I'd bet a month's paycheck that she was still involved, albeit on the periphery. She had to know who the killer was, and I was betting there was a reason she'd falsely provided an alibi for Beeks. The woman was so prim and proper that the only thing that had been up her arse was a monumental rod that she'd yet to remove. We're not done here, counsel, I replied. Not by a long shot. Your client knows something. I looked at Angela. Don't you? She pressed her lips together, an unconscious tell to stop herself from spilling the secrets. Yeah. She knew something. But by all means, let's discuss this further on another occasion, after I've had the chance to speak to your husband. Interview terminated. Poise regained, Mrs. Kerr smirked all the way to the door. Well, she's a total bitch, Channing muttered. Yeah, but she's a bitch in the know, I said. She doesn't like being the alibi, but she'll take it for now. The pictures made her sick, so I doubt she did the killing. No blood on those pretty nails, but yeah, I bet she knows who did it. Let her go for now, and let's bring in the husband. Let's see if we can rile him and get him to slip. Mr. Kerr had combed his beard and brushed his hair, yet his rumpled clothes gave him a slovenly appearance. Mrs. Kerr's counsel reprised his role once more, giving me a wide smile, while the formalities were recorded for the tape. Once I was done, he again reached into his briefcase to give me the same statement he prepared for Mrs. Kerr. The only thing amended was his client's name and gender. Somewhat lazy work, counsel.
I chided. He looked amused. I hope he didn't charge you for preparing 2 statements, I said, conversationally to Mr. Kerr, when he's only bothered to complete 1 still. You're no stranger to getting screwed, are you, Mr. Kerr? When you're with Beaks, are you the bottom? I am not with him like that, he spat. No, I said mildly. You just like to watch him fuck your wife, is that it? He stood from the table, rage across his face. Mr. Kerr, his slick counsel said, please calm yourself and sit down. That's right, I added. Do what the nice lawyer says. Does he enjoy a menage a trois with you too, Kerr? We do not, Kerr began, but his brief placed a warning hand on his arm, and he took a steadying breath. It's the beard, isn't it? I asked with a wink. Beaks is clean-shaven. Smoother for Mrs. Kerr when he's down between her legs, licking her. You better not finish that sentence, you bitch. You fucking cop bitch. Oh, your wife liked that phrase too. 2 of you enjoy name-calling, it seems. Tell me, Mr. Kerr, when you were both with Mr. Beaks, what names did you call him? Master, maybe. Are you Mr. Beaks' little bitch? Mr. Kerr's face turned a pleasing shade of red, almost purpling. When he spoke, spittle flew everywhere. I'm going to get you fired. I smiled, letting him see how utterly unruffled I was by his threat. I don't think so. Senior can't touch me. None of you can. It'll be fun to watch you try, though. I winked, just to annoy him more. He was close to apoplectic rage, and that meant he was going to make a mistake. I'll fucking... Barnaby. The lawyer placed a calming hand on his client's arm, which he immediately shrugged off, glaring at his counsel. I leaned forward. Do continue. You'll fucking... What? Barnaby. You'll fucking kill me, like you did poor Alistair. Oh, no, wait. You just like to watch, don't you? Did you watch someone kill Alistair before or after Beaks fucked your wife? With a roar, Kerr surged up. He tried to flip the metal table over towards me, but it didn't budge. It's bolted to the floor, I explained helpfully. Barnaby! The lawyer stepped closer, hissing rapid instructions to his client. Kerr's hands were clenched into fists, and his chest was rising and falling rapidly as he battled to keep his temper under control. When the brief was convinced Kerr had his shit together, he turned to me, his words coming out clipped. You have his statement, Inspector, and since you have no charges, this interview is over. Come on, Mr. Kerr. We've taken up enough of Miss Wise's time. That's Inspector Wise, I corrected. Not for long, Kerr snarled as he stalked out. I watched him go with satisfaction. He was rash and hot-headed. If he was involved, it was on the periphery. He wasn't a planner. Wasn't cool, calm, and collected like Marlowe's killer, who'd sat him down and chatted before ripping out his insides. No, Kerr wasn't the killer, but I bet he knew who it was. And it was one of his anti-cre besties. Chapter 22. I was wholly unsurprised when I was summoned to Faraday's office less than 20 minutes later. I knocked on his door and entered when bidden. He was looking out onto the streets that ran through the heart of Chester, with the cathedral ruling the skyline just beyond. Wise, he said, without turning from the window. Sit and give me the rundown. I sat. It was rare in the extreme for Faraday to get his hands dirty these days. He rode a desk with panache, ruled the Cheshire force with an iron fist, and rarely got mixed up in the nitty-gritty of day-to-day life and cases. Yeah, he'd come to G-Ho's rescue when I needed it, and that had taken him up a peg in my estimation. Somewhere underneath it all, a good cop still lurked. Somewhere. I ran it down. As you know, Symposium member Lord Theodore Marlowe, an air elemental, was found dead in his residence at 8 a.m. by his cleaner. There were no signs of forced entry. The assailant used a taser to incapacitate him, fitted magic-cancelling cuffs, and restrained him to a chair. Faraday grunted. The ME has confirmed necrotic tissue in the wounds, I continued. Her conclusion is that Marlowe was killed using the severed head of a dead ogre, Thrain Olafsson, in an attempt to frame the ogres for the murder. DNA from residual cells in the wounds matches Olafsson.
And how did Olafsson die?
Black tawny. Fatal.
Damn tawnies.
Faraday muttered.
Go on.
The next day, anti-cre protesters took up position outside of the station to stir up outrage even though they had no lawful way of knowing that an ogre was involved.
Yes, I recall,
he said impatiently.
And as was said at the time, departmental leaks do happen. What about the second death?
The second death was the murder of one of the aforementioned protesters, Alistair Drummond. He was a low-level piper and a vocal member of the anti-cre community. His rap sheet includes numerous arrests for unlawful protests and inciting civil unrest, but he has never served jail time. I paused. Because now we were getting to the tricky part. In interview, it came to light that Mr. Drummond had asserted that he had a half-ogre nephew, and presumably his murderer intended to set up the related ogre for both deaths. However, it is anticipated that the ME will find the same necrotic tissue present in Mr. Drummond's wounds. It is also notable that the body suffered from frostbite in certain areas, and the ME postulates that the decapitated head of Thrain Olafsson has been kept in a freezer in the intervening period to stave off further decomposition. She will compare samples to verify this. I paused, and Faraday waved at me to continue. I wanted to take a deep breath before plunging into the next section, but I well knew the telltale signs of dishonesty, so I didn't. Here begins a slippery slope, I thought, as I prepared to fudge the truth for Robbie. For his privacy. I wouldn't have him hauled down to the station on some spurious charge if I could prevent it. Not when he was innocent of any wrongdoing here. I continued, with no difference in tone or expression, just running down the facts. There is no legal record of Mr. Drummond having a nephew, and his deceased sister is not recorded as having given birth, nor was she legally married. It is unknown at this juncture who the half-ogre nephew is, or, indeed, if one exists. Given the circumstances, I do not consider it necessary to employ our scant resources to identify the alleged ogre relative, as he is clearly blameless in this matter, particularly when we have conclusively determined that the weapon in question was the severed head of Thrain Olafsson.
I agree.
Faraday grunted.
There's no suggestion that the purported ogre relative was ever involved, save as to be set up. As such, his identity is of a low priority at this time.
He turned to face me, still standing so that he towered over me while I sat. An intimidation tactic that I didn't let bother me.
Wise, I do not need to tell you the importance of wrapping this one up quickly. There is significant pressure on us to identify and bring down Teddy's killer.
He fixed me with a look.
How certain are you that Barnaby Kerr Jr. is involved?
I am certain that he knows the identity of the killer, but at this stage I do not think he is the offender in question. Faraday nodded briskly.
Then drop any and all lines of inquiry into him and his wife.
Sir, I began to protest. He held up a hand.
Save it, Inspector. His father is touted to be the next Wizard Symposium member. This office cannot afford to alienate one of the most important members of the symposium.
He's not even elected yet.
No, but I can't ignore the possibility, the likelihood that he will be. The Connection's budget review is coming up, and we're requesting a significant increase to fund Unit 13 and additional units of its kind. So I'm telling you, drop the line of inquiry on Barnaby Kerr. There are to be no further interviews or surveillance on either Mr. or Mrs. Kerr.
And if the Kerrs did kill Lord Marlowe? He pressed his lips together.
Then you'd better make sure the evidence on them is ironclad and tied up with an on-camera confession. And Wise, if it is Kerr, the kill order is rescinded. I'll be clear.
Crystal, I muttered, a sour taste in my mouth.
Excellent. Dismissed, Wise.
I stood and shut his door as I left, because his damned open-door policy didn't apply to him. I had Elvira on Beaks, and Bland on Hunter. I didn't have enough manpower to keep eyes on the Kerrs too, and so I'd already cut them loose. The fact that Faraday wanted me to let them slide made me want to put people on them. However, my gut was still fixed on the two military men, Hunter and Beaks. So I told my contrary nature to settle down and cool off. I had other things to focus on, like learning everything I could about den ceremonies as quickly as possible. The Connection database was annoyingly sparse on ogre customs, so after half an hour of fruitless searching, I gave it up as a bad job. An idea occurred to me, so I swung by Jiho's office on my way out. As hoped, he was still there. I knocked on the door. "Hey," I greeted loudly. "I've got an ogre thing later, and I wondered if you could find some information for me. I've looked in the database, and there's a whole lot of nothing there." He waggled his eyebrows. "You want me to do some digging on unofficial channels?" I paused. "Only if you feel okay with that." He snorted. "Sure, you got it. What do you need to know?" "Everything about the ogres," I said dryly. "But start with anything you can find about den rules and den blessing ceremonies." He looked intrigued. "When do you need it by?" "Yesterday would be good." Jiho flashed me a grin. "I'm all over it, Shirley Lock. Call me on my mobile when you get anything." "I will," he assured me. "I'll go home and use my home unit. The setup here can be tracked." "I appreciate your discretion." "You know you've got it," he said in all seriousness. "I do know, that's why I asked." I clapped him on the shoulder. "I owe you." "You don't owe me shit for this." "And Stacey?" "Yeah." "I owe you my life. It's going to be a long time before we're square." I shook my head. "We're already square, Jiho. Friends don't keep tallies." When his eyes filled up, I gave him a hug. We stood like that for a long moment. But when his arms dropped from my body, I stepped away and left, without another word. He was struggling with his emotions, but I wouldn't force him to talk. Not until he was ready. Time to power walk home, knock back that potion like it was tequila, grab a shower, and figure out what the hell I was supposed to wear to a den ceremony. Besides weapons, apparently. Chapter 23. Loki was visibly delighted to see me, and his trilling antics made me smile. Despite his day of rest, he still looked tired, which made tendrils of worry creep back in. Still, the itching was driving me wild, so I dashed right to the fridge and downed Amber's potion. "Oh," Loki said with pleasure, his wings instantly brightening. "Ah, so good." I blinked. Now that we were tethered, had my depleted magic become a problem for him as well? "Sorry, buddy, I didn't realize my low levels of magic were hurting you." "Ah, not hurt, but give more." I blinked. Throughout the day, there had been moments in interview when I barely noticed the itching, and that wasn't normal for me. Normally, when it arrived, it stayed and got progressively worse. I put it down to my being so involved in the interviews. But had Loki been sending me his magic to stave off my fallout? "You helped me." He bobbed his head. "Well, thank you," I said, touched. "But next time, just let me deal with it. I don't want you suffering." He flew to me and nuzzled into my neck, saying with actions what he struggled to articulate with words. I related all too well, thinking of those words I still hadn't told Robbie. I nuzzled Loki right back, stroking his soft wings with delicate fingers. "You feeling better now?" "Ah, good," he declared. "Good, because we've got a trip to an ogre's den planned, and I definitely need backup, if only for moral support." Loki's little chest puffed up like a ball of cotton wool. "I come," he promised. I smiled, despite my apprehension that he would probably mouth off to at least 2 ogres. "Well, thanks, Loki, I appreciate that. I need to hop into the shower. Do you need anything else first?" "I good." He took to the wing and flew around the room, skimming close to the ceiling. I left him to his antics and went to blast myself with a cool shower. As always, Jiho had come up good, and he called me with a bunch of information while I'd been getting ready. It turned out that Robbie hadn't been joking about the weapons thing. Part of the blessing ceremony for the den involved all of the occupants promising to protect the den, and coming armed was part of that. I'd be lying if I said the idea of strolling into a den of fully armed ogres didn't make me nervous. Robbie wouldn't let harm come to me, but he'd been open about the numerous challenges he'd faced lately, and while he'd won them all, there was definitely tension there. And I was a grenade, a human mate. Not that we were mated, per se, but we were on that path, and his detractors wouldn't like that. From what Jiho had said, den rules were clear. If anyone attacked me, Robbie was within his rights to kill them. Robbie had declared me to be in his shadow, under his personal protection, and that meant any insult to me was an insult to him. I needed to mentally prepare myself for the possibility that someone might die tonight at Robbie's hands, and I couldn't show weakness. Couldn't show a jolt of shock or disapproval, or I'd undermine him utterly. I dragged a hand through my unruly mop of brown hair. It was going to be a total shit show, but at least my magic was at full strength, humming under my skin. I was almost bursting with it. A vial of Amber's special potion worked even better than a full day in the common realm. It was the magical equivalent of chugging 3 energy drinks, and I felt rejuvenated, if on the wrong side of buzzing. I put on 2 daggers, one sheathed on the outside of each ankle, the weapons hidden by the flare of my jeans. I'd need every advantage I could get if things got scrappy. Then I donned more weapons, visible this time. My baton was secured on my utility belt, and my father's old gun rested on my hip. Since I was trying to be visibly tough, I didn't bother with a jacket, but I did grab some sunglasses. The sun was still out, and on the off chance the ceremony was outside, I didn't want to be squinting and miss a weapon flying towards me. Because I needed just a little pick-me-up too, I painted my lips bright red, and put on some mascara too. This was as dressed up as I got. I toyed with pinning my hair back into an updo, but ultimately, I was a girl who seldom fussed with her hair, and chances were good I'd make more of a mess of it than an improvement. There was a knock at the door, but before I could answer it, my ghost picked up fuck you's mace and floated it over to me. You think? I asked mildly. The mace moved forward firmly an inch. All right. Braced for the weight, I took it. Given that my magic was full to bursting, it took very little effort to create a small pocket of air beneath it, making it effortless to lift. As Robbie had done, I hefted it up and rested it against my shoulder. With the air pocket, the metal spikes didn't even touch my shirt, let alone cut into my skin, but sure looked the part. Loki flew over and rested on my spare shoulder. We were ready to rock and roll. I felt like a pirate, with a mace in hand and a bird on my shoulder. If anyone called me Blackbeard, I'd swing at them. I opened the door and Mactor stared first at me, then at the mace, then finally at Loki. He blinked rapidly, which, from anyone else, was the equivalent of a shocked gasp. Then, to my shock, he bowed low to me for a count of 8 seconds. Then he rose. Are you ready to leave for the den? That was weird, but good weird, surely. Yes. Let's go. I locked up and pocketed the key, slipping it next to my phone. I hadn't bothered with a bag. I wanted my hands free at all times, save for the hand resting on the mace, as if I were actually carrying its ridiculous weight. As Mactor drove, I mentally recounted the rules Ji-Ho had told me. Always drink with the right hand. Take food with the left hand. Only eat or imbibe once the High King had declared we all could. Eating or drinking before he gave the nod was considered extremely rude. I wasn't to worry about accidentally touching shadows with someone else since I was in Krieg's own shadow, but I should try to avoid it where possible. Someone deliberately encroaching on my shadow or touching me with theirs was an insult, but I had to assess whether it had been done deliberately or accidentally. I hoped the lights inside would be set to blazing to negate the whole shadow-related minefield. When we drew up to the red brick converted barn that housed the ogres, I was pleased to see that the smattering of crows from my last visit had grown in number significantly. The birds remained eerily silent as Mactor parked beside a host of other vehicles. Robbie hadn't been exaggerating when he said every ogre in the den would be summoned. Every single ogre must have made the trip. I climbed out of the car and gave the murder a jaunty wave. I should make an effort with them since they were the closest thing Robbie had to family, and he always took care of Loki. You got any nuts handy? I asked Mactor. We should go in. Nuts first, I said firmly. He gave me an unreadable expression before disappearing into the main building. He returned moments later with a huge bag of unshelled peanuts. The bag was sealed ridiculously tightly, so after a moment of effort, I abandoned using my fingers and used one of the daggers at my ankle to cut into it. I walked around a tree where the crows were resting and poured the nuts on the ground. But none of them moved. Loki launched off my shoulder to fly around them. I wasn't sure if he was saying hi or taunting them. You need to speak to them, Loki said, speaking directly into my mind, making me start. They're not sure how you feel about them. I didn't really have many feelings about them. But Robbie loved them, and that was enough. I concentrated on the feeling of friendship, of Cass and Stevie, of Kate and Ji-ho, and I bundled that feeling up and sent it to the crows. Though I was using my sub-magic, it was the least invasive use of it. Even a kid with sub-magic knew how to pulse feelings at people. You could tell when my feelings of friendship hit them, because the whole murder squawked. It was a happy sound, and they fluttered into the air, flying around me in a black maelstrom that would have been intimidating if I hadn't known their feelings toward me were also cautious warmth. After they'd all said hi, in their way, they went to the ground to eat the gifts I kindly brought. Mactor stared at me with astonishment. "I'm good with birds," I said blithely. With effort, he pulled himself together. "If you're done, follow me this way," Mactor said quietly, leading me not into the building, as I'd expected, but around it to a large patio area with various seats, tables, and extra-large beanbags. Every ogre was scantily dressed. The women all wore sports bras and shorts. The men, just shorts. Scars were on display, and I suddenly felt wildly overdressed. Besides the limited clothing, everyone was armed, and at least in that regard, I didn't stand out. Ji-ho's notes hadn't mentioned anything about virtual nudity. Robbie was next to a huge fire burning at the edge of the patio in a monumental sunken fire pit. His proximity to the flames had caused a thin sheen of sweat to roll all over those delicious muscles, causing a flare of desire so strong I had to struggle to push it down. He was barefoot, in nothing but tight black shorts, that left nothing to the imagination. I licked my lips because I didn't need my imagination to know what lingered there. Careful to avoid anyone's shadows in the waning sun, I made my way over to him. His eyes were soft on mine, but his face was carved from granite. "Thank you for coming, Stacy," he said, voice a soft whisper. "Of course, I'm overdressed." Finally, that smirk I knew and loved so well appeared. "We can rectify that later." "You look good in shorts," I said, admiring the well-defined thigh muscles that the shorts cut across. "You look good in anything," he replied smoothly. "Or nothing." Then his voice grew brusque. "Now that you're here, it's time to get the show on the road." He gave me a pointed look. "Listen to Loki, okay?" Loki's mind brushed against mine. "Krieg will tell you anything you need to know through me," the bird explained. The full sentences of his mind speech still took me aback. Robbie was a piper, and could probably speak directly into my mind if I lowered my mental shields. But now didn't feel like the time to experiment with that, and I had my mind locked down tight. Loki was able to talk to me because our bond superseded my mental defenses. "Okay," I responded. "Thank you, bud." "Karasta," Robbie said loudly to me, and the whole place fell shockingly silent. "He says to call him Karastai," Loki instructed. "Karastai," I replied. And Robbie's eyes twinkled as gasps rippled from the other scantily clad attendees. "The den welcomes you, taking its warmth and respite." He gestured to the fire. I parroted the words Loki fed to me. "I am grateful for the warmth and respite. I will protect it for all to enjoy." Robbie drew his sword from his side and held it out to me. As instructed, I pricked my finger on the blade, which was so sharp that blood instantly welled at the tiniest pressure. Then, I squeezed a drop of blood directly into the flames. "Be ready," Loki murmured, which seemed like a very unhelpful direction indeed. Because it felt right, I moved to stand next to Robbie, not in front of him as a supplicant, but next to him as a partner. Then, I placed both hands on the mace's shaft, legs akimbo, stance ready to fight. "That's my mace," Fuck You said as she stormed over. "Oh, hey, Fuck You. How are you doing?" I gave her a wide smile. She let out an inarticulate scream, drew a sword, and swung at me. Robbie's own sword moved before I even started to lower the mace. I could have used my magic, but that felt like cheating. Robbie's sword clashed with hers in a shriek of steel and sparks as he stepped forward to avenge my honor. It was kind of nice having someone fight for me like that, and heat ran through my veins as I watched his muscles bunch and roll as he fought for me. Now was not the time to get horny, yet here I was.
Enough, Edda,
Robbie barked, voice cracking through the gathering like a whip. The much more boringly named Edda was past reason. Her blue eyes were fixed on me and brimming with malice as she ducked under his blade and lunged for me. The mace, her mace, thrummed in my hands, and I swung at her in a perfect arc meant to disarm, not kill. It was her turn to block, and she did so while snarling, spittle flying. You don't belong here, bitch! You're not the first to throw that particular epithet at me today, I muttered. She kicked, catching me hard in the ribs. Pain blossomed across my side, but before I could recover, Robbie was there, moving like liquid shadow. He grabbed her wrists mid-swing and twisted until her sword clattered to the flagstones.
One more move,
he warned. She spat in his face. You've gone soft, letting humans into our den. Robbie's jaw flexed, eyes flashing molten mercury. The fire behind him roared, reflecting in the taut lines of his muscles.
You dare insult my mate before the den,
he growled. Mate, she hissed, laughter bubbling up sharp and ugly. She looked at me with utter disdain, her mouth turned down in a sneer. She's your plaything. You'll toss her away when you're done, and then I'll... Robbie moved. His face was a blank mask as his sword arced towards her. She started to raise her sword, but it was too late. Fixated on me, she'd missed the beginning of his swing. His sword bit into her throat, slicing through the skin like it was paper. Red, hot blood welled. Yet he had sliced her with an insane amount of skill and care. It became clear that the wound was shallow, not fatal. Edda's sword clanged to the ground as her hands flew in shock to scrabble at her neck, her eyes bulging.
The mark across your throat will heal and scar, and if you raise a hand to my mate again, I will make the slice across your throat permanent. I only show such mercy,
Robbie said mildly,
because I entertained the idea of mating with you once, and I know this transition has been painful for you.
Robbie picked up Edda's fallen sword and passed it to me.
Recompense for the insult given. You're within your rights to kill her if you see fit.
I took the sword automatically with my free hand, but my mind was blank as I stared at the beautiful, blonde, Amazonian woman he had apparently cast aside for me. The thought of her touching him like I did was enough to make me see red. I raised the sword and took a step towards her as Robbie turned to face me. He read the fury and jealousy there, moved closer, then stepped around the raised sword and mace like they were nothing to him. Turning his back on Edda as if she wasn't a threat at all, he lowered his head to my ear and murmured for me alone.
You're entitled to take her life, but I know you, Stacy, and it will haunt you. Remember, only you have ever touched my tusks. Only ever you, Inspector. She is nothing to me. You are everything.
The whispered words, and yes, the title, slapped some sense into me. Anger cooled enough to be pushed down fully. I lowered my weapons and set them down. Robbie stepped closer still.
So fierce. So righteous,
he said, without modulating his voice, not trying to hide the pride he had in me. Another female ogre was pulling Edda up and away from Robbie and me. It was a smart move, but the rage had gone. Robbie was right. Edda deserved a second chance. She was battling with losing Robbie, and if our roles had been reversed, I'd want to kill her too.
Shall I shit on her?
Loki offered, making me smile despite myself. No, I said aloud. Go and keep making friends with the crows. They're curious about you. As requested, Loki flew from my shoulder towards the murder of crows, which rose like a dark shadow to hover in the air and greet him. He was a white dot among all the black feathers, far smaller and more delicate than the corvids. Yet it was clear from their gentle movements and soft caws that the crows were happy to see my little friend. Around us, the ogres burst into whispers. looking first at the flocking murder, and then at me. "What?" I asked Robbie, frowning. "What did I miss?" He smiled with satisfaction. "You commanded Loki, and he obeyed you. Clearly understood you. So? So they are seeing that you can speak to birds like I can. Another sign that we are meant to be, that we are destined for each other, Inspector." His tone was mild, but his eyes were twinkling. Despite Edda's attack, he was enjoying himself. Hanlon approached with a tray of champagne flutes. Not what I'd expected, though I wasn't sure what I'd expected. Perhaps mead and some horns, Viking style. Hanlon held the tray out to me in such a way that it would be natural to take the glass in my left hand. I sent him a flat look as I reached out to take a flute in my right instead. Hanlon grinned as I took the drink with my correct hand. I held the glass loosely but looked at Robbie. I couldn't drink until he had. "I'm thirsty, Robbie. Do your thing." Robbie grinned broadly at me too. Oh good, I was amusing everyone today. He took a glass in his right hand. The small flute looked dwarfed in his large hand, and the thought caused me to remember how good he was with those thick fingers of his. Robbie held the drink aloft. "Skål," he called. And then he sipped from the glass, as everyone repeated the phrase back at him. I waited until he had swallowed before I asked, "Can I drink now?" "To your heart's content," he assured me. "No food until we do the same thing with some meat." "Meat, is it?" And I let my eyes slide down his body and linger on his shorts. He cleared his throat. "Behave yourself, Carasta. These shorts hide nothing." "I'd noticed," I purred, making him groan again. "Ah, Inspector, play nicely." But it was more an entreaty than a command. I sipped my champagne and grinned. This whole thing was nowhere near as bad as I'd feared. Sure, Ed had had a throat slice, but only a little. Everyone was still living and breathing, and I had a glass of champagne with a magnificent view. Things were looking up. Chapter 24. I wasn't foolish enough to drink to excess on an empty stomach, but luckily the ogre soon rolled up 4 massive hog roasts. Robbie ate the first hunk of meat and gave me the second, feeding me with his fingers, which I gathered had some import, as once again all eyes were on us. Because the 1 glass of fizz had gone to my head, I licked some of the meat juices from his hand, making him groan. After that he sat us down, me on his lap, pointedly hiding his burgeoning erection from all and sundry. I couldn't help but shift teasingly against him, and he tightened his fingers on me to stop me from wriggling. Spoil sport. The day shifted properly into evening, and I pushed my sunnies off my eyes and onto my head. At least now I didn't need to worry so much about the shadow situation. Even with the summer's warmth following us into the evening, I began to feel chilly, so I snuggled more into the man at my back, who doubled as a furnace. The edge of threat had lifted from the ceremony, and laughter, chatter, and songs had arisen. Drums and guitars had been pulled out, and songs were sung in Icelandic, the tongue of the ogre's homeland. The vibe was celebratory and festive, and plenty of ogres came to sit with me and Robbie, telling stories and then moving on, so the next ogre could sit and pay homage to their king and I supposed, his mate. I lost count of the number of people I met, and had no chance of recalling their names, so there were some ogres I recognized, Jon and Freya, Helga's parents, and Erin, Helga's best friend. I'd expected all 3 to be leery of me, but they came with smiles and warmth, and as they got up to leave, Freya touched a hand to my knee and squeezed, giving me a grateful smile before they left. "I expected them to avoid me," I said. "I remind them of a difficult time that's still fresh and raw, yet they were very pointed about coming to talk to me. Why?" "They're showing the den that they respect you. You helped get Helga justice," Robbie said quietly, "and they know it too. This is their way of balancing the scales. They're throwing in their weight with you." Ogre politics were more complicated than I'd expected. They had a reputation as being huge, brash brutes, yet everything I saw here undermined that. They had their own culture, their own music and songs. It boggled my mind that any of them were actively welcoming me to join it. "Talking of justice," I yawned, I should go home. I have an early start tomorrow and killers to find.
Killers, plural.
Yeah, I think so. They were working together, the lot of them, in one way or another, but I'll untangle it.
Of that,
he kissed my temple,
I've no doubt. I'm to remain here until the fire banks.
We both looked at the fire, which was sunken but wasn't yet out. He sighed and kissed my forehead again.
I'd rather go with you, but I'm bound here for now. Mactal and Hanlon will drive you home.
Both of his warriors had stood behind us all night long, silent sentinels while everyone else had eaten, drunk and been merry. Keep Hanlon, I urged. You've been drinking. I want someone sober on you. He laughed.
I'm an ogre, Inspector. The alcohol barely touches me, and I have Ivan guarding me too.
He jerked his head towards an ogre leaning against a tree, half hidden in the shadows. Ivan's eyes were hard and always moving, never lingering. When they met mine, they paused for a beat. He gave me a fractional nod, and then his eyes moved on. Ivan was on it. That reassured me a little, and it'd be far easier to accept a lift home than try to get a taxi from here at this time of night. All right, I yawned. I'd best go then. I leaned down and kissed him farewell without thinking about it, and he deepened the kiss enough to leave me gasping. Catcalls broke out, making me flush, though I hoped the descent of night hid it well. See you tomorrow? I asked.
Undoubtedly,
he replied, eyes once again ruefully flicking to the brazier, and the small fire still burning there. I could blow it out, I whispered, making him laugh.
Don't tempt me.
I gave him another kiss, a chaste one, and then I walked away with Mactal and Hanlon. Loki separated himself from the crows and landed on my shoulder. Did you have fun? I asked my avian friend.
Like Loki,
he said triumphantly with a trill.
Include me.
Course they do, I agreed. Why wouldn't they? You're very lovable. In a rude kind of way. Loki warbled and snuggled into my neck.
Home?
He asked. Home, I agreed. We slid into the back of the Land Rover, while Hanlon and Mactal climbed into the front. Of the two men, Mactal was shorter, so I slid in behind him on the driver's side to give myself a little more legroom. I fastened my seatbelt and Loki rested on the middle headrest, not straying too far from me. He was tired too. My sunglasses were rubbing the back of my ears, so I tugged them off and hooked them into the front of my shirt instead. I wished now that I brought a bag. I hadn't needed my hands free after all. Well, except for the Edda thing, and I had to hope that the swift lesson Robbie had delivered had ended the matter, though I doubted it. None of my interactions with her suggested she was a bright spark, and yes, maybe I was being catty because she might or might not have shagged Robbie. I idly looked out of the window and just had time to register a huge truck heading straight for the left side of the car. "Brace!" Mactal shouted urgently. I didn't even have time to swear before the world detonated. Metal screamed. The impact hit like a sledgehammer to my chest, snapping my head to the left, then to the right. The seatbelt bit deep into my shoulder. A roar of twisting steel filled the air as the Land Rover lifted. For one impossible second, we were weightless. Then the world turned over. Glass burst around me like shattering rain. The roof crumpled. Something hot and sharp cut my cheek. Mactal was yelling, or maybe that was me. We slammed down hard enough that air was punched from my lungs in a juddering gasp. My skull cracked against something, and white light exploded behind my eyes with the pain. The sound of grinding metal merged into a single, awful roar. Then, I knew no more. Chapter 25. The first thing that filtered into my consciousness was the sound of whispering. Then I noticed I couldn't feel my magic. It had been burgeoning before, almost bursting from my skin. Now the hollowness in my chest struck me immediately. Next, the throbbing in my head registered, along with the bite of handcuffs against my skin. Fuck. I opened my eyes to mottled darkness. Pain throbbed through me, and panic was close behind. For a moment I was a teenager again, snatched by one of Dad's enemies and bundled into the back of a van while walking home from school to teach him a lesson. I closed my eyes again as memories of old pain welled and threatened to drown me. I took a deep breath to quell it, but doing so sent a stab of agony through me. Okay, no deep breaths. Mindful of the pain in my ribs, I willed myself to breathe slowly and shallowly, to focus, to ground myself in the here and now. Ugh, but the here and now hurt. My head throbbed in time with my pulse, and my neck hurt like a bitch. My face was cold, pressed against a rough floor. I moved my head on the concrete and felt a flare of pain. My cheek, I remembered. I'd hurt it when the car flipped. Yes, the car. I blew out another shallow breath, suppressing my fear as best I could. I was kidnapped, but I wasn't tied to a table. It wasn't like last time. I wasn't like last time. I forced the panic down and opened my eyes again. The whispering had stopped. I let my eyes adjust to the darkness, and soon I could make out two figures chained to the wall opposite me. Mactal? Hanlon? My voice came out croakier than I would have liked.
Inspector,
Mactal replied, his own voice gruff.
Are you harmed?
I was pretty sure I had a broken rib. My head was drumming something fierce, and my neck was killing me. But I lied, saying, just some scrapes. You and Hanlon?
We're fine,
Hanlon said, but the pain in his words belied them. Hanlon had been on the passenger side, where the truck had hit. Of the three of us, he must have suffered the worst injuries. But we were all pretending we were fine. Well, at least we were all equally lying to each other. Team fibbers for the win. Loki? I called. But there was no answer.
We've not seen the bird,
Mactal confirmed, gruffly. My gut clenched. We were all battered, bruised, and bleeding. Loki was small and delicate. Could my Caladius have survived the crash? I swallowed hard. The little bugger was tenacious. He'd be fine. He had to be. Or if only I'd had my magic, I'd have been able to feel him through our bond. Instead, there was just emptiness and the knowledge that if my little avian friend was dead, I'd ugly cry for days. He'd grown on me. Like mold, admittedly, but he'd grown on me all the same. Sniffling over him now would achieve nothing, so I turned my attention to the very threatening situation I found myself in. Kidnapped. Again. All right, what have we got? Any sign of our captors? I kept my voice low. No need to let our kidnappers know we'd regained consciousness.
Not yet,
Mactal replied, his quiet tone matching mine. I sat up, suppressing the gasp of pain that wanted to slip out as my ribs protested. I pulled my hands apart behind my back, testing the cuffs. They didn't give an inch. I looked down at my feet. They were tied together, but only with rope. If I could free my hands, could untie my feet too. How are you secured? I asked, as I carefully lifted my bum up and shifted my arms underneath my legs and up around to bring my cuffed hands in front of me.
Chains,
Hanlon grunted.
Seer imbued,
Mactal added glumly. I grimaced. The seers could make powerful artifacts, and I'd come across seer-imbued chains before. They could hold anything, even a dragon, though these chains were obviously not made for anything so big. These were made for ogres. Seer-imbued chains were incredibly rare and all but impossible to break. The only way to release them was with the key. That was it. They were unbreakable and unpickable. My eyes had adjusted to the darkness, and I could see that both men were strung up against the walls, arms and legs akimbo. They hung from their arms, and I could spot dark liquid seeping from their wrists. All of their significant weight dragged against the cuffs around their wrists, making them bleed from the wrists and the injuries from the car wreck. Hanlon was bleeding far more than Mactal. Ogres were hardy, but blood loss would bring them down like anyone else. They healed far more quickly than humans, but nowhere near as fast as shifters or vampires. Having the men with me gave me a focus that stopped me from funneling into fear and despair at the echoes of the worst experience of my life. I had to free them. That's all there was to it. The goal steadied me, calmed me. I was an officer of the law, and this was a crime. I was judge, jury, and executioner, and my justice in this kidnapping case would be swift. They had kidnapped the wrong woman, even if they didn't know it yet. Moonlight lit the area by the ogres, so I shuffled on my bum closer to them so I could inspect my cuffs in the meager light. All standard handcuffs had a double lock mechanism, and magic cancelling cuffs were no exception. I looked at the side of the cuffs to see if the double lock mechanism had been deployed. If I could have, I would have given a fist pump when I spotted that the double lock pin had not been depressed. The idiots hadn't cuffed me properly. They'd slapped them on and counted it as a job well done. Amateurs. Now I just needed to worry about the first lock, and that was child's play. I just needed something with a hook. I cursed myself for not pinning my hair up, as I contemplated doing. A bobby pin would have been freaking perfect. I cast around in the dark for anything useful, and as I moved, I felt something digging into my chest. I looked down but couldn't see what was bothering me. I lifted my t-shirt at the neck and grinned as I spotted the problem. My sunglasses. They'd been hooked down the front of my t-shirt. During the car wreck, or the extraction from the same, my sunglasses had been shattered, but the arm down my top had somehow remained there. Now I had the metal arm to work with, perfect for picking the lock. I carefully extracted the remains of my sunglasses, without flashing my tits at Macdon and Hanlon, then pushed the thin metal arm into the keyhole. Now I needed a bend to rake the lock, so I carefully pushed the arm to one side, creating a small hook. I pulled it out, checked that I was happy with it, and, as I was, pried it back into the center of the handcuff, moving it downward to grab and disengage the single lock bar. After a few tries, I heard the click as it released, and I could have cried. I didn't because I was playing it cool in front of Macdon and Hanlon, but if I'd been alone, chances were I would have bawled. I dropped the handcuffs to the floor and closed my eyes, reveling as my magic swam back into me with a welcome warmth. No, this time I wasn't a helpless teenager. Far from it. And there, I could feel Loki. He was in pain, but he was alive. I reached out along the bond to talk to him, but either the distance between us was too great or his pain was, because I couldn't quite reach him. Maybe the bond was too new. I added research Caladrius bonds to my mental list. Either way, Loki was alive, and he was okay. He felt distant, so I was confident he was somewhere else, somewhere far away. My captors might not have spotted him in the wreck, or maybe they just hadn't cared. Either way, I had to get out of here and find my bird, Stat. He needed medical attention. I blew out a breath. Loki was alive. Everything else I could deal with. Relief flooded me and I opened my eyes. I wasn't done. Not yet. My fingers plucked and pulled at the rough knot around my feet. The fucking idiots had done an appalling job, assuming the cuffs would do the heavy lifting, and it didn't take me long to loosen and undo the rope around my legs. I lifted the bootleg of my jeans and grinned. The lazy pricks hadn't searched me, and I still had my 2 knives concealed under my jeans. God bless incompetent criminals. So unprofessional. Hanlon sniffed in disapproval. Let's not complain, Macdon said mildly. At least she has a chance of getting out of here alive. I snorted. More than a chance. I have my weapons and my magic. I'm going to crush them. I'm not leaving without you two either. The chains are seer-imbued, Hanlon said, voice flat. You need a key. Even your magic can't get us out of them. The iron chains shackling the ogres were made specifically to hold their kind, and the image of Robbie in those chains made me so furious that I couldn't breathe. I'm well aware, I managed. I welcomed the anger, drawing it into me like an old friend. Better anger than fear. Since my kidnappers were so shit, I thought to check my pockets for my phone, but sadly they'd found and confiscated it. No way to call for help. A noise came from the other side of the door, and I pulled both knives from my ankle holsters and caught them with my air magic, hovering them in the air. The second the door opened, my blades would shoot straight at my captor. Light from the corridor flooded the room, temporarily blinding me. Luckily, I didn't need my sight to kill him. I used the IR to send one blade into my captor's heart, and the other sharply into his throat. I couldn't confess to any surprise when my vision cleared, and I came face to face with a startled Bruce Hunter. Since I could literally use the IR to direct the blades precisely where I wanted, There had been no chance of me missing my target, and I didn't. Hunter's eyes widened. He let out a gurgle, and then he toppled to the floor. Dead. I didn't even try to fight the satisfaction that rose up in me at the sight. I stalked over and dragged his body further into the room with us. Then I closed the door to reduce the chance of anyone else hearing us. Without light flooding in from the corridor, the room was annoyingly dim, so I searched his body primarily by touch alone, coating my hands in his blood. No key, I reported grimly to the ogres. No phone either. That means he wasn't working alone, Mactel said. Get yourself out of here and call for help. I looked at him, and even in the modest light I could see he fully expected to be dead by the time I returned. Nah, I said with a casual shrug. I think I'll go looking for that key. You two stay here, I said, humour sneaking in as it had to in stressful moments. She thinks she's funny, Mactel groused. She is a little, Hanlon conceded. See? This is why Hanlon is my favourite, I told Mactel with a wink. I pulled my daggers out of Hunter's prostrate form and went hunting for trouble. Chapter 26. To release Hanlon and Mactel, I needed to find the key, and that meant finding whoever was stupid enough to keep it on their person. I was pretty sure I knew who that was. I nudged Hunter's corpse further aside so the door wouldn't snag on his feet, then slunk out. Be careful, Hanlon murmured as I went. I appreciated the sentiment, but I fully intended to ignore it. Safety wasn't the main thing on my mind. As a cop, the flight part of fight or flight got trained out of me, and I was in full fight mode. My senses were heightened, focusing on what I could hear and see. I shut the door behind me, reducing the chance of someone stumbling on Hunter's corpse and meting out mistaken justice on Hanlon and Mactel. With the ogres as safe as they could be, I padded down the corridor, boot soles whisper quiet on concrete. The place smelled like dust, the musty air catching in my throat and making me want to cough. An urge I suppressed. No need to warn my captors that I was coming for them. The lit corridor only led to one thing: stairs. We must be in the basement. I took the stairs carefully, looking around for security cameras that might be monitored, but I saw none. On the next level I cleared the rooms I encountered, but most were visibly unused. I guessed that we were in an abandoned office building. There were a handful of old broken wheelie chairs abandoned in a sad little chair graveyard. The lights were still blazing through, making it easy to clear the vast empty spaces I encountered. At the end of one open area was a door, under which more light shone. The door was open an inch, and voices bled through. Bingo. Told you Hunter was a bad addition. Beaks. I recognized the growl with the accompanying chip on both shoulders. Too hot-headed. He kicked down the damn door when I could have finessed my way into Drummond's place in my sleep. Everything went smoothly with Marlowe, only got fucked up when we added in Hunter. And I told you to keep your mouth shut until we were done. Barnaby Kerr Jr., petulant and posh, like someone had wrapped insecurity in cologne and handed it a trust fund. I stepped up to the partially open door, breathed through the ache in my ribs, the throb in my head and the pain in my neck, and pushed just enough to peer through a slightly widened gap. A storage room with boarded windows and 4 strip lights flickering overhead. 2 men sat at one cheap folding table. Beaks looked the same as he had in interview, only now he'd swapped the righteous citizen activist look for the feral gleam of a man who wanted to see someone beg. Barnaby Kurt Jr. wore a tailored jacket he hadn't earned a day of, and his beard was trimmed and cared for like he'd slipped out of the hobo act now that he was done trying to fit in. Between them lay various things that would help a common jury condemn them: taser cartridges, more magic-cancelling cuffs, and a plugged-in freezer which I suspected might well hold the head of Thrain Olafsson. I stepped into the doorway, intention gathered and ready. I'm obliged to give you a chance to surrender. This is your moment. Take it, or the only way you leave here is in a hearse. Both men spun. Beaks' hand lifted. His pupils blew wide as he focused on me, using his own magic, the IR. At his side, a copper lighter flickered to life. Like most wizards, he probably had an element he was most attuned to, as well as having the IR. The lighter suggested he smoked or was attuned to fire. Fireball, Beaks barked. Well, not a smoker then. In an instant, the small flame burning at the lighter's head grew, and roared towards me. I pictured a wall of solid air around me and threw my hand up to release it. Air condensed in front of me in a curved pane of pressure. When the fire blossomed, it hit my barrier and rolled over it like a wave over a rock. Heat licked my hair. One of the strip lights kicked and popped, then steadied, buzzing. "No," I said. "You warmed me up. Thanks." I made a show of rolling my head from one side to the other, cursed myself for my sass when my neck screamed in agony. There was getting limber for the fight that was coming, and then there was straining your existing injuries. "Kill her!" Junior squeaked, scrambling back. No, he had never been our killer, but the mastermind. He was throwing orders but keeping far from the action. That made me dislike him even more. Of the two men, I bet Kerr had the keys. He'd want to be the big man, even though he never intended to get close to the two deadly ogres. If they hadn't been knocked unconscious in the car wreck, they would have made mincemeat of their captors. Kerr scrabbled backward, his balance off, and I was nothing if not an opportunist. I summoned the air again and flicked 2 fingers at him, and a gust of wind sent him sprawling. "We're going to have a little chat," I said. "I heard you talking about Marlowe, Beaks. You killed him. What was so important that you needed a tete-a-tete before you ended his life?" Kerr's lip curled. "We didn't. Flame wheel." Beaks spat. Evidently, it snapped the word at the same time he thought about spinning fire like a Catherine wheel. His imagination lacked artistry, but scored points for enthusiasm. A disc of spinning flame roared off his palm. This wasn't my first fight with someone with flames at their beck and call. Imagining the oxygen around his flame winking out of existence, I cupped the air and tugged. The flame thinned until an elegant ribbon of heat twisted up into nothing at all as I pulled its breath away. Fire's a hungry thing, deny it oxygen, and it dies, sulky and quick. "Answer the question," I pressed. "It's 2 against 1. I'm sure you'll win this little fight." As if. "So, tell me about the taser. Tell me about cuffing him to the chair. Tell me how much you enjoyed it when he panicked so hard he pissed himself." Junior went grey. "She doesn't know anything," he muttered, almost to himself. He turned to me from his position still on the floor. He wasn't eager to get involved in the fight. "He didn't talk to him. He killed him quick. Didn't you?" he asked Beaks, with a frown that said he didn't quite believe what he was saying. "Then why tase him and drag him to the chair? Why add that risk?" I taunted. "No, Beaks needed to chat with Teddy, but I still can't work out why. Just to taunt him." Beaks sneered. "His death was ordered. It had to be so." The way he spoke, the disdainful look at Kerr, I suddenly wasn't so sure it was Kerr who'd given the orders. If not him, then who? I couldn't kill Kerr if he truly was innocent in all this, though his presence here certainly suggested otherwise, and he was throwing orders around like a general. Still, I had to be sure. Risking one little use of my illegal sub-magic, I reached out to Kerr. I let it trickle across the gap and brush the edges of his mind, searching for the one memory I needed to see. Where it all began. Kerr's memory began to play out. Kerr was bored. Hunter was blustering, same as usual, going on about how they needed to make a stand. Well, some of them had done that, and Kerr was less keen on getting roasted alive by that bloody dragon shifter. As it all said from the start, the creature was a beast, an animal, and he'd reacted like an animal too, lashing out and killing scores of them. Probably more. No, Kerr wasn't eager to make a stand. "We set him up," Beak said into the quiet. "What?" Angie asked. "What do you mean?" The house smelled of cut limes and furniture polish. Angie had spent hours running a cloth over the walnut panels before the meeting. He'd let her. She needed the movement more than he needed the sheen. She looked calm now, composed, neat as ever. But she leaned forward, interest sparking in her eyes. "Yes," Kerr said. "What do you mean?" "We kill someone," Beak said bluntly. "You said your father wanted more anti-creature sentiment stirred up, right? Nothing makes people grab their pitchforks like a death." "And who precisely are you suggesting we kill?" Drummond asked, pushing his fussy little glasses up his nose. "Someone who cause a splash." "Someone human," Beak said slowly. "Who?" Hunter demanded. A smile crept across Beaks' face. Let's go big. A symposium member. Lord Marlowe. The air elemental? Angie asked, startled. Beaks nodded. I know where he lives. Low security. I can get in and out. Easy. Kerr licked his lips. Suddenly dry-mouthed. They were talking murder now. Murder of a human. How would we set up the creatures to take the blame? Ogres, Beaks said. Has to be 'em. Their tusks leave a distinctive mark. No one will doubt it was them if we do it right. Hunter grimaced. And we're going to take a tusk how? He slid a look at Drummond. We could get your nephew to do it. Drummond's lips thinned. Don't be absurd, he's no nephew of mine. I have no contact with him. Beaks' eyes narrowed. None? No, none. We can hire one, Kerr said, the thought slipping out before he could stop it. Nah, Beaks replied. That'd leave a paper trail pointing straight back to us. Leave the ogre part to me. He looked at Kerr, eyes faintly mocking. What do you say, boss? Kerr straightened his shoulders. Yes, do it. Dad needs an edge to get the seat. He's neck and neck with some bitch who's soft on crime. We'll kill Marlowe, then protest right in front of the police station. Get some rage going. He smiled. It's perfect. I snapped back into my body. The room steadied, and fire was roaring right at me. I threw up an air shield at the same time as I hit the deck. Heat rolled over me and my shield held. I strengthened it as adrenaline spiked through me. I looked up in time to see more fire heading my way. I rolled to my left. Heat whoomped. Shelves blackened. A box of old manuals caught and flared. The flames licked up the wall as Kerr edged towards the door on all fours. I couldn't let him escape. He probably had the keys, and without them, Mactor and Hanlon would die here. God damn it. I reached out again with my subterfuge powers, locking onto Kerr's mind. Sleep, I told him. He dropped to the floor and started to snore loudly. Beaks turned to me, eyes wide. Sub-wizard, he spat. That wasn't in your file. He took a trembling step backward, because now he knew there was no defense against me. Not for him. No, it wasn't, I said calmly. He swallowed. I won't tell anyone. If you let me go, I won't tell anyone. I smiled. Well, that's kind of you. I pictured Mum in her kitchen, swaying to music as she cooked for us all. And it wasn't even a conscious decision. If she was found to have lied about my powers, she'd be bound for Wraithmore with the rapists and my kidnapper. No, that wasn't her fate. Couldn't ever be her fate. I reached for his mind, latched onto his medulla oblongata, and stopped it from working. His eyes were frozen wide, and his chest simply stopped breathing. He clawed at his throat, but I wasn't cruel enough to let him suffer. I drew my knife and threw it, with skill this time rather than power, straight at his throat. My throw hit true, and he stared at me in panic as I drew closer. It'll be quicker this way, I promised. I went to remove the knife from his throat, but he surprised me by reaching up and promptly ripping the knife from his own neck. I'm not sure whether he thought he could use it on me, but it was far too late for that. Blood poured out of the gaping wound, and he swayed before dropping to his knees. His chest still unmoving as behind us, Kerr kept snoring. I waited until the light left his eyes, the moment he shifted from living to dead, before I callously searched his body. I swore when I couldn't find the damned keys. God damn it, Mactor and Hanlon were bleeding, and I needed to free them, now. In for a penny, in for a pound. I whirled around and sank into Kerr's mind, searching for the key's location. Various key-related images spooled through his mind, the place he hid the key to his familiar mansion, the place he put his car key, the key to his diary. What was he ate? The key to the seer cuffs, I specified impatiently. The image of a military green rucksack came into view. I went to a drawer from Kerr's mind and instantly knew I had misstepped. I didn't use my sub-powers often enough to know that stomping around in his thoughts would thoroughly wake him despite my initial command. And while I'd been parading through his memories, he'd come to and pressed his hands around my already injured throat. Pain roared through me and my eyes flared open just as he lifted my head and thoroughly whacked it against the floor. Pain exploded again, and with his hands around my throat, I couldn't fucking breathe. It was odd poetic justice. He was cutting off my air supply exactly as I had done to Beaks. He was heavier than he looked. My skull bounced on the uncarpeted flooring a second time before instinct kicked in. Air, Stacey, use the bloody air. I gathered what little focus I had left and pulled. The air between us thickened like syrup. His grip faltered enough for me to twist a hand free and drive my thumb straight into the hollow of his throat. He gagged, the pressure on my neck easing. I rolled sideways, coughing hard, spots swimming in my vision. Kerr stumbled back, eyes wild and unfocused, beard slick with sweat. You think you can crawl around in my head? He wheezed. You're no better than them. Bitch filth in uniform. You murdered 2 men to boost your daddy's career, I rasped, pushing up on one knee. I'm better by default. I gathered the intention within me. He snatched a fallen taser from the table and leveled it at me, hands shaking. You don't get to judge me. That's literally my job, I said, dryly, and flicked my fingers. A whip of compressed air caught him full in the chest. He hit the wall hard enough to rattle the strip lights. The taser went off uselessly, blue arcs hissing against plaster. I lunged, kicking the weapon aside. My father will bury you for this. His lip curled. You think the connection will really care about a few dead creature lovers? That did it. My hand came up of its own accord, fingers trembling, and I touched his temple. The connection hit like cold lightning. His memories flickered behind my eyes. Angie's proud smile. Beak's leer. Drummond's body cooling on blood-soaked sheets. The taste of power. The thrill. He'd watched the light fade from his eyes and had known it was the right thing to do. After all, his sister had fucked an ogre. He hadn't stabbed Drummond, nor had he kicked the door in like Hunter had, but he'd ordered the death, seen the death, and he'd enjoyed it. Wanted to do it himself. Had fantasized about it. Had even picked out a female satyr target. He planned for her to be the first of many. He wanted to watch the light leave her eyes while his dick was in her body. I went cold at the horrifying thoughts. He saw me looking through his memories, his plans, and for the first time, genuine fear replaced arrogance. Get out of my head, you fucking bitch. Gladly, I whispered. You disgust me, but I have to do one more little thing first. I pushed deeper, right down to the place where thought became breath. I found the medulla again, the brainstem that had served me so neatly before, and pressed. He jerked, mouth opening in a silent half-formed plea. His chest hitched once, twice, then stopped. I held it there, and because I needed a cover, I wrapped my hands around his throat the way he had done to me. I held my fingers there until I felt his mind stutter like a candle buffeted in a draft. I pulled my mind back hastily. The head injury was making me woozy as fuck, but I knew I needed to get out of his mind before he died. My mind snapped back into my own head, just as his body judded and the light left his eyes. Fuck, that had been too close. Way too close. When I was certain he was dead, I peeled my hands off his neck, and he collapsed bonelessly to the floor. The silence that followed was obscene. My breathing filled it, ragged and too loud. When I bent to search him, I spotted the military green rucksack wedged beneath the table. I grabbed it and hauled it forward. Relief struck me when I found the key in the third pocket I searched. I stood, wiping clammy hands on my jeans, and looked at the 2 corpses. Beaks with his knife-torn throat, and Kerr, eyes glassy and mouth frozen in mid-curse. I battled with it, my conscience, my job, my role in their deaths. They were bigots who had stirred up hatred and racism, who believed all creatures deserved death. They killed a member of the symposium, a father and a husband, all to stir a bit of bad public feeling towards the ogres. I pushed the guilt down, put it to rest. Neither man had been good. The world was no worse without them. In fact, the world was a better place now that they'd been ripped from it, even if at the cost of my soul. That was the job. Park it. The flames and Beaks' fire licked at the walls, with the leftover office boxes ablaze. I could put it out, but the fire was growing and it would take time. Time I didn't have if I was going to save the men hanging by their wrists in the basement. I walked past Beaks but nudged his body as I went by. Damned head injury was making me woozy. I pulled myself back up and froze. I'd knocked Beaks' shirt a little as I'd fallen into him. And there, on the exposed skin of Beaks' shoulder, was the same symbol that had been on the pendant in my dad's hand. The Dominie. Bloody hell. Beaks was one of theirs. What did that mean? I couldn't think. My head was pounding and I felt dizzy and sick. The start of a concussion thanks to Kerr. Or perhaps the end of it too, thanks to the car wreck. I knelt and searched Beaks' body again, turning off the phone I found and pocketing it. My heart was pounding as hard as my head. Beaks hadn't been the planner, had never been. He had been answering to a higher power. I licked my lips and shook my head in disbelief, which was a mistake because my head and neck fucking hurt. I grasped the key in my hands and hastily headed back downstairs to where 2 bleeding ogres awaited my triumphant return. Above us, the fire grew. Chapter 27. Hanlon and Mactal were waiting, pale but alive. The surprise on Mactal's face when I walked in irritated me. Had he thought I was going to ditch them despite my promise?
Took your time?
Hanlon said gruffly, which, given the blood on his chest, was heroic cheek. Mactal looked at the keys in my hands, and the blood on them, then at my face, reading more than I liked. He said nothing. Let's get you 2 down, I said briskly. Business as usual. The ring held 6 keys, each etched with various runes. I found the one that hummed when it kissed the chain's lock, and turned it. The wards unwove, and the lock clicked open. Mactal dropped to his feet in a controlled fall, landing with a grunt of pain. We went through the same dance with Hanlon. He staggered as he fell, and I reached out to catch him, trying to hide the slice of pain from my protesting ribs. Hanlon tried to pretend he hadn't nearly face-planted, stepping away from my steadying hand. I pretended not to notice.
Our captors?
Mactal asked, voice neutral. They're done, I said evenly. All of them. They both gave me one of those long looks. No judgment on either of their features. We moved upwards and outwards. The smell of smoke thickened in the corridor. Tired and in pain, I gathered my intention and hissed a small draft that coaxed the flames back into the side room, pulling air away from them and starving them through the crack under the door. It wouldn't hold the fire for long, only long enough for us to get out, and that's all I cared about. Coughing on the smoke, we reached the exit without encountering anyone else. Angie had known about the plans, had been in on the discussion, but of the 5 of them, she was the only survivor. The only one who hadn't got her hands dirty in some way or another. Outside, the night air slapped me sharply. I needed it as the smoke and pain were making my thoughts thick and slow like molasses. Stars pricked the sky over the industrial estate, indifferent to the trauma we'd endured. A fox skittered in the shadows, stopped, blinked at us, then trotted on, unfazed by our presence. Mactal slipped something into my hand as we crossed the cracked tarmac, a cloth handkerchief, old-fashioned and clean. When I looked at him, he tipped his chin to the blood smears on my fingers. Blood from Hunter or blood from Beaks. Either way, I wiped it away. The cloth came away sickeningly red, but I still didn't regret my actions. Mactal took the dirty cloth back without flinching and folded it into his pocket.
Inspector, Mactal said after a moment, who were our captors?
Beaks, Hunter and Kerr. Anti-cre assholes. One of my cases spilled over. Sorry it got you both involved.
Got you both hurt,
I corrected. Hanlon shrugged, then winced.
If they were anti-cre, then they were no friends of ours anyway. They were prepared to hold ogres.
He pointed out,
you can't get imbued chains at the drop of a hat. They were planning to capture and hold other ogres. I'd rather it was us. Besides, we were thrilled to guard you, keep you safe. His Excellence won't be thrilled with the turn of events.
His Excellence will get over it. I keep myself safe. This was my work, not yours. Our captors were killers who knew I was closing in on them. I shrugged. I finished the job. Hanlon nodded.
Justice.
The permanent kind, I agreed. Apparently that was my line now. And wasn't Faraday going to love that? I'd gone against his explicit orders. But I'd spin it. It'd been Kerr's life or mine. Anyone got a working phone? I asked. I didn't want to use Beak's phone. If I turned it on, the Dominie could use it to track me, and there was no point risking that when I might not be able to get the contents off it right now. That would need Jiho's skills. Both ogres shook their heads.
Smashed or taken?
Hanlon shrugged, as if it didn't matter which.
We don't need it anyway,
Mactor said.
Look.
He pointed to the moon, which was obscured by flickers of black wings, as a murder of crows headed our way. We watched in silence as they flew closer, changing from specks to larger, fully formed birds. They settled around us, eerily silent. One let out a single caw. The hair on my neck stood up. Mactor was looking towards the road, and rightly so. Moments later, 10 or more black Land Rovers rolled up, brimming with ogres. Before the front car had even stopped, the door opened and Robbie was out, storming towards me, a sad-looking Loki cradled in his hand.
"Ow, pig dog,"
Loki greeted me, relief in his tone. "Hey, bird, how are you?"
"Broke wing,"
he admitted. "We'll fix you up," I promised. After all, I had the crone all but on speed dial at this point, and she'd be very interested to know about Beak's tattoo. We could do a little quid pro quo. Robbie drew me into his arms, saying nothing as he cradled me gently. "Fractured ribs," I warned. His hold on me softened further, but he didn't let go. He pressed his nose to my hair, inhaling my probably disgusting scent. "I'm okay," I promised. He nodded against me but made no move to withdraw. Then he let out a long, shuddering breath and, with visible effort, stepped away from me. "Kirasta," Robbie belatedly greeted me, his words calm, even though his eyes were wild. "You had an adventure." His lips tightened with concern as he looked at my scrapes and bruises and the blood covering me. "Just a small one," I shrugged, then winced at the movement through my sore ribs. "I know you won't love this, but we need to call the connection. This is my current case, albeit it's blown up in my face. You can't cover this up." He sighed.
"A little miss by the book. Fine, we'll call your colleagues."
Good, because I had questions. Like, why the hell had Avira and Bland not been on Beaks and Hunter? The answer to that, it transpired, was Faraday. Kerr Sr. had been stamping his foot loudly, talking about the disrespect to his associates, and, in the end, when Elvira and Bland had ended their shifts, Faraday had cancelled their replacements. His judgment call had enabled Beaks and Hunter to kidnap me, and that set my teeth on edge. Bloody politics. I took no small amount of satisfaction in calling in a report, and, as anticipated, it wasn't long before Faraday arrived on scene. "This is a mess," the vampire snapped, eyeing the burning building. "We've requested fire elemental backup on spell. Estimated time of arrival is 10 minutes out." He grimaced, but nodded. "Talk me through the events." "I was travelling home, accompanied by 2 ogres, Mactor and Hanlon, when we were jackknifed by a truck. Our car rolled, and we all sustained injuries and lost consciousness. When we awoke, both ogres were shackled in seer-spelled manacles, and I was in magic-cancelling cuffs with my feet secured by rope. I got myself out and drew the daggers that had been on my person, but our captors had wholly missed."
"Clumsy,"
Faraday grunted. "Indeed, I utilised said daggers on Hunter, killing him instantly. I searched him for the keys to the spelled shackles, but found none. I proceeded through the building until I found a room with occupants. Both Beaks and Kerr Jr. were discussing the murders of Marlowe and Drummond. Beaks complained that Kerr and Hunter's presence at Drummond's murder had disrupted things, because Hunter kicked the door down, whereas Beaks could have simply finessed the lock with his skills. It was clear from the tone of their discussion that Kerr was the one calling the shots. I wasn't going to mention the Dominie to Faraday until I knew far more about the shadowy organisation and had dug into the vampire's background and beliefs. The Dominie collected powerful members like stamps, and Faraday was certainly powerful. I'd have to tread carefully here. Kerr referenced his father's political aspirations and that his platform would benefit from an increase in anti-creature sentiment. They were deliberately trying to engineer the same.
"Any suggestion Kerr Sr. knew about the events?"
"No, sir," I confirmed. I should have dug into that in Kerr Jr.'s mind, but I'd been too focused on surviving. An annoying omission on my part. Still, the apple didn't fall far from the tree. and I'd felt Junior's excitement at his plan to rape and kill the female satyr. I was going to keep a close eye on Kerr Sr. I expected that he was going to do the same to me. I gave a verbal warning, as dictated by protocol, and then an altercation ensued, which ended with the deaths of Beeks and Kerr. Faraday's lips pressed together.
I told you the kill order was rescinded on Kerr.
You did, sir, but he was trying to strangle me to death, I said flatly. His death was in self-defense. He studied me before slowly nodding.
Kerr Sr. will no doubt want a sub-wizard to view your memories to verify that the events occurred as you said. Any issues in that?
A cold sweat broke out, but I shrugged nonchalantly. None of us enjoys having a sub-wizard crawl through our minds, but I'll submit to examination if it is so ordered. I had been subjected to a sub-wizard assessment precisely once, on entry to the connection. Mum and I had argued extensively about it, before I found a heavy tome on sub-wizard powers dumped on my bed one day. I never asked how or where she got the book, but I'd followed its instructions carefully on how to keep a fellow sub-wizard from discovering certain aspects of my memories. I practiced for weeks before my testing, only to have the sub-wizard take the barest glimpse into my thoughts and give me the all-clear. Turned out he was a friend of Dad's. Corruption and nepotism were everywhere, though I'd be a fraud if I said I wasn't grateful for it on this one occasion.
For obvious reasons,
the vampire said.
I'll pass the death message. You steer clear of the family.
Yes, sir. Faraday continued his questioning.
You killed both offenders. And then what?
I located a ring of keys in Kerr's bag and took them back downstairs to unlock the seer-imbued manacles, freeing the ogres. We all exited the building and waited for backup,
which came in the form of 60 virtually nude ogres,
Faraday said drolly. I refrained from snapping back that help wasn't coming from the connection since he'd pulled my backup. Instead, I said, as you're aware, I am dating Robbie Krieg, High King of the Ogres. He became aware that an incident had occurred and came to our location.
How did he find you?
His question was valid. Truth was, he had used Loki. The moment I regained my magic, our bond had snapped into place. And Robbie had used Loki like a tracking device to home in on my location. Tracking app, I lied blandly. He questioned me further for several minutes before releasing me to seek medical assistance. He would remain and sort this mess out. For once, I was more than glad to walk away. Chapter 28. Stop moving, Amber instructed sharply. I'm trying not to. A flinch is involuntary. I sat back in my living room chair and tried harder to stay still. I'd refused to go to the hospital, but Robbie had called Amber to work her magic on me, and I was grateful she'd rushed to my house, arriving mere moments after us. The bird stayed more still than you, she grumbled.
Ah, Loki's smart,
he trilled, as he flew around the lampshade, still delighting in his painless flight. Don't overdo it, Amber advised my Caladrius. You're healed, but you'll be sore if you do too much. Loki settled down, perching carefully on my shoulder. Amber grunted her approval and kept on working. You're lucky I had a brain swelling potion already made up, she muttered as she painted runes on my forehead. You definitely have a concussion, she diagnosed, as I fought not to throw up. No shit, I bitched, clinging to the chair as another wave of dizziness struck me. Stay still, Amber huffed. I'm trying. Ugh. Amber Delia might be the crone and a potion mistress to boot, but she had the bedside manner of a gargoyle forced to eat meat. There, she said with satisfaction. She drew her magic along the runes, lighting me up like a Christmas tree. I groaned as bones healed and flesh knitted. Healing was wonderful and instant, but it wasn't painless. I gritted my teeth through the worst of it, then sighed as the pain, sickness, and dizziness left me. I slumped back into the chair in my lounge and looked at Mactel and Hanlon. You sure you don't want any healing? I'm as good as new now. Both ogres stoically shook their heads, but they looked rough as hell. They were still covered in the blood that had flowed down from their wrists and their car wreck injuries, but neither one had wanted to leave my side until I was all healed. They seemed faintly nervous, toying with their clothes and shifting from side to side. All right, suffer then. I sighed. I find your inability to accept healing bizarre, but to each his own. I suppose all species have their foibles. This one can be yours.
Pain molds us,
Mactel said stiffly.
That,
Hanlon said, flashing me a grin.
and we heal fast. This time tomorrow there'll barely be a mark. It's not worth paying a witch's fees over 24 hours of discomfort.
Amber sniffed but didn't argue. Her invoices were the stuff of legend. She started to pack up her things, shoving potions and brushes alike into her tote bag. I'll invoice you, she told Robbie, since you're the one who called me.
Robbie nodded. That's fine. Thank you for coming so quickly.
I was in the area. About that, I began, glancing at Mactar and Hanlon, and wondering whether I should continue. What? Amber asked impatiently. Well, in for a penny, in for a pound. They deserved to know who had kidnapped them. One of our kidnappers had the Domini symbol tattooed on his shoulder. Amber huffed. Why a secret organization would ever tattoo a permanent mark of their allegiance on their bodies, I will never know. It's not exactly subtle.
It's the one flaw in Harry Potter,
Hanlon agreed.
The Death Eaters all get marked, but not once does the Order of the Phoenix just march around exposing people's forearms. Make it illegal to wear long-sleeve tops and the Death Eaters would have all been found in a few days. Bish, bash, bosh.
Mactar shrugged.
Would have been a really boring story, though.
We're getting sidetracked, I noted. We can dissect the Potterverse another day. Let's focus on Domini. You know, the actual threat rather than the fictional one. Right. Amber looked at me with something that, on anyone else, I would have called concern. So you're saying you're in the Domini's crosshairs? Neither Mactar nor Hanlon showed any emotion or knowledge at the organization's name. I wasn't sure whether that was because they were already in the know about the Domini or whether, like Robbie, they had excellent poker faces. I don't know, I said slowly. I don't think I was the target. The whole thing was intended to stir up anti-creature sentiment. I got mixed up in the course of the investigation, and then in an interview I got under their skin. They made some bad decisions, and here we are. They're all dead now, anyway, Amber noted. Not all of them, I said slowly. anti-cre is still alive. She was in on the planning, at least in the early stages, but she didn't execute anyone. Still, she could be swinging for conspiracy to murder. The problem was, the only evidence I had was the memories I'd stolen from Kerr. And Faraday had already called off the kill order and made it clear I wasn't to go near the window. If I did, it needed to be off the books. Robbie looked at me, his face unreadable, and I knew what he was thinking. If I used my sub-powers on Angela Kerr, then that wasn't something she was walking away from. He shook his head.
You can't do it, he said softly. Not now. Killing the others in the heat of battle is one thing, but deliberately plotting Angela Kerr's death is something else.
He was right. My shoulders slumped. Why would you kill her? Amber asked, a frown marring her usually smooth forehead. What am I missing? Can't we just talk to her? Why is death necessary? I've been ordered not to approach her, I said vaguely.
We'll keep an eye on Mrs. Kerr, Robbie said firmly. If she stirs up trouble, we'll be ready. All right, fine, so we do nothing. With that concluded, Amber shouldered her tote bag and stood, ready to leave. Bastian rose with her. Give me the name of your Domini kidnapper, the Griffin said. I'll make discreet inquiries. Ambrose Beeks, I confirmed. Former military. He nodded once, his eyes cool. I'll be in touch. Thanks, and thanks, Amber, I called after the witch, for healing me and Loki. I really appreciate it. I wasn't sure how many witches would expend their vital energy on a mere bird. That she had done so twice now told me she was more tender-hearted than her words or presence ever conveyed. She nodded brusquely, visibly uncomfortable with the praise, and sidled out, leaving me with 3 ogres and a bird. It sounded like the start of a joke, except 2 of the ogres were broken and bleeding. Won't you sit down? I asked Hanlon and Mactar. No, said Mactar. We won't. He didn't look at Robbie, but focused instead on me. You saved us. Most would have left us hanging, locked in seer cuffs, but you faced our enemies alone and killed them for us. Hanlon nodded. We're in your debt.
Mactel went down on one knee, and Hanlon followed suit.
Asmodeer,
they said in unison, and Robbie jerked like he'd been struck. When I looked at him, his eyes were wide, but he gave me a slight nod. In reassurance or encouragement, I wasn't sure which.
Tag Felir,
Hanlon said, and Mactel nodded and repeated the phrase. Loki's mind brushed against mine.
They thank you and call you Mother of War. A very reverent title not often given.
What does Robbie say to do about it? I waited a beat while Loki conferred with Robbie, silently. Then Loki said,
He does not. He is silent.
I cleared my throat. I needed to do something. To say something. Rise, I ordered, awkwardly. Mactel eyed me seriously as he rose to his feet.
The honor has been earned and the title has to be given, but I fear you will not thank us for it when you realize the full import. It puts the imp amongst the vampires.
How so? I asked. It was Robbie who answered.
Only a true mate of the king can be called thus. If you accept the title, it means we are engaged to be mated. And soon.
My jaw dropped. I said inarticulately, my mind abruptly blank.
Go,
Robbie ordered his men.
I will let you know her decision so the announcements can be made. Or not.
He fixed both with a hard look.
Until then, this remains between us.
Mactel and Hanlon each banged a fist to their chests and left, leaving me alone with the weirdest proposal a girl had ever had. Chapter 29.
There's no need to answer now,
Robbie said, shifting away from me and reaching into my fridge for a cold can of Dr. Pepper.
It's late and you've been through much. A sugary drink will be good for you and then we can go to sleep.
He cracked the can open and handed it to me. I took it numbly, my mind whirling. The threat to his men to keep this quiet told me there was more to this than Robbie was letting on. In this realm, there was always more going on. The other realm took appearances can be deceptive to a whole new level. As I watched Robbie move around my space like he belonged, I pictured our future lives together. It's not like I hadn't already considered it. Somehow, in the course of a few months, I'd fallen headlong in love with the man. Thoughts of him popped up at the most inconvenient of times, and when we were together, there was a pull between us like we were nothing more than two attracting magnets. I loved him. I hadn't said the words to myself, too afraid to label the feeling bursting from my heart, but I couldn't deny it, not when I needed to make a huge decision. I loved him, and if I turned down the title, turned him down, it would damage things between us. I could see it in the tension in his shoulders. We didn't know everything about each other, far from it, yet what I knew, I loved. And I was certain I knew the fundamentals of who he was. He was watching me as I sipped from the can. He was still being so damned careful. Eyes wary. Sit down, Robbie, I snapped. He sat.
I go,
Loki said awkwardly.
I wash wings. Bye.
He flew to the open window and hopped out and away. I reached out to Loki through our bond. Don't go far. Don't forget what Amber said about your wings needing rest.
I remember, pig dog.
He said, but his little voice was warm and full of love.
Enjoy this moment.
He gently disengaged our minds and left me to one sexy ogre. I took a sip of the fizzy drink, grateful for the spicy sweetness. A yawn cracked my jaw. It was late. It would be entirely too easy to put this off to another day, but I could see anxiety in Robbie, unlike anything I'd seen from him before. Tell me the whole of it, I said. Then I can make an informed decision. I sipped at the can again, grateful for the caffeine in its depths that was helping my brain persevere after a long, tough day. Robbie licked his lips, and I couldn't help but follow the path of his tongue.
The title is reserved for the wife of the High King. It is like being called consort or similar. It would give you standing just below mine within the ogres. Permanently.
There are some who would not like that, I said mildly.
Indeed, you would face challenges of your own. Possibly to the death.
Just saying those words made his jaw tight and his eyes stormy. His fists opened and closed as if he wished he could fight all of the imaginary challenges then and there. If you and I were to mate at a later date, would I automatically be granted that title? I asked.
No, it's a one-time offer. You accept it now, or you turn it down, and it is never extended again. I could kill Mactel for putting us in this position, he hissed, rubbing his forehead. Without the title, you would always be an outsider, part of the den but with no place. But with this title, you would belong. It would make you. It would be as if you were adopted into the den. No matter what happened to me, even if I were killed, you would always remain accepted as an ogre for the rest of your life.
If you're killed, I said tightly, trying not to rush back to the image of him in chains, as I'd seen Mactel and Hanlon. Then I'd be following suit shortly thereafter, honorary ogre or no.
Don't say that, he whispered. I can't bear it.
It's the truth. I'd avenge you in a blaze of glory. I shrugged. It would be foolish, yet I was certain that was exactly what I would do. In the heat of the moment, I'd kill anyone who had hurt him to the best of my ability, to my last breath. He closed his eyes and let out a soft breath.
Ah, Carasta.
What does that word mean? I'd asked before, but he had sidestepped the question.
It means sweetheart, beloved.
I smiled. That's nice. I tried to cast my mind back to remember when he first uttered that word at me, but I drew a blank. A while, certainly. He'd come to me ready for a mate, half in love with the idea of me, and I truly hoped he'd fallen the rest of the way now that he knew me. I took a deep breath and blurted, I love you. It came out in one long word instead of three distinct ones, but the joy that instantly washed over his whole being was worth the momentary embarrassment. He took my can of Dr. P and set it down, and then he all but lunged for me, his hands tangled in my hair as he pulled me as close as humanly possible. He pressed his lips to mine, and as I gasped at his fervour, his tongue swept in. He didn't kiss me so much as claim me, swallowing my startled sound with a groan that rumbled straight through my bones. His hand slid to cradle my jaw, thumbs brushing my cheeks as though memorizing the shape of the moment.
Say it again,
he murmured against my lips, breath warm, voice barely holding itself together. Heat flooded my face. No, I whispered, not sure I could get the words out a second time without combusting. And it was definitely his turn to say those three little words, or one big word, in my case. He huffed a laugh that was mostly disbelief, and entirely adoration.
Stacy Wise,
he growled, tugging me closer until my toes lifted off the floor for a heartbeat.
You think I'm letting you get away with saying that once? I need it 1,000,000 times over.
I suspected he did. He who had been so starved of family and love. Oh, God damn it. I'd give him everything. I love you, I blurted again. And he beamed. Still, he didn't repeat it back to me, and I tried to bury my face in his shoulder, but he caught my chin gently, forcing my gaze up to his. His silver eyes were molten, reverent, hungry, a little undone. I didn't think I'd ever seen a 7-foot ogre look so close to falling apart.
I love you,
he said to me, voice, whisper quiet. Sure, he managed to say it in 3 words. Gods, but he had said it. To me. He loved me. Tears welled in my eyes from happiness and relief that he felt the same as I did.
I died 6 times when I got the call that you'd been taken,
Robbie admitted.
When Loki said he couldn't feel you, I was terrified. More scared than I ever been in my whole life. And I've been through some shit.
I cupped his face and stroked his cheek with my thumb. I'm sorry you had to go through that.
I left the den,
he admitted,
without even looking to see if the flames were banked, without even knowing where I was going, just knowing I had to move, to find you. I knew then that I can't ever be without you, Stacy. This is it for me. You are it.
Robbie closed his eyes, as though the confession was too much to face. When he opened them again, I could see the world inside them had shifted in a way that made my breath stutter.
Kirasta,
he repeated, voice thick.
my beloved.
He drew in a shaky breath, and then he slid off the sofa and sank to one knee before me. My stomach swooped. He looked at me with mercury eyes I saw in my dreams.
I know this is fast. I know it's a lot. But I want that title for you. The honor, protection, and inclusion it will bring. I don't want you to live life on my periphery, but in the heart and center. You are fierce. You are strong. You are everything I could have ever wanted. And so much more. Esmodir, it is right. It feels right. You feel right. Stacy, will you marry me? Please.
The answer bubbled out of me without conscious thought, because if I thought, the answer would be different. Yes, I said, illogically, with all of my heart. Yes. Tears filled his eyes.
Tack Fiore,
he said, voice wobbling.
For seeing me. For choosing me.
Emotion hit my chest like a punch. Wasn't that what any of us ever wanted? To be seen, accepted, and loved as we were? I sank to my knees and cupped his face. For a moment we simply breathed together. Noses brushing. Foreheads touching.
Stacy,
he breathed.
My Kerlika, my heart.
I pressed my lips to his in a gentle kiss, my own eyes hot, and my heart so damn full it felt like it might burst. Talk about a day of two halves, from kidnapping to proposal. He'd really turned my day around. Tell Macton Hanlon I accept the title, I said fiercely. I'm keeping you now. Forever. No take backsies. His grin was wicked and soft all at once, as he lifted me off my feet with ease.
You'd have to fight to get rid of me.
That's one fight I'll pass on, love, I said, looping my arms around his neck. Any other and I'll be ready. A shudder passed through him at the term of endearment, and he kissed me with urgency.
Sweetheart,
he purred, carrying me toward the bedroom with determined purpose.
Let's see how ready you are.
Well now, this day really had turned around. Chapter 30. A yawn overtook me as I surveyed my new office space. Since I was the official head of Unit 13, some wise ass had given me the office on the third floor like I was the brass. I suppose as far as the building went, I was. Thackeray and Faraday would still be ensconced at Chester headquarters. Their absence would have been too obvious, too notable, for them to move into the other only premises. My fridge from Robbie had already been plugged in, and was whirring quietly in the background. I didn't have my computer set up yet, but I had my fridge because priorities. There was a knock on the open door, and Elvira squeaked her way across the uneven floorboards to my desk. Well, that's going to be annoying, she said, as she sat in my guest chair. Sounds like mice with every step you take. She looked around at our somewhat shabby surroundings. Looks like mice, she muttered. There are no mice, I said firmly. I was probably telling the truth, but I couldn't deny our new office had a somewhat musty odour. If there are any rodents scurrying about, McCaffrey will let us borrow Miss Marple. She's already promised. What's up? I asked. Elvira shifted in the chair. I let you down, she said quietly, looking at her feet. I snorted. Oh, fuck off, you clocked off, that's it. That's your whole crime. I knew Faraday had called off my replacement. I got the call to go home and I knew there wasn't another vehicle replacing me and I left. Of course you did. You'd already put in a long-ass day. Put it to bed, Elvira. I don't blame you, not one bit. You got kidnapped. That's embarrassing. I shook my head in mock disbelief. It was Elvira's turn to snort. Well, not that embarrassing. You came out guns blazing. She paused. Well, knives stabbing, she amended. Did you see the article the Mystic Informer ran on you? It sang your praises. Whoever is writing these pieces has a crush on you. I shot her an ego-shriveling gaze. She grinned back, unrepentant, coal-lined eyes, looking more like her usual self. All right, so I was just checking that you weren't holding a grudge. She shrugged like it was no big deal. No grudges, I confirmed. We're good. Good. I stood, walked over to the door, and shut it. Then I sat on my desk and leaned close to her. If you're done having a wobble, I have something serious I need to discuss with you. No shit, you closed the door and everything. I ignored the sass. Have you ever heard of an organization called the Domini? She paled. Well, shit. That's who took you. I'm not sure if they took me so much as an operative of theirs was part of the kidnapping team, but I can't rule it out either. I don't know for sure, but Beeks had their symbol on his shoulder. Fuck. She rubbed both hands over her face. They're bad news, Stacey, even for us. Steer clear of them. Well, that doesn't appear to be an option. Got kidnapped, remember? She worried at her shirt cuffs. All right, she said, voice low. If you're going to go hunting, then you need to know what you're getting into. Truthfully, I've been looking into them for years. Really fucking carefully. Here's what I've got so far. The Domini is an ancient organization. They've existed for hundreds of years, way longer than the Connection. Rumor has it that some of the Domini leaders set up the Connection to help leverage other species. Does that mean the higher-ups in the Connection are Domini? She grimaced. Isn't that the million-pound question? I don't know. Why do you think I'm tiptoeing so carefully with this shit? I came across them much like you did, I guess, in a case. A messy, horrible case that stayed with me. I found out the names of the people who pulled the strings to order the death, and that was the Order. Well, that's what the Domini called themselves, in a fanatical, cult-like way. Beeks was anti-cre. Is there a connection there? Elvira shook her head. We don't think so. Bland and I have been digging into them in our spare time together. Romantic, I teased. Shove it, she said. Let's talk about murderous organizations instead. Oh, by all means, go on. We've had a few incidents where we've seen the Domini and anti-cre working together, but it seems random. More on an ad hoc basis when their needs happen to align. I've long suspected that one or more of the Domini are pulling anti-cre strings, but that's a gut feeling. Historically, the anti-cre have always been a slow, lumbering beast. Like all bigots, they have problems with original thought, so the Connection has assessed them as a low threat level. But lately, things have ramped up. A few Connection officers are suspected of being anti-cre, and I've been tasked with making friends with them. I blinked. You're undercover? Well, not really, it's just when I'm around the wrong sort, I spit out some anti-cre shit. She grimaced. Who asked you to do that? Thackeray, but he said to keep it on the down low, not to mention it to anyone. Not to report to anyone but him. Thackeray, like the rest of us, was treading carefully, but he was trying to remove anti-cre sentiment, and that made me feel a whole lot better. Some of his questions about my and Robbie's relationship had felt judgmental, but maybe it had really come from a genuine place of concern. I hope so. All right, what else do you know about the Domini? She sighed. Oh, I told all of this to Lucy Barrett, the werewolf ruler. Yeah, she's been hunting down the Domini too. She killed a couple and said Voltaire helped, kind of. That's when I learnt what the real purpose of the Red Guard is. I blinked. Well, what does the Red Guard have to do with the Domini? Turns out they're the Jedi to the Domini's Sith. Yin and Yang, light and dark. All that shit. You're not seriously telling me that Voltaire is head of the good guys in this scenario. He's an arsehole. I know, right? She tossed her glossy mane of hair over one shoulder. But the point is, that's their job, isn't it? Hunt down the Domini, let those beautiful immortal fuckers spend their days trying to bring them down. We can focus on the smaller picture. The rapists and the murderers. Lucky us, I said flatly. But I had to concede she had a point. But there was one more thing I couldn't get out of my head. I leaned forward and dropped my voice further. In my dad's crime scene photos, he was holding a pendant with a Domini symbol on it. She swore. You're not going to let this go, are you? It doesn't seem likely, I admitted. Elvira looked genuinely worried. This isn't a good idea, Stacey. Leave it to Lucy, to Voltaire. Laura burst in, grinning wildly. Jiho has been given the green light. He's officially transferring to Unit 13. I grinned at our beaming admin assistant. Brilliant. Channing's helping him move his tech and setting him up at the side office next to the interrogation room. Oh, fantastic, thank you. I baked more bickies last night, she continued, and I've put them in our own little break room. That's so kind of you. She looked between Elvira and me. I'll leave you to it. Sorry I interrupted. The door was closed, but I was excited. Not a problem. Thanks, Laura. Elvira and I waited until she left and shut the door. More bloody biscuits, Elvira muttered. I'm going to have to work out an extra day a week if this keeps up. You eat the biscuits, I said firmly, or you take them off-site and dispose of them somewhere she'll never find. Elvira looked at the door Laura had just walked through. I'll eat the damn biscuits. She stood and looked around my meager office. You really drew the short straw, she commented. Even Channing's room is bigger than this. I shrugged, unbothered by the angular room with its beams and sloping ceiling. Loki likes it. Ah, nice, Loki agreed, trilling above us. Well, Elvira snickered, as long as the bird is happy, that's fine. Leave you to it, boss. She walked out, leaving the door open since I'd made it clear I intended to implement an actual open-door policy here, as opposed to the faux one at headquarters. With thoughts of the Dominie on my mind, I opened up Spell and tapped out a request for access to Wraithmore. If I could get in to see Amber's father, maybe he could answer some questions for me. I hoped he'd answer them willingly, but if he didn't, I had other options at my disposal. I'd worry about what that meant for my relationship with Amber when we crossed that bridge. After all, maybe he'd simply cooperate. Maybe he wouldn't. I licked my lips. I'd used my sub-powers again. It felt like I was on a slippery slope. The more I used them, the easier it became. The easier it became, the harder it was to pretend it didn't matter. Even convenience was starting to feel like justification, and that should have terrified me more than it did. As long as I was careful, as long as I didn't leave loose ends, as long as no one traced anything back to me, back to my mother and father, and their decision not to register me. They'd hidden me to keep me safe, not so I could become someone who bent minds because it made life smoother. I told myself I'd stop or slow down. Using my powers like this would only lead to one ending. One where I wasn't sure who I'd be at the end. Did the end justify the means? It felt like it did. And that was the nightmare that had woken me today. Not the deaths of Beeks, Hunter, or Kerr, but the invasion of Kerr's mind. In the moment it had seemed necessary, but I'd woken to my father's words of caution, urgently ringing in my ears, his spectre damning me. But it was for him that I already knew I'd crossed that line again. I was on the scent of his killers. Finally, I wasn't letting that go for anything, even at the cost of my soul. Chapter 31. After a long day of typing reports and tidying and sorting my office, it was a total pleasure to be picked up in Robbie's car and driven to my mum's house. We wanted to tell my family our good news in person, so I'd summoned the tribe for the big reveal. Robbie parked outside my mum's house and reached into his pocket. I got you this, he said casually, as he thrust a ring box at me. I blinked. I didn't expect a ring. I wasn't sure if it was a thing in ogre culture. Well, it isn't, but it's a thing in yours. I wanted to do this right. For you. You don't need to buy my love, I began, as I opened the box. I love you for... Holy Mother of God! How friggin' big is that rock? I gaped. Robbie! I can't wear that! The ring nestled in the box held a blue sapphire the size of my thumbnail, and on either side of it were two not insignificant diamonds. I couldn't stop staring at the ring. It was beautiful and wildly impractical. Ah, not ring, Loki said, letting out an impressed whistle. Weapon. You could bludgeon someone to death with that rock, he snarked into my head. I can't chase down criminals with this on my finger, I said faintly. I thought of that. Robbie reached into his pocket and pulled out a larger jewelry box. I opened it with trepidation and was relieved to find a relatively plain-looking chain. You can wear it on your finger when you want, or around your neck if you're working. That's very thoughtful, I managed. I had no idea how much a ring like this went for, but I knew the answer was a lot. This didn't bankrupt you, did it? He burst into laughter, and Loki joined in with such frantic squawks that he lost his balance, sliding off the rear headrest and collapsing onto the back seat in a panting heap.
Not even a little,
Robbie confirmed when he too had finally curbed his laughter. He slid me a glance.
We're rich. You don't have to work a day in your life if you don't want to.
I liked the we, but he was totally wrong. I straightened. I do. Want to work, that is. He smiled.
I know, but if the bureaucracy and politics ever get to be too much, just know you can tell them to shove it where the sun don't shine.
I matched his expression, imagining telling Faraday just that. Just having the option is probably enough. He picked the ring up out of the box and slid it onto my finger. It heated and then cooled, and resized perfectly to fit me. Seer spelled? I asked faintly.
It's imbued with some protection elements, too.
Thank you. He kissed me briefly, a mere swipe of the lips that warmed me in all the right places.
Shall we?
He murmured. Right. I slid out of the car, though we're not going to announce it with me walking in with this on my finger. You can probably see it from the moon.
Don't you like it?
The question had a vulnerability to it that smacked right into my heart. Oh, I love it, I said honestly. It's stunning. I may have trouble focusing on work for a while with this on my hand. It's mesmerizing. Thank you. He smiled.
I'm glad.
He wrapped an arm around me and knocked on the door. Mum opened it. What's all this? Oh my God! She let out a squeal and threw her arms around us both. Stacy's engaged! She hollered into the house, dragging us inside. To who? Rupert called back. Ha ha, I said flatly, and Mum cuffed Rupert lightly for his cheek.
Oh, wow,
Grant said, eyes wide.
Look at that rock. Look at all of them,
Jules corrected. Ava looped her fingers through Rupert's and looked vaguely hopeful. I don't need anything that extravagant, she told Rube conversationally. Dad buys me plenty of baubles. When you're ready to propose, I'll be good with whatever we can afford.
Rupert looked uncomfortable. Well, I'm sure I can get you something suitable. Like that?
He gestured to the ring on my hand. Ava burst into laughter. Oh, honey, you couldn't afford a 30-carat cashmere sapphire, let alone one with those diamonds around it. That has to be $6 million on her hand. Rupert's jaw dropped, and so did every single other jaw, bar Robbie's. I murmured. $6 million. My jaw dropped. Fuck, you better take it back. What if it gets stolen? I started to tug at the ring.
Relax,
Robbie said. It's insured. I can't wear $6 million to work.
No one else will know how expensive it is. Tell him it's costume jewelry if it makes you feel better.
Ava snickered. No one will believe that for a second. That ring says power, class, and money.
I just wanted to say I love you.
Robbie shrugged. Oh. My mum dabbed at her eyes, and then she pulled Robbie down for a massive hug, complete with a kiss to the forehead. You're a wonderful man, she said, and we're blessed to have you in the family. The happiness in Robbie's eyes made me want to squeeze my mum until her dentures popped out. This might just be about the happiest ever felt. This has been Arcane Justice, a supernatural crime thriller, the Other Detective Series, Book 3, written by Heather G. Harris, narrated by Elise Gibbs. If you'd like to support Heather on Patreon, a monthly subscription service, then you can do so from as little as $1 a month. If you'd like to hear about Heather's gossip, new releases and bargains, please sign up to her VIP newsletter at heathergharris.com/subscribe. And please do feel free to check out her direct store where all sorts of goodies and merchandise awaits you.